underfunding in Nigeria?
Thank you. That's a very important question, and it boils down to the fact that any forward-thinking government and any government that has the interests of its citizens at heart should make sure that they prioritize health. Because if you don't prioritize health, then that means that your attention is on other things, on other areas, and you are actually drawing your attention from what actually drives your economy.
Exactly.
Because the workforce have to be healthy to be able to be productive. If they are not healthy, if they are not in good shape, if they are not in the right frame of mind to give in their best, they would not be able to meet up with any productivity. And your GDP and whatever productivity you're expecting is going to be declining very quickly. So I think that if we're not well funded, it's going to reflect in how the hospitals operate. It's going to reflect in how equipped the hospitals are, the quality of care delivery, and then also it's going to go a long way to affect all the health campaigns that are needed to create awareness, for most important illnesses that are prevalent. Because when it comes to healthcare, there must be community mobilization, there must be health awareness creation, there must be health education, and then there must be, of course, refurbishment of facilities, of health facilities across the country.
You know what? Before you even talk about refurbishment and all of that, this even brings us to the importance. How important is the medical sector to the government? Because I really believe that the government should work in the interest of the people, right? And so if the health sector is not really being funded, what does that tell us?
It just tells you that your lives really don't count. Your lives really don't matter, and it tells you that other sectors, take priority over you. But that's just looking at things in the reverse direction.
Exactly.
Because if you want people to be productive, they have to be healthy first. If you need them to put in the efforts to be creative, to have new ideas, to be innovative, you want your economy to thrive, then it will only be a big joke that you take your health sector, as a joke. Your health sector is a major driver of your economy. Without it, you can't thrive. Without it, I tell people that, for instance, I think God in his graciousness has let us see the importance of healthcare all over the world, or the importance of health all over the world. We've heard of wars, we've heard of natural disasters happening on a global scale, but nothing has brought the world to its knees like a pandemic, like a health situation. It was a health situation.
It was capable of shutting
down
everywhere.
Everything. Shutting down business, shutting down travel, shutting down education, shutting down organizations.
Even churches.
Everywhere nothing was moving. If there was no way out of the pandemic, you can imagine where the world would be at.
Honestly, because a whole lot of people even lost a lot of money. Yeah. In that period. Businesses closed down.
People died. Yeah. Businesses closed down. A lot of people declared bankruptcy. A lot of governments got into, they were grounded, in fact. So for you to know how important the health sector is, or how important health is one thing that can shut down every single thing. And for you not to prioritize such an important thing just tells you that it's either your priorities are misplaced, or you don't even know what you're doing in the first
Apparently. Even the state governments budgeted roughly 1.323 trillion for health in 2024, but only 61.9% was released and spent. Also 2.48 trillion was allocated to the health sector in the 58.18 trillion 2026 appropriation bill. So I really don't know, but this underfunding, I feel like it will really, really affect the rural communities a lot more, because if the amenities are not, or the equipment are not getting to the urban areas enough, is it the rural areas that
Thank you so much, because for me, I'm even at a loss at what to think, because looking at the urban setting, we're still not there.
We're still not there.
We're far away from getting there.
X-rays, a lot of, I don't even believe
imaging tests, blood work. Are you aware that some investigations are still flown out of these countries to be done? Because there are some tests that are almost impossible for you to get results here, because it takes a whole lot.
The fact that there was no anti-venom for the snake bites,
that's one among so many. And then of course, you also have situations whereby the overstretching of those amenities, of the little limited,
and even when they are available, they are such an outrageous amount.
even not outrageous. Some of them, even when they are available, they are probably outdated. They are not even what you should be using because medicine is dynamic, healthcare is dynamic. If you go to other climes, the kind of imaging techniques you use here, the kind of equipment you use here, are things that have been long outdated, maybe used 10 years ago in other climes. You know, medicine is dynamic, new things, new upgrades, a lot of innovative ideas coming into healthcare. So when are we ever going to get it? So when you talk of seeing this in the urban setting, then you can only imagine what happens in the rural setting.
Exactly.
It's going to be unthinkable. And for me, I really think that now is the time to really drive the change we need because it all takes a bit of change of behavior from the people, change of orientation. And on the part of the government, they need to have the willpower to say, yes, we need to do better. We need to improve the lot of our people and we need to really, really invest massively in the healthcare sector. Because if you don't do it, it's just a matter of time. The overall life expectancy of the citizenry is already dropping.
Exactly.
It's horrible. In 2026, for you to know the life expectancy of Nigerians, you know, it's something that is heartbreaking.
It's really, really heartbreaking. And, you know, there is something I really love to do, right? I like to look at what I can do to remedy a situation. Because if we continue to wait for the government, there are certain things that we'll keep waiting for. All right.
That will never come.
Let's even say there is a little bit of faith from the government, but it has to start with us. So what are we even doing now? That brings us to talking about our environment. Before hospitals even come into the picture, many health risks starts from our environment. So doctor, would you agree with me that many diseases in Nigeria begin from our living conditions?
Absolutely right. Very correct. Many of them.
So why do outbreaks spread faster in crowded areas, in rural communities and all of that?
Okay, for instance, I believe we spoke recently about tuberculosis not too long ago, and we were saying that it spreads by air droplets. And then, you know, we know that staying in overcrowded environments, poorly ventilated houses, and then in places where people are probably even living outdoors, poor accommodation and all that, and in the prisons and all that. So basically, you can see that there's a lot of societal factors, you know, that play a role with this. If people don't have good housing systems, then it's going to be a problem. If people, you know, the crime rate is so high, either because the economy is bad and then it's now like survival of the fittest, people are into crimes and all that, of course, the prisons will be full. And then, of course, these spreads will be there. But for me, I think the environment plays a crucial role in relation to our health, the quality of our health and well-being, because our sources of food and water, you know, preparation of foods, preservation of food, you know, it has a lot to do with our surroundings. Recently, there was a heavy downpour, and as I was on the road just looking, you know, watching the flooded roads and all that, and asking myself, wow, I can't even distinguish between the drainage and people's compounds and the streets.
Wow.
And nearby, you see somebody cooking food or some people buying food, and you don't want to imagine what could have probably happened there. You know, taking a walk in a place like Lagos, for instance, and I'm sure it's like that in some other areas too. People do all sorts of things in those drainages, and then you imagine a torrential rainfall, and the flood water moves all sorts of things. And then you see sewage water and water for domestic use merging together. You can only imagine the outcome. So little wonder we still see cholera, we still see the H. pylori infection, we still see things like typhoid. You know, all these are all foodborne infections that, you know, they're still transmitted through contaminated food and water. And I think we still need to create a lot of awareness to our people that, look, we must ban open defecation. We must ban environmental degradation. Because if we don't take care of our environment helps us to sustain life. All the nutrient cycling in nature, the oxygen cycle, the carbon dioxide cycle, water cycle, they are heavily dependent on our environment. So if anything goes wrong with our environment, then we're jeopardizing our own existence.
True. You know, still talking about water, right? Many rural and local communities still depend on wells. Some people still depend on rivers and water vendors, really. But, okay, this brings me to a video of complaints about the water condition in some parts of Lagos Island. Let's quickly take that video.
in Lekki survive? I'm curious. And do you know one thing? This apartment is literally over 3 million naira. And see water. See water. See water. See water. And do you know one thing? This water will never stop rushing. You see this red water? Eh? It will not stop rushing, you know. I will have to wait. You see? It's already getting clean. Little by little, little by little, little by little. This I will have to wait till it gets clean.
We can see from this video that we have natural Fanta in Nigeria. Judging from this video, he said you rented the apartment for 3 million naira, and the water, it is glaring that the water condition is definitely a threat to the well-being of the individuals residing there. So really, I don't know, but doctor, we don't have control of some of these things. So what simple steps can families take to make our water safe? Because water is life. We drink, we use it to cook, we bathe with them. We are using water for many things, really. So if the water system in our environment is not even good enough, what are we doing? How do we come about a healthy, living condition?
Water is indispensable, and without water, life cannot exist. So it's unfortunate that this is a reality, because this is not new. What we have seen is just one amongst so many. But the truth is that, like you said, if we have to wait for the government to do every single thing, years may pass and things remain the same. So my advice to most people will be, take responsibility for your well-being and the well-being of your loved ones. So the best thing you can do is, if you live in a community, maybe in an estate or a group of houses, or you live in a building where you are a group of families, you guys can come together, contribute meaningfully, and then get some professionals to help you do a proper water purification system, put it in place for you, because you are not wasting the money. It is for your well-being.
Yeah.
But there's a thing with us sometimes. I know I've heard some Nigerians say this. So why would I spend so much on a house that is not mine? It's a rented apartment.
Who is living there? Is it the landlord or you?
No, but that's how they think. They will tell you, oh, what is the landlord doing? After all, he's always increasing his rent every year. So why would I have to waste so much money?
At the end of the day, we are still the one being
You
harmed.
are the one living there, not the landlord. You are the one and your loved ones who are exposed to that, very potentially harmful water system. So it's it's the best thing that you can do for yourself and for your loved ones is to take responsibility and say, okay, what is the way forward? If it's capital intensive, you can unite efforts with people that you share the same compound with, or neighbors, or people in your estates, as the case may be. And you guys can, be proactive and, drive a change. And you can even be exemplary to some other people, and people would see what you've done in your own place. And you set some good example, and you're actually reducing, the disease burden, on the health system, with all these little preventive changes that you're making, because it's very important that we need to start looking inwards and finding out what we can do proactively to sort out some of these problems. And on our own parts, keep your environment healthy. Make sure you as an individual can't keep the whole of Lagos clean, for instance, but at least your own bit, your own part, your own area, be found doing what you're expected to do. And making sure that if everybody is doing their own little bits, then at the end of the day, it would make a significant difference. And the change we're looking for, we'll be able to drive that change and we'll get the health outcomes we want. Because essentially, I think a lot of people in Nigeria still have the notion of, oh, this is a complex problem. The problem is too big. One person cannot solve it. While we forget our own little bits, that if we all do our own little bits, it will all add up.
It starts with you.
It starts with you. In the long run, you'll find out that all those little changes, positive changes per person, ultimately adds up, and then we would see a remarkable improvement in what we're looking for. But if everybody thinks, oh, it's an enormous task, why bother? It's too much, until the government decides to do it, or until we have a good government who has the interest of people at heart, or until the government has the willpower to do it. everybody has this apathy towards change or being the driver of change. I think we need to change that mindset.
Yeah.
And like we were discussing before the program, that the mindset is very key.
Yeah.
You know, when it comes to Nigerians, I found out that most of our problems actually originate from the mind and our perception about things, the way we see things and our perspective of things. You know, we need to have a change of mind and reorientation towards important things. And we know that we can be drivers of change.
Yes.
Every individual has a potential of being a major change driver in this country. So we can't start it one person at a time.
Very true. And that brings us to the fact that most of these diseases, these outbreaks that are really, really in the country now, it starts with dirt. It starts with our personal hygiene and all of that. Even the Lassa fever that has been on the increase, it spreads through rats. And rats they thrive in dirty environments, literally. So the best we can do for ourselves is to live in a healthy environment.
But you also know the government is not responsible for that anyway. Because in your own house, you need to keep your house clean. And the way you preserve your food, you do not expose your food to rodents. So where do rodents come in contact with your food? We need to ask those important questions. So you can see that it really starts from the individual.
So the control of these particular outbreaks can even be deliberate.
Yes, of course. Everything that has to do with prevention, and the world is going from curative medicine to preventive medicine because it's very expensive to say you're looking for a solution to a problem that is already existing.
Yes.
Very expensive. You will test, you will buy drugs. Some drugs may not be suitable for you. You need to buy more expensive drugs and all that. So it's essential that you don't even let those things happen in the first instance. And that's what preventive care is all about. Relevant vaccinations, making sure that you're eating healthy, maintaining your health promotion campaigns, proper health education. People now take good care of themselves, personal hygiene, food hygiene, water hygiene, environmental hygiene. All these things are very, very key. These are the key drivers of good health.
And even littering things on the streets, because now we have cases of blocked gutters, we have cases of open waste. You eat and you just throw it on the ground, on the road. Who are you expecting to come clean it up for you?
But you've seen heaps of rubbish on the
Oh
streets
my
and
God.
on the road. and I was particularly embarrassed recently. I think it was sometime, maybe end of last year or so. And somebody who was from the United States, a Caucasian, just looked outside and said, "Do people live here?" I'm like, you see a crowd of people around here, you're asking if people live here because it's unthinkable that people pass here every day.
Yeah, and why are you even talking about that? Why are you even talking about that? There is this video of a heaped waste, some place around Lagos. Yes, this is the video. I think this is around Iyanoba, and the person was trying to emphasize that Lagos is really, 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 really dirty. But we also cannot take away the fact that Nigeria is also, trying their best, because the Lagos state government has put environmental sanitation in place. So it is up to us to even clear our major environment, our immediate environment, and not just waiting for government. But even at that, these heaps of dirt. Look at these heap of dirt.
Just
and
exposed,
waste, just
day
exposed.
and night, exposed
and
to,
if you're even passing that environment,
and imagine when things get flooded, when there's a heavy rainfall, you just find all these things littered everywhere.
It's even causing air pollution.
Of course,
because when you pass that area, what you are inhaling
the
is
kind
not
of
pure.
Flies that are breeding there. And those flies eventually will perch on foods that people would buy, and I can assure you that people are probably selling food near the place.
Oh. Some people even have their shops around those areas. So it means that day in, day out, they are breathing in.
But they don't even see anything bad in it. Now
they've taken a lot of it to the extent that it doesn't even, they're not immune.
So it means nothing to them anymore. So you can see why we need a change of mindset and a change of behavior. That you see, when it comes to community and public health, community awareness, creating awareness, health enlightenment campaigns, you cannot overemphasize it. Nigeria is a place that we need to keep educating people. We need to start letting them know that you need to change your behavior. You need to change your perception, your attitude towards health and health-related concerns. That is the only way that you can influence your outcomes. Because you can't expect a positive outcome when all you're doing is in the reverse direction. It's not going to work. It doesn't work that way. Your little efforts, whether they are positive efforts or negative efforts, you would see the effect eventually.
Yes,
So if you keep
yes,
your
yes.
environment clean, you would notice that you have less stagnant water, you have less swamps, you have less mosquitoes breeding, you can control your malaria outbreaks from there. If you have good sewage system, all the foodborne infections, you'll have probably eradicated them. If you tell them about vaccination, the typhoid vaccination, you tell them about cholera, you tell them about, tuberculosis, you tell them about salmonella, all those things, they are very, very preventable if we just know all the right things to do. And it comes from us being educated. But also, education is not just a one-way thing. You can be a teacher, but the person you're teaching, the person is not open or adaptable or ready to learn, then you're only wasting your time.
Yes.
So I understand that even no matter the effects the government is trying to, or efforts the government is trying to put in place to ensure that, okay, let us make sure that there's public enlightenment, let's make sure that we orientate the people, let's drive a behavioral change. But if the people are still not willing to take up these new ideas or be adaptable or to modify their lifestyles to adopt these new healthy practices, then we're still just joking about this whole situation.
I feel like, okay, let me try to talk from the standpoint of a working class who is probably busy and does not have all the time. It can start with the little things like proper disposal. Little things like immediately you're done with your dishes, you just wash them immediately. Little things like, putting your children through to make sure that the environment is clean. Making sure that these systems are put in place. Because I know that some people might say, oh, they are too busy. Or some people might say that, oh, they are feeling lazy. But when they are piled up, that is when the problem is. But when you have to do it immediately as it comes, then there really would not be a problem.
Yes, it doesn't become overwhelming. But the truth is that I think it boils down to the individual traits of people. Little habits like you wake up in the morning, you make your bed, you keep your environment clean, your immediate room is not cluttered. All those things, they actually influence your day. They actually influence how you think.
Yes.
And if there are habits that you have inculcated over time, you will notice that you'll be a very orderly person. You'll be very arranged in your head.
Yes.
And when you plan your day, after this meeting, then this happens, and after this, then this. You have already outlined how your day would be, and nothing is haphazard. So everything is kind of orderly, it has an orderly fashion. And then most likely you're going to meet your targets and have a positive outcome.
Sure.
But most people are not like that. Most people in their daily lives, they are very scattered.
Disorderly, yeah.
Very, very, very scattered. In little things, they just, and it comes from this apathy of, I beg, who this one help? Wait, I beg, I can't kill myself. Leave it there. It's there. Nothing will happen to it. I'll meet it there. It's not my house. You think all those little things that you push away, all those things that you sweep under the carpet, those little habits, you think they don't count. They do count.
Forgetting that you have to now spend a lot of money to treat yourself by the time an ailment comes.
All those things at the end of the day, they count. And then all these people that live in shared compounds, maybe you have multiple families living together. This one to say, we swept last week. No, if you don't sweep, leave these people. They are very lazy.
Let the debt be there.
Let it be there. Let us all be looking at it.
Right.
Let us all be there. And you are saying because some people have decided not to be civil, some people have decided not to be clean, some people have decided to be irresponsible, then you now choose to be like them and say, okay, we all suffer for it. And at the end of the day, it may even be your own child that would now suffer for it.
Exactly.
And those irresponsible people, like you said, they're already immune to those things. So they don't care. They are unbothered about the whole situation. So we really need to make sure that we as a people, generally starting from the individual, we have a change of mind towards healthy living. Because that's the only way we can drive the change. We can't blame everything on the government. Yes, we know that the government can do better in many respects.
Yeah.
But on our own part as individuals, we need to consciously and intentionally make the change we need.
Yes, very true. Well, this has been a very interesting conversation, but right about now, we're going to go on a very short break. And when we return, we'll talk more about the primary healthcare centers, our mindset, our self-medication, and what we can personally do about all of this. Stay with us. All right, welcome back. This is still Health Check on Voice of the People television. We have been talking about the social conditions as to living well and having a healthy life, really, in Nigeria. So right about now, we're going to delve a little into World Health Day that happened sometime this month, earlier this month. I think that was April 7th. And we talked about Together for Health, Stand with Science. So, doctor, from the standpoint of a medical practitioner, what daily habits can help to prevent illness, knowing that our health is really, really important? We've talked about cleanliness. We've talked about, dealing with waste and all of that. So what other habits can help in preventing illness? Daily habits.
So daily habits should include adequate rest, coping with stress, adequate stress management, adequate hydration, good nutrition, and then ultimately, if you have any underlying illnesses that is diagnosed by a medical professional, not self-diagnosed, diagnosed by a medical professional. And
I like that, not self-diagnosed,
yes,
because we can do wonders.
We do that.
There are lots of doctors here.
Plenty doctors. And there are many people that come to the hospital and you're even telling them, oh, this is what I say, I know what I have. They say, and you're
That's
wondering,
even very hilarious.
and you're like, oh, you know what you have. Then why are you?
Why are you here? Exactly.
And then they keep saying, yes, I know. But and you tell them, okay, so this is what you should do. No, I just did that test. No, I don't want to do that test.
So they will tell you that, doctor, I know it is malaria. Just give me
the drugs. So we have all sorts of people like that. So if you really want to be healthy, do not self-diagnose. So your adequate hydration, you run away from self-medication and self-diagnosis. If you are on any drug that was validly prescribed by a doctor, please don't stop that drug by yourself. Do not stop the drug. Drug or treatment compliance, very essential, especially for chronic illnesses, hypertension, the diabetes, maybe high cholesterol, or you have conditions, maybe sickle cell anemia or asthma, anything that you deal with long term. Please, 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 always make sure that treatment compliance is always enforced. Then, of course, if you want to stay healthy, we've talked about it before, that good health is not only a factor of your physical well-being.
Yeah.
Your mental, social, and emotional well-being, are also very important. So also, you don't want to put into your system what will kill you. So definitely, you don't want to do your alcohol, and you don't have any business smoking. All those things are things that will make you stay healthy for longer, and you're going to avoid unnecessary illnesses coming to you. Then also, it's very important that you make sure that the vaccine preventable illnesses, especially in children, you make sure that the routine childhood vaccinations, you don't joke with them. The tuberculosis, the hepatitis B, the diphtheria, pertussis, tetanus, the rotavirus, the measles and yellow fever, they are not to be toyed with. These are very, very mandatory. Because if you want that child to have a good quality of life and you want that child to develop normally without any disabilities, it is obligatory. You need to get them for those children. It's also very essential that for the elderly people, you make sure that regular physical exercises in moderation, very important. Then you also make sure that for those who have retired, they also should remain mentally active. Because a lot of things happen when you're not as active as you used to be, when you're always indoors. You don't exercise like you used to be. You're not active with the outdoors anymore. Just make sure that you're still physically moving so that your mobility is maintained, so that the bone density and all that are still in place. If you need to be on the right supplements, please do not choose supplements by yourself. Let your doctor do so based on your peculiar situation. Very essential. Then it's also important that if you want to remain healthy, you must make sure you go for your regular wellness checks. Because there are some illnesses that they enter your body in a way that it will shock you. Let me put it that way.
Right.
Because it is very subtle, no clue, sometimes
and
no
it might
signs.
even come as normal symptoms.
And then, in fact, for some, the first time the doctor gives them the diagnosis, they would almost be like, are you sure this is my result? Are you sure this is for me? Right. I'm just saying my name there. Maybe there's a mix-up somewhere. But the truth is, it can be like that. If you don't go for regular wellness checks, you don't want to be negatively surprised.
And pay attention to details, like
always
getting fagged out on time.
Yes,
all of that.
Yes. Do not ignore common symptoms. Symptoms that you would sweep under the carpet and say, no, it's normal. It's because I was in traffic, or it's because I didn't sleep, or it's because somebody made me angry. I just had a bad phone call.
Mood
I
swing.
screamed at mood, exactly. And then you start
Yeah.
making, and we can make all sorts of excuses. Do you know, if I am on a lighter mood, I've actually seen somebody that told me, oh, his blood pressure was rising. And he said, no, it must be the monitor in the hospital. I don't trust the one in the hospital. I have mine. Okay, check yours. He checked in the car and it was still high. He said, oh, and traffic, all this island traffic, that's why, and all that.
Anything can
And then when I
contribute
saw
to
the
it.
person outside the hospital, at another place, outside the hospital, the person was saying, this is my blood pressure. I don't know why. It's like, maybe my own monitor is becoming faulty too. You can imagine how much he was ready to deny
Give
the facts.
excuses for
Yes.
it.
And then
Wow.
finally, the greatest excuse of all, when he sat down in a particular chair and checked and saw it was still high, I said, no, if I move to this chair, it will be better. I just said, I give up.
We can't help you.
We can't help you, because you don't ever want to get to that point that you
Yeah.
admit to the facts you're saying laid in front of you, that this is the situation. And the question that you should reasonably ask would be, what's the way forward? What do I do from here?
Right.
Yeah, that was the next step. Okay, I admit that this is high. I can't explain it, but I'm sure this is not the first time you are seeing a case like this. So what is the next step, from here? So denial is a problem with a lot of Nigerians. They
Ignorance is also a problem.
sometimes I don't even want to. Yeah, for some people, maybe it's ignorance, but for some, they see the facts, but they don't want to accept it. But the fact that you are denying something does not mean it is not there.
Yeah.
And does not mean that it is not existing. So if you keep denying it and it keeps deteriorating your health and it keeps complicating things
And
for
that's
you,
the problem.
then you end up
When they are
seeing
not
people,
attended to, then it tends to, escalate.
because some people sometimes, when the doctor is explaining their reports to them, you hear things
Sounds
like,
like
doctor, don't
Spanish.
scare me, don't scare me. No. I don't. That's why I didn't want to come. That's why I didn't want to take this test, because all I'm hearing from you now is like, you're just making me palpitate. You're just giving me all this news I don't want to hear. Can't you give me good news? But we're only giving you what we are seeing, because this is what we're saying. Science does not lie. Your lab work is showing that this is high sugar, is high cholesterol, is high, this is this. And we're trying to give you the lifestyle and dietary changes you must be on, or probably some medications you need to start. And you're like, no, I don't even want to start any medication. So then you're not ready to take medical counsel.
True.
Then you're not ready to help yourself.
Yes.
Then at the end of the day, if things get complicated, you only have yourself to blame. So it's very important that we're open to medical counsel. So if you want to stay healthy, go for your wellness checks. Don't wait till you're sick. And we're not praying for you to be sick. And it doesn't mean that you're pessimistic if you go to check. It's just being proactive and being responsible.
Yeah.
Doing the needful before everything collapses and you're looking for a miracle. Please, we should do better as a people. Eat healthy, exercise, sleep well. We need to emphasize that sleep, especially in Lagos. Sleep well.
Especially in Lagos.
Sleep well is very important, because that restorative sleep, you underrate it. You have no clue what it does for you. Detoxifies your brain, rejuvenates you, refreshes you, your mind, your focus.
I think you
It's
should
clearer.
talk about the people that stay on their phones till like 3 a.m., 4 a.m. in the midnight. And how this affects their eyes, affects their brain, and they wake up feeling cranky and they say it's mood swing.
Truth is, if you still stay, with your phone or laptops or whatever, and you still do screen time till very early in the morning, you have already jeopardized the hours of your restorative sleep.
True.
Because your body produces melatonin. The pineal gland produces melatonin that puts you to sleep. And there's a normal circadian rhythm, a normal sleep-wake cycle. So you've already disrupted it, because you're not sleeping when you're expected to sleep. And cortisol builds up rapidly in the early hours of the morning and peaks around 8 a.m. That gets you ready for the day. And it's a stress hormone. That's why when people check their blood pressure in the mornings, you can have a spike of your blood pressure in the morning because of that cortisol rise. So it's very important that you know that if you are depleting your hours of sleep because of screen time, either because of work or for some people is social media or whatever, you are only doing yourself a lot of disservice, because at the end of the day, your energy levels would pay for it. Your concentration would pay for it. Your ability to focus, your ability to remember things clearly would be affected. And it's also necessary for you to know that your eyes, the strain on your eyes, that thing is real, it's for real. When you see people saying that their eyes are twitching involuntarily, yes, stressors like you not sleeping well, prolonged screen time have been associated with it. And it's very important for you to also know that if you really want to stay active mentally for a very long time and you don't want people around you to run away from you either because you are cranky or irritable, get enough sleep. Because I personally know that if I don't get enough sleep, I am very cranky and I'm very irritable. And I know that happens to a lot of people too.
A lot of people.
Because there's a way you feel when you're not well rested and you know you have a big day or
And they've already accepted it, like, that's how I am.
Busy day ahead of. Yeah, because it's habitual.
Yeah.
Because over time they're not sleeping well and their body makes them feel a certain way that is uncomfortable. And so any little thing around them, their tolerance for anything is very thin. So, you know, people ask, it can even be as little as maybe somebody asks you a question once and you answered and probably the person didn't hear you and said, please, can you come again? You're already triggered and you are just exploding like that. So it's very important for us to know that if you want to have a healthy mood, you want to be healthy mentally and emotionally, you need to be well rested and you need to take vacations. Very necessary. I'm speaking to myself here too. You know, you need to take vacations. You need the needed rest. You need a break from your regular routine.
Yeah.
Because it is not necessarily anything luxurious, but it's something for your health and your well-being. You need to cut out yourself from that environment that takes so much from you. You need to remove yourself from there and go to a place that is serene, a place that, you know, brings you closer to nature, that makes you feel that, oh, that burden of work is on one side for now.
There
So
are
you
even
let
some
it down
people
for a while.
that feel like if they leave work, the world will end. Things will go on without you.
No.
So
For
you
me,
better
no, for me, I don't even take that. I don't even take that. When I hear somebody telling me in the hospital that the reason I've not come for my health check is because of work. The reason I didn't come to pick up my refill medication is because of work. You know you're supposed to be on a drug. The drug has finished 2 weeks ago and you were not able to come for 2 weeks. You stopped your drugs because
of work.
My only answer is, fine, you've missed for 2 weeks. If something happens to you now, you drop dead. That work would only give you 1 minute silence, maybe a few condolence visits to your family, and that is the end of it. And the moment you are in that ground 6 feet under, trust me, even before you're buried, you already have a replacement. And people would only talk about you maybe for like a month. And after
She was
that,
a good person.
very hardworking. Look at all the awards won. Fantastic staff, meritorious years of this and that, all the accolades and all that. But it's all to no avail because at the end of the day, the person is gone.
Yeah.
And at the end of the day, the people to lose are you, the deceased, and your loved ones. So why do you want to put your loved ones in that kind of situation? And even if you do not die, you can be permanently incapacitated. If you have a stroke, for instance, the much they can do is pay you a few visits, buy some baskets of fruits a few times.
Life goes on.
And then they tell you, okay, in 3 months' time, maybe if you get better, you can come back and God help you, you don't get better in 6 months. They tell you, oh, God, I think just go and take care of yourself. When you're well, just let us know. And if you're not well after a year, it's just like, it's so unfortunate. We just need to move on. You know, the organization just needs to get a replacement and all that. So who suffers at the end? You and your loved ones.
Yes.
So please, we must prioritize our health above everything. Your health comes first.
You are the priority.
First, above everything, above your source of income, because that is the only thing that can guarantee a sustained source of income.
Funny how just one particular sickness can take down all of your life savings.
You know, we talked about this before. All it takes to bankrupt you is a strong illness.
You know, even things like dialysis, constantly going through that.
When you're doing like 3 sessions per week, and you know how much it is, it's not cheap. Minus medications, minus follow-up, minus consultations.
Yes.
And then if you also need some other procedures, wow, you can imagine how heavy that is. And if you do need a transplant, of course, it's in the millions. And that is even if you have a donor already, and not just a donor, a compatible donor. So it's you don't want to meet yourself there. It's just too horrible.
Right.
So please let us be proactive. Let us, you know, put all our efforts towards preventive care and not be looking for cures when something horrible has already happened. Because the truth is, life would indeed move on. It would only be you and your loved ones that will bear the brunt of it all. Organizations, you know, they love you for what you bring to the table. They love you for your contributions.
Your value, yeah.
Yes, and all that. But you should also do that bearing in mind that your life comes first. You were first a family person or an individual before you joined that organization. Sure. And if you leave that organization, you still have a life. Okay? Yeah. You still have that. You can get other opportunities. But if you wreck the very life you have, You look behind you and that organization is nowhere to be found, trust me.
Wow, wow, wow. This was a really, really interesting conversation. This just brings us to the fact that your health should be your priority, really. Today we've learned that Nigeria's health crisis is not only medical, it is as well very social and personal. Thank you so much, Dr. Charles Adeogun. This was a really, really amazing conversation. Thank you for watching Health Check on SLTV channel 264 and on YouTube via Vop TV Live. I am Praise Peters, and do not forget that you should take responsibility, you should stay informed, you should stay healthy deliberately. And until next time, please stay alive. See you next week.
Hey guys, it's your girl Arika of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked. Don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post them and who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi people, Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomowatebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Folu Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nzeye,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People television.
TV.
Love ya.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Food remains one of the most powerful tools in maintaining health and preventing disease. As the commemoration of World Registered Dietitian Nutritionist Day, nutrition experts and healthcare professionals are drawing attention to the role of proper nutrition in improving the quality of life. The event, themed Discover the Power of Nutrition, highlights how food choices can influence lifespan, productivity, and overall well-being. Speakers note that balanced diets that include fruits, vegetables, adequate water intake, and controlled portions can help reduce the risk of several health conditions. They warn that unhealthy eating habits and excessive consumption of processed foods continue to contribute to a growing number of non-communicable diseases, including obesity, cardiovascular disease, and hypertension.
Is when you get your diet right, you are physically and mentally alert, which you know that eating healthy is one of the master key of good health. Down to the hospital setting, they come in as clients. We have those on admission across board, from cradle to geriatric, which is the elderly people. So from the pregnant woman, for your child, for you to be healthy and the child to be healthy, and you come out having a bouncing and beautiful or handsome baby, you need the touch of a dietitian. That is in terms of a promotion of good health.
Experts also emphasize the important role dietitians play within the healthcare system, particularly in providing specialized nutritional care for patients who are unable to feed normally.
We need to improve on our policy. We need to improve on our policy. We need to make sure that food is one of the highest allocation is given to food in the policy. 1, 2, during the policy for nutrition, nutritionists, dietitians should be included in this policy making table, because we are the ones that actually knows where the feet is pinching. We are with the grassroots. We know them. We see them. They come to us. Some of them, we know the reasons why some of this thing is happening. So with this, we can actually tackle this thing. The second thing is that we need to train more of nutritionists and dietitians in Nigeria.
Beyond hospitals, nutrition advocates say that raising awareness about healthy eating habits remains key to building a healthier population. They add that schools, institutions, and communities must work together to promote better nutrition practices.
And the message we have out there is that nutrition is the bedrock of healthy living. If we talk about people being healthy to go about their businesses and being away from disease, out of disease, you have to make your nutrition a top priority in your life. So when you get the nutrition right, it takes care of every health condition as well as healthy living.
For organizers of the event, the goal is to encourage greater recognition of the role institution and nutrition plays in everyday health and national development.
Just like the way they normally say that information is power. So we want to empower people all on the aspect of malnutrition. When I say malnutrition, we have undernutrition, we have overnutrition. And when we talk about malnutrition too, some can resort to health challenges. You understand? And even excessive to overnutrition resort to health challenges. When we talk about malnutrition, many of us, our understanding is about the children, it's about the toddlers. Fine, they have it on the side. We have that challenges, and we want them to get information. If they are rightfully fed, if they are adequately fed, they will say every child is not expected to sleep in an hospital. If it is not a kind of a epidemic kind of situation that is happening, every child should stay at home, come for hospital for just checkup or immunization, and go back home and live healthy. So, but for the adults too, you discover a lot of adult-related health challenges. They are diet-related challenges. We want to talk about hypertension. We want to talk about diabetes. We want to talk about obesity. We want to talk about renal-related. Renal-related condition. When we say renal, we have acute, chronic till you get to the end stage. Depending, it's about liver cirrhosis or fatty liver or disease, or even alcoholic fatty liver. So a lot of health challenges that people are having. If we want to talk about the common in our client, which is malaria, it is hemolysis. Hemolysis, that the red blood cell is being destroyed, and we have a nutritional anemia, and we have anemia on its own too. And one of the things you see many people after treating malaria, they say they need a blood tonic too. So a lot of things that this program we address. If Nigeria embrace this profession, if Nigeria put this profession in the appropriate place, put us where we belong, encourage us, we are ready to give out our best. And we have people, we have professors, we have doctors, we have professionals that are practicing day in and day out, that have current knowledge about what is happening. But if the environment does not encourage, then you are unnecessarily overworked, you are unnecessarily short-staffed, then you become weary, because how will you? Knowledge is not static. You need to be improving in knowledge every now and then. So what this program is the message trying to pass across is that individual can actually live healthy, and those that are having health challenges too can also maintain it. If it is uncurable one, if it is the one that they need to manage, they can also live healthy with the knowledge of nutrition gotten from the appropriate quarters, from the expert, because it is like a medicine. You need to review, you need to come for follow-up, we need to make assessment. It is not a one-time thing. So, and it's not surgery. And if it's not surgery too, you have to come for follow-up for the site, for the operation that has been carried out, for the surgeon to ensure that everything is working out fine. And for it to working out fine too, nutrition is needed, because the wound will still need to be healed. Then you need a vitamin C, you understand. You need a protein, replenishment of tissues, and then you need adequate iron supply, so that everything will go. You need a vitamin A for the epithelial tissue, for everything to work effectively. So that is what we are here, and that is the message we are passing out. And on the topic, discover the power of nutrition. I'm so much interested in this year program because it has a very powerful thing, and we want the world to know about it.
Participants were also taken through simple physical exercises, highlighting the importance of combining good nutrition with active living for improved health outcomes.
All over the world, every dietitian is celebrating this month as our month where we create more awareness about the goodness of nutrition, right? The goodness of food. Everyone you see here, majority of people you see here are professionals of nutrition and dietetics, where the group that have been equipped with the knowledge of passing right nutrition information to the people of the world, right? So here today, we want people to know that there's power in nutrition. We want people to know that with good food, you can prevent illness. It's not just about eating, it's about eating smart, eating right, and eating well, so that you can be able to achieve the maximum nutrients benefits from the foods that you are consuming. 7, 8, 9, and 10.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial.
My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was who. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Education is a privilege that must be honored and elevated because it remains the strongest hope for citizens. This powerful statement by Nigeria's Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, highlights the critical role education plays in national development and the future of young people. Good afternoon and welcome to another edition of Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television, the program where we take a critical look at developments in the education sector, analyze policies and reforms, and spotlight innovations shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond. I'm Matthew Ogunswada. On today's program, we'll examine frameworks for youth development and explore how young people can be equipped to drive meaningful change in the society. Additionally, we will also bring you top stories in Nigeria's education sector. But first, let's begin with our opening conversation of the day. Nigeria's Vice President Kashim Shettima has called for a deliberate and forward-looking framework for youth leadership development, describing it as critical to sustainable national progress. He made this known at the Abuja Dialogue 2026, convened by the Office of the Vice President in collaboration with the Lateef Jakonde Leadership Academy. The Vice President stressed that Nigeria's future will not depend solely on natural resources, but on strong systems that ensure leadership continuity and national development. He added that leadership can no longer be accidental, but must be intentionally nurtured through structured pathways that prepare young people for responsibility. He also urged young Nigerians to embrace discipline, preparation, and a clear sense of national purpose. Meanwhile, the Lagos State Governor, Babajide Sanwo-Olu, called for a stronger commitment through clear policies, adequate funding, and the political will needed to translate good intentions for youth into functional institutions. Now, joining me to discuss this is Okpeoluwa Taiwo. Okpeoluwa Taiwo is the Executive Director of Africa Bridge Initiative. Good afternoon, Okpe, and thank you so much for joining me on the program.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me.
Thank you so much for coming. All right, joining me virtually is Odetayo David Mayowa. Odetayo David is a project manager and the founder and executive director of Ivy Lead, a youth-focused organization committed to raising the next generation of ethical leaders across Nigeria and Africa. Good afternoon, David, and thank you so much for joining me on the program. You can please unmute your device. All right, let me begin this conversation from the studio. Okpeoluwa, thank you so much for joining me on the program. The Vice President has called for a structured youth leadership approach. How significant is this Vice President's call for a structured approach to youth leadership development in Nigeria today?
Youth development structure in Nigeria will look at the totality of the framework of the terminology called youth. You know, when we talk about youth, especially according to the United Nations, we're talking about the age bracket of between 15 to 25. But, you know, in Nigeria space, we are looking at between 15 to 35, thereabout, for Nigeria as a country. So now what we are looking at the holistic development of that framework called the youth. So we're also looking at their participation. We're also looking at their internal structure. So what does that mean? Their inbuilt structure. That is who they are as an individual. Because we are looking at a structure, we are talking about the national structure. But before you look at the national structure, what about the individual structure? Because a negative structure of an individual will culminate into a negative national structure. Like we say in the banking and finance, we say before you talk about national finance, before you talk about public finance, you look at private finance. So the same thing with the youth. So like what the Mr. Vice President Senator Kashim Shettima is talking about, looking at that structure, we must also look beyond the political statement when it comes to youth development. So what do I mean? You know, in 21st century, especially in Africa, we've been seeing more of youth palliative development instead of youth structural development.
So I want you to emphasize, what's the difference between youth palliative and then youth structural development?
So when we talk about youth palliative, we are talking about giving out palliative instruments instead of giving out a structural system. So there's a difference between instrument and a system. The instrument can never last. The instrument is just a taste, where the system is a what? It's a structure. It's a sustainable structure. When we're talking about palliative, we are talking about a short-term programs for the youth. We are talking about a short-term instrument. For instance, when you're having, you gather, let's say, like about 100 farmers, and you're giving them some, let's say, tractors and the rest. Do you know the value of that tractor? How can you multiply the monetary value of that tractor in the next 5 years? All right? So you can see that there's a difference between what? That structural development away from the palliative system that we have as of today. So I'm happy, I'm excited, and I'm sure more than 40 million Nigerian youth are excited that this is coming from one of the highest offices in Nigeria, that we need a structural development for the youth. And we have to be intentional about it. And good enough, he has spoken about the political will, like the governor of Lagos State has also spoken. But we must look beyond all of this policy. Where is the action coming from? And don't forget also, when we are looking about the action, we are talking about the participation. We are talking about the holistic development. That holistic development cannot come from the government. That holistic development starts from me as a youth.
Meaning that change begins with me.
Change begins with me. So you cannot be talking about holistic development when you yourself, you are not ready to develop yourself emotionally, psychologically, financially.
So what does it mean to develop oneself emotionally, psychologically, and then financially? What does it mean, especially as it applies to today's youth? And then what does a deliberate and forward-looking framework for leadership development practically mean for the country?
All right, for an average youth, when we talk about self-development in terms of structural leadership development, because when you are having that strong self-development, then you are ready for a sustainable leadership succession plan in the country. But beyond that, who are you individually? How do you develop yourself? You look at the educational pattern. And educational these days is beyond just going to university. It's beyond going for masters. You can have masters and not add value. So many people have PhD, but they are not adding value. So you need to understand, the first thing is to understand, what is my challenge as an individual? As a youth, what is my challenge? The first stage is to identify your challenge. When you identify your challenge, then you can understand the challenge of the community. Because if you don't understand your own challenge, you cannot solve community problem. Because national development begins from what? From the community. You can't just jump one day and say, I want to solve national problem, where you are not making impact in your own community. And for you to make impact in your own community, it means that you have also made an impact in your own life. And how do you do that? You go for what? Self-education. Beyond classroom education. You also go for what? Mentorship. Structural mentorship. Mentorship by books. Mentorship by reading. Mentorship by studying. I have mentors that I've never met. But I study their books. I read their books. I read their projects. I also study their programs, both online and offline. So you have to be intentional as an individual, because no one gives leadership to an idle man. Leadership is never given. You take leadership as a result of your preparation, because preparation is the order of what? Manifestation. And that is not just a mantra. It is an intentional statement that before any manifestation, there must be what? Intentional, adequate, and what? Personal development. So the youth must take ownership of ourselves. When you take ownership of your own structure, then you can understand the meaning of community structure. When you take ownership of your own structure, then you can understand the meaning of state structure. When you take ownership of your own structure, then you can understand the meaning of national development structure, even for Nigeria as a country.
So you mentioned something earlier, that people can have certain qualifications and not add values. So how do you think we need to have the right qualification and then add the right values to the country?
The right qualification, the right value. What is your own individual value? Do you have integrity? Do you have capacity to learn? No, learning is not easy, like people say. Learning is not easy. You have to develop the capacity to learn, capacity to assimilate. Maybe you are a tailor. Maybe you are a mechanic. Are you ready to learn more? Are you ready to understand the meaning of AI in the place of what? Mechanical engineering. Are you ready to learn AI in the place of fashion designing? Because fashion designing in the 21st century is beyond carrying pencil and tape rule. It's beyond that. Are you ready to learn 3D, 4D as an architect? So you can see that having that paper qualification with your value, that is what makes you prepared. Because if that value is not there, in terms of cultural value, in terms of your norms and your value, in terms of your character capacity determines your sustainable development as a youth. Because leadership begins with what? Character, capacity, and structural independence as a youth. With that, you mean that you are ready to learn. You are open to learn. You are ready to pay the sacrifice. You are also ready to do what? To go extra mile.
Are there cardinal demands for sustainable development? What would you explain to a layman, the definition or the meaning of sustainable development? And how does it apply to today's digital age?
For a layman out there, sustainable development is talking about this is where you are and this is where I'm going. And this, I need to do A, B, C, and D to get to this point. And when I get to this point, those learning curves will sustain me at that point.
Are there practical examples?
All right.
Sustainable development goals?
All right. So we're talking about zero hunger. We're talking about what? Quality and free education. All right. We're talking about sustainable partnership for the development. All right. We're talking about quality health. We're talking about well-being. So you are moving from one point to the last point. But before you get to that last point, there are processes you must follow. If you don't follow that process, you will not get to sustainable development. You're only getting to end points. Like the Machiavelli said, that the end justifies the means. But in sustainable development goal, the end does not justify the means. It is the process that justifies your character, your capacity, your competency. It is the process you have followed. Because that process will sustain the results you are getting. So without following that process, even as a nation, so many policies we are jumping into it. We are not following the process. the process of policy formulation, the process of formulist aggregation, the process of policy forecasting, policy projection, policy budgeting. So these are processes you are going to follow, even as a nation. Because if you are looking at youth development in Nigeria, what are the processes we are ready to follow? If we are ready to follow that process, then we are ready for what? Sustainable development goals. But if we are not ready to follow those processes, what are we doing? We are building a temporary palliative instrument for the youth. And that is not sustainable development. That is pure what? Palliative. That will not take us what? To the promised land as a nation.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, David, and thank you so much for joining me on the program.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me now?
Definitely.
Thank you.
So we are talking about the fact that the Vice President has called for a more collaborative approach in the country. Now, the Vice President says leadership cannot be accidental. How can institutions ensure intentional grooming of young leaders?
Very good. And so, firstly, I say a big thank you to the Vice President for taking the mantle to really speak to us, we the youth, and trying to tell us that there's so much we can do. Dental leadership has been one of the biggest problems Nigeria has, because there has not been any laboratory, there have not been institutions that take care of youth in Nigeria to ensure sustainability when it comes to leadership. We get to see that there is no continuity when it comes to leadership in Nigeria. We get to see that the pathway to leadership is of favoritism and not of potentials. And we get to see that the youth are not on the table when it comes to decision making. And we get to see the people who are actually going, the people above the youth age. From the National Youth Policy, the definition of youth starts from the age of 15 to 35. But hence, we get to see people who are actually handling the matters of the youth, but they are not actually youth. Now, how can we actually ensure that there's sustainability? One, we have to ensure that there is adaptability. Adaptability in the sense that we need to learn, unlearn, relearn, to ensure that all the policies are not just mere documents, fancy documents. These are going to ensure and help us that we have a good GPRS, yes, to lead us, guide us, to ensure that the youth are actually on the table to also make this decision, to imply this decision, to ensure that they are also being taught. How can we also make this happen? To ensure that there is much collaboration. Collaboration in the sense that we need ourselves. Collaboration in the sense that the government cannot do it alone. Government can make the policies. Government can make the environment a nice one. But we need the private institution to also be involved. How involved? Because we know that they have the tools. How can they be involved? We know that they have the manpower. How involved? We know that they can do the training and ensure that the mentorship of these youth are visible and evident.
Interesting development here. I wanted to ask David, because you talked about collaboration, which is quite significant. Yes. In what ways can government and private institutions collaborate to build strong leadership pipelines?
So, you know that policies are one thing, budgets are also another thing. Now, to ensure that these things can happen for collaboration, one, the government needs to look deep into the work ethics of the private organizations. The government needs to ensure that policies that are made from their own end, it's encouraging and it is also going to create environment for the private institutions and government organizations, CSOs, to ensure that these organizations are thriving strong. Policies would not pay for the training halls. Policies will not pay for the mentorship. But I bet you when we have good policies that ensures that these people can have a tax break, and the private organization comes together with their expertise and the funds, they can collaborate with the government that have the policies and makes the policies and ensure that this environment can work for the youth. Not all environments can work for the youth. We have 70% of the Nigerian populations as we speak today are the youth. But how do these things that they do, these innovations that they do, apply to the collaboration, apply to the policy, apply to the growth of the country. It means that the government needs to understand that we need to come to a consensus and have a handshake between the private organization and the government parastatals. Creating policy, creating environment, putting the youth on every table to actually play as assistant or deputy to the government parastatals or government firms that are handling these organizations. So now these young ones, one, will learn, two, will see how things are done, they will be trained, and when it's time for them to make policy or handle these positions, we would know that the collaboration between them is not just going to be one off, it's going to be a continuity that has already been established. Institutionalization has been the major issues where we do not have collaboration.
Let's talk about young Nigerians, David. Young Nigerians, what do you think young Nigerians can do to position themselves to take advantage of leadership opportunities like you've mentioned? How can young Nigerians position themselves to take advantage of such leadership opportunities?
They need to have skills. They need to learn. They need to learn new skills. There are skills that are in demand and there are skills that are growing. Not all skills can actually function this age and time that it was learned and used in the past 10 years. Before we were talking about administration, we were talking about paperwork. Now people are talking about AI. And whether you like it or not, AI is here to stay. AI is here to stay. So you need to learn the in-demand skills and the demand skills to help you that would help the youth to function as leaders. Leadership is not a position, it's a responsibility you accept. So if you accept a responsibility, it means that you're ready to learn. Like my other colleague there said, Mr. Opeyemi, he said something about self-development. There is no way you can function without improving yourself on a daily. We say in my organization, we say that leadership is a long-time learning. For a leader, you must learn every day. If you don't learn every day, you will be as the old newspaper. Secondly, you need to volunteer. You don't learn these skills from the school. Most of the things we learn in school, they are really oral. And that is why most people prefer polytechnic graduates than university graduates, because these people put in the work. So what are we saying? For you to actually learn, for you to position yourself for the greater work and the greater things that is happening in Nigeria and in Africa as a whole, you need to volunteer. Volunteer. Ensure you give in your best. Not for the freebies, not for anything, but for you to learn and gather the experience. I can tell you that I'm a testimony of volunteering, because you volunteer and learn things ordinary you won't even learn. It is in the doing you learn and you put into practice whatever you've learned.
In fact, thank you so much for emphasizing volunteering, because even the Lagos State Commissioner for Youth, that's Mobolaji Ogunlende, at a specific seminar, he mentioned that is a product of volunteering, and that is what actually gave him that position where he's occupying now. So thank you for emphasizing the role of volunteering in the youth development and polity. But the Abuja Dialogue serves as a platform for critical conversations on leadership and development beyond discussions. Do you think that individuals and organizations must take deliberate action? And then how can organizations translate such conversations into tangible impact?
Yes, the Abuja Dialogue was one great invention or conversation or town hall meeting that has happened, and I really commend the Lagos State government. It is very important that this does not just end here. Institution needs to ensure that these things is not just a mere saying, because if it is a mere saying, we wouldn't actually get to the positions we're meant to get to. Like the governor of Lagos State rightly said, he said something very profound, and he said that if the institutionalization and the government and the people do not put in the work, all the things that will be said here will just be mere saying. So we need to get and ensure that the youth are involved. We need to ensure that organizations ensure and see that they are seeing themselves in these policies. It is one thing to hear these policies, and it is another thing for you to start something that will benefit organization. It is one thing for you to also be there to play a role and not just complain. Now, how can government and organizations benefit from stuff like this? Now, one of the things that I would encourage people to do and organizations to do is to ensure that they put in mentorship works, they put in frameworks like the Latif Jakonde Academy. We get to ensure that we see that they are bringing up leaders, forming institutions, and ensuring that people are being taught, trained on the leadership position. And likewise, Ivy Lead, I Volunteer for Leadership Organized Foundation, is also carrying out a program called Unleash Your Leadership Potential Conference. Last year, we were able to carry out this conference presently in Abuja, and we had 200 participants. What we had there was a hands-on mentorship session. We did observation, mentorship by observation, we did mentorship by training, we did mentorship by posterity, mentorship by reading, and also we had a boot camp. Now, a 6-month boot camp that we had physically and online, virtually, where we had 50 people who actually graduated, because it is one thing for you to participate in an organization program, and it is another thing for you to also graduate. We had 50 of them, and we can tell you half of those numbers as we speak are playing good roles in different organizations as interns that is helping their whatever they have learned in that boot camp. That's what they are putting in those non-profit organizations and other organizations that they are doing internship. Hence, we are saying that this is how we can institutionalize these things, this policy, and ensure that people are learning, ensure that people learn and put it into practice, ensure that the youth are actually putting all the things that they have learned into the everyday life, being a problem solver and also being a policy and decision maker in wherever they find themselves.
In your view, how can we be problem solvers? And then what key leadership traits must today's youth possess to remain relevant and effective in a rapidly changing society?
1, you need to ensure that you're taught, you're teachable. If you're not teachable, you can't actually have a leadership trait. Secondly, you need to have empathy. Empathy is the key of leadership. If you don't have empathy, there is no way you can be a leader. How can you lead when you do not feel the pain of people? How can you lead when you do not actually see from the lens of the people you're leading? How can you lead when you do not accept this responsibility? Empathy means that you're leading from the point of view of the masses that you're leading, which means that for you to be a leader, you need to have empathy. In Ivy League, we said that leadership is not a position. It is you leading from the peak of the pack, which means that you do not direct people to go to where they are going to, but you are actually taking the moves. You're leading from the behind and leading from the front. Wherever you're leading from, you're taking the lead. That is why it is so obvious that you do not lead by saying, you lead by doing. And ensuring that you are a leader, you need to actually have the trait of service. If you do not have service as your core mandate, definitely you won't be able to lead, because leaders are servants. Ensuring that you have characteristics like sacrifice, like discipline, like resilience, like influence, like having the skills that is needed for you to function at that time, and ensuring that you can lead because you learn to lead. You're not born a leader, because whether you lead a demography, there is definitely going to be a time that you're going to have a different demography that you would have to lead. Nigeria have 6 geopolitical zones, 774 local governments, and different tribes. How can you lead all these people, and for one tribe not to feel left out? You need to lead by understanding their pains and ensure that you put all of them into consideration when policies are being made. Please, can you help me with the second question? I know I just responded.
Yes, I was talking about the traits that people must possess to remain relevant. The traits, the leadership traits.
leadership traits. I just made mention of 7 characteristics you need to have as a leader. One, you need to ensure as a leader you must have empathy. Empathy is one of the traits you need to have. If you do not have empathy, you can't lead. Secondly, you need to have character. Character. Character of you being loyal, character of you being teachable, character of you being responsive, not reactive, character of you being ensured that you listen and have a growth mindset. To be frank, for you to actually be relevant, you need to have a growth mindset. We have 2 types of mindset. We have a fixed mindset and a growth mindset. If you as a leader do not have a growth mindset, your ideology will become authoritarian and people wouldn't want to follow you. Leaders are meant to create leaders, not only followers. For anyone who is a leader that cannot create and make leaders, that person is not a good leader. For a leader to have a trait, you need to be able to create and influence others to see the vision. Let us know the why. Why are you doing this? That is one thing that can help you create more leaders and for your vision to be embedded and to be relevant. Fourthly, you need to have skills. Skills is one thing you need to ensure that you create and you make and you involve yourself to get. Because skills does not come while sitting idle. Skills come when you pay the price. Many people want to actually be up there, but they don't have the price and do not want to pay the price. And that is why we have to see so many youths doing some menial jobs because they don't want to pay the real price. There are prices that you pay now that would help you in the next 10 years. There are prices you pay now that would just sit for 6 months. And I believe that staying for 6 months would not actually stay and help you to be relevant. Relevance means that you have to stay for a long time. Long time. It means that you need to evolve as time comes on. You need to move as time comes on. I used to say that clarity is progressive. How is clarity progressive? You ensure you learn, unlearn, relearn. This is a trait that can help you stand tall wherever you find yourself.
Learn,
and lastly, I will talk about.
Okay, please go ahead. I wanted to capitalize on learn, unlearn, and relearn, but please go ahead with your conversation.
Oh, let's go there. Let's go there. So, learn. There is something you know as we speak, but there are different dimensions that could come from different persons, which means that when listening to people, not hearing them, when listening to leaders, you need to see the perspective they are coming from. Not everybody can come from the same perspective we are coming from. We are all human, so we have different mindset, different views. So you need to ensure that you have a growth mindset for you to learn when someone else is speaking. They might not be speaking to your own opinion, but you need to listen, not hear them. Listen to learn what they are saying, which means at that point of when you're listening to the person that is speaking, you can unlearn the old tradition or old things that you have actually learned before. Like I made an instance of saying that the way things are being done, the way administration, let me use administration as an example. Administration was run before now with paperwork, typewriters, so on and so forth. But right now, administration, you get to hear executive administration. You get to hear that virtual assistants. They are still doing the administration we are talking about, which means that for you to be able to be relevant, you need to learn how to do this virtual assistant, EA, executive assistant. Now, doing it using the technology that is existing as we speak.
All right.
You can't type it with typewriter, but right now you can type with your phones, take records with your phones, get AI to help you do a recording of what you're doing, what your boss is saying, keep records, use Google Calendar, use so many platforms that can help you make this work easy and ensure that your boss, his work is easy. So
and then you wanted to mention something about network, David.
Network is literally everything I speak to you right now for. Because your skill and your connection would work together. Because of the people you know would actually recommend you, would actually put a voice for you. And that is why relationships are very important. What relationships do we have? How do we maintain the relationships we have? Because without networking, I tell you, no one will be where they are. Yes, your hard work will pay, but people are behind you talking about you. So, like the popular saying says, if you have 9 goats and 1 sheep, eventually the sheep will start behaving like the goats. So now, for the sheep not to behave like goats, it needs to stay close and move around where sheep are, not where goats are. It means that your network is your net worth. Your value is what and who you hang around.
Your network.
Tell me you want to be.
This guy.
Tell me you want to be around. You want to be a politician. You want to be a governor.
And you don't belong to any political party.
And you don't belong to a political party.
Or you don't even have a political godfather if you are in Nigeria.
You don't have a political. You get it. Yeah. So how do you want to tell me that you want to be a governor? It doesn't fly from the sky. You have to become a bona fide member of a political party, have a voter's card, have a voice. You belong to a strategic ideology because ideology makes political parties. So how do you get this when you are not even part of a system? This is where we're talking about institutionalization. This is why we're talking about education. This is why we're talking about leadership, because all of this net works together for you to become whatever you want to become and being in the right room.
And then people speaking for you.
That is how we make network work.
Yeah, which is part of the important conversation regarding network. I think it was Alvin Toffler that said that the literacy of the 21st century is not those who fail to read and write, but those who fail to learn, unlearn, and relearn. And you have actually emphasized and touched on the importance of learning, the importance of unlearning, and the importance of relearning as well as network. Thank you so much, David. Let me just move this conversation to the studio because Apollo has been looking at me and he wants to say something. What do you think should be the measurable impact that Nigerians should expect if this leadership framework are properly implemented? What should we look out for to ensure that leadership framework is properly implemented in Nigeria?
You're looking at the expectation of the Nigerians, and especially the youth also. So the youth are expecting so much from the
government.
So much is given,
much is expected.
Much is expected. So if 70 million Nigerian youths are voting for you to be in power, so they are looking for affordable data. Because as of today, data is expensive. Data is killing. It's expensive. So the youths are looking for what? Accessible and affordable data so that they can have more access in terms of online learning. For so many of my brothers and sisters, they're in Borno State, they're in Jigawa State, they're in Kwara State. They don't have access to Lagos State, they don't have access to Abuja. So how do they connect with Barack Obama? How do they connect with Donald Trump? The only way they can connect with Tony Elumelu is through what? It's through data. So if data is expensive, then leadership has failed. So the youth want accessible and affordable data.
Then in terms of youth employability and job creation, what do you think the government should do? And what do you think should be the role of citizens as well in terms of entrepreneurial development?
In the 21st century, looking for a job as a youth is a sin. I say that again.
In the 21st century, looking for a job as a youth is a sin.
You are being empowered academically to create jobs through the value you have gotten from your learning in the classroom. So your capacity from your school, from your institution, from your university, from your polytechnic, the capacity you have been given is to create jobs, not to look for jobs. So our conversation should not even go around about jobs. But how be it, the next stage is that if we are talking about entrepreneurship, then the government must create a roundtable for what do the youth also want in terms of entrepreneurship. Because when you talk of entrepreneurship, the first thing the government will be looking at is how to generate their tax and their revenue. That's the first thing the government will be looking at. But that's not what the youth are looking for. What are they looking for? They are looking for a what? A one-digit loan facility. They are looking for a moratorium credit facility, whereby you can give me, as a young graduate from the university, you can get a 5 million naira loan from either CBN, BOI, or whatever, or what have you. And in the next 3 or 4 years, you are expected to do what? Not to pay interest in the next 3 years, so that you can stabilize that business. Because we realize that an average business in Nigeria within 3 to 5 years dies as a result of what? Liquidity and credibility of the business. So for those young business not to die within 3 to 5 years, then we need a moratorium in terms of credit facility. That's what the youth are asking for. Then for them also to be sustainable in terms of those entrepreneurship, we also need what? Capacity building, structural capacity building. So if we have 20 agri experts or farmers in Lagos, 20 farmers in Kwara, can you bring 20 farmers in Kwara, 20 farmers in Borno State, 20 farmers in Jigawa State, 20 farmers in Benue State? Can you bring them together and teach them how to multiply the 5 million you're about to give to them into 25 million in the next 3 years in that same farmland? When you do that, what do you think will happen? That 5 million you're giving to them will not be a waste. But if that capacity building is not built into that moratorium 5 million naira, that 5 million naira will be what? Will be wasted. So capacity building plus moratorium what? Credit facility. You will see that the youth will not be going towards jobs seeking, but towards what? Entrepreneurship development. That is what? Sustainable, that is what? Seamless, and that is what? Profiting for the economy.
All right, David, what do you think youth should do in order to ensure that they contribute to sustainable development growth? You can unmute yourself, David. Please unmute yourself.
Apologies. So, firstly, you need to ensure that you're a problem solver. You take the problem solving mentality to apply to the solution you're trying to provide. One, you need to also know the policies that is speaking to the solution you're trying to provide. How do you understand the budget that is even structured towards the solution you're trying to do? Now, there is nobody that will give you funding for you not to actually do, for you to do what you want to do, but they will give you funding for you to try to provide solutions that they are also trying to provide. So, for you to understand that this is a very, very important thing for them to put at the back of their mind, is to see that we are unique in our solutions. Network with people that are already doing what you're doing, because there is no solutions you're trying to do or provide that someone else has not done before. Thirdly, ensure you connect, because visions are embedded in visions. So whatever you want to do, first of all, learn, get trained, understand how these are done. Everybody wants to be a CEO today. Everybody wants to be an NGO holder today, most especially the youth. But trust me, if the environment is not conducive for them, they will not be doing anything. Now, it is high time that we understand that youth are not the problem of the country. We need to see them as assets. Because sometimes the environment might not be even conducive for them to provide the solutions. You might even have a solution, but trust me, everybody is how to survive. So the youth needs to understand that there are policies and there are budgets and there are places that funds are available for them for that solution they are providing. So it means that they need to understand and connect to those places for them to actually have that solution, not to die in the 3 months of them founding and starting that solution.
Thank you so much, Odetayo David Mayowa. Odetayo David Mayowa is a project manager and the founder and executive director of Ivy Lead, a youth-focused organization committed to raising the next generation of ethical leaders across Nigeria. Thank you so much, David, for joining me on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me.
And I look forward to having you some other time.
All right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. Yeah. All right. In the studio, I have Okpeoluwa Taiwo, the executive director of Africa Bridge Initiative. Okpe, thank you so much for coming on the program, and we look forward to having you some other time.
Yeah, I pray that some other time I will still be in Nigeria.
All right, that's interesting. You're still watching Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. We'll take a quick break and return with top stories in Nigeria's education sector. Do join us again.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens. Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Join us on People's Voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns. Thank you.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
You blessed the boy, the girl is fine, of rice and beauty. Hello everybody, my name is Mike Abdul. Keep watching VOP TV. God bless you real good.
Hi guys, my name is Abiojuola, also known as Minister Abe. I just want you to keep watching VOP TV. God bless you.
Oretolu Amishe is a banger. My name is Yomi Olabisi Yomi Akpala. Keep watching VOP TV. Baba ti sọ̀rọ̀ mi dayọ̀, ẹ wá bá mi yọ̀, mo more. Thank you, Daddy. Hello guys, my name is Tosibi. Keep watching Vop TV, Vop TV. God bless you.
Mo gbé ọ̀gá o, mo gbé ọ̀gá o, olódodo lọ́nà gbogbo. Mo gbé ọ̀gá o. Hello, people of God. This is your favorite girl, Mosu Exalta. Keep watching Vop TV, and you will be blessed. Love you.
Etobi gan, Etobi Olua. Hello everyone, my name is T-Praise and I'm here telling you, keep watching Vop TV. Don't change that dial. We are here. Jesus is here. Glory.
How glory. Iru you see ways. Sure, don't mind my voice. I've gone so many places today. View. Okay, oh la la. Okay, wait. Hello, Lagos, Nigerians. My name is Minister K Wonder. Please keep watching Vop TV. Don't touch that out.
Glad to have you join us again. Let's now bring you top stories in Nigeria's education sector. The Minister of Education, Dr. Tunji Alausa, says no nation can achieve meaningful development without quality education, urging state governors to prioritize increased funding for the sector. He made this known during the commissioning of the GYB Model Science Secondary School in Nagazi, Adavi local government area of Kogi State. The minister commended Kogi State Governor Ahmad Usman Ododo for his commitment to education reform and prudent use of resources across key sectors. Dr. Alausa added that the Federal Ministry of Education is implementing reforms to strengthen technical education and promote girl-child education across the country. And to wrap up the news, let's tell you that the Media Career Development Network, in collaboration with the United States Consulate General, has trained journalists at the final phase of its journalism clinic themed technology and digital reporting. Speaking at the training, the executive director of the Media Career Development Network, Lekon Otufodunrin, alongside other facilitators, emphasized the need for journalists to embrace digital tools, adapt to emerging technologies, and uphold ethical standards in an evolving media landscape.
We are glad that many journalists share their lessons and insights on various platforms for the benefit of the journalists. Today, we are focusing on the important topic of technology reporting, which requires better understanding for journalists to report them better as they should. Virtually every aspect of our lives is now tech-driven, and we need to help our audience understand all they need to know about the various technological development they have to live with.
Technology is no longer a niche need. It is central to economic growth, governance, and daily life. For example, the global investment into artificial intelligence is now the largest capital investment across the world in human history. So that's pretty big. The United States, America, big tech companies will spend over $700 billion on AI infrastructure in 2026. $700 billion on AI infrastructure in 2026. That's a lot of money in a short amount of time. And in Nigeria, technology is also driving rapid expansion, fueled by fintech innovation, dynamic startup ecosystem, venture capital flows, and an emerging regulatory framework.
You need to know what the beat is that you're focused on, what are the foundational, and when you do your research, you'll know what the foundational words are, because the more you read, the more you see those words pop up in articles, in stories. So you take note of, okay, this thing is called, I've read 3 articles and they've used this particular term. I need to know what this term means. You may not use the term in that particular form, but at the very least, you need to be able to explain it when you're talking about the subject.
Something you could also do is to read the specialized publications. There's Tech Kaba here, there's Tech Point Africa here. There's even a US-based publication called TechCrunch. Yeah. Look at how those reporting are done, and you can replicate this in your own outlet.
Participants at the training also noted that the clinic has equipped them with practical knowledge on digital reporting, data verification, and multimedia storytelling. They added that the training has strengthened their confidence to navigate the fast-changing media environment.
People see the language, the tech terms as being ambiguous and all of that. But as journalists, from this, training, we've understood how we can simplify those terms, how we can let people relate with, the stories, and then how it affects them and bring technology closer to the people.
The emphasis on human angle of reporting, and this does not only, even though he was speaking from the angle of tech, it applies to every form of journalism, where anything you're writing must hit hard on the human interest aspect. How does it affect the common man? How does it affect the common people?
The key things I learned today is that stories are always about people, and regardless of the beat, regardless of what the story is about, there are always a human angle part, and it's always good to look into that part.
With this training, journalists are now better positioned to leverage technology, enhance their reporting skills, and deliver impactful stories to citizens. And that's a wrap on Edu Dialogue on Voice of the People Television. Today, we've examined framework for youth leadership development and explored how young people can be better equipped to drive meaningful change in the society. From policy discussions to entrepreneurial capacity building, it's clear that intentional investment in youth remains key to building a stronger and more sustainable future. For more insights and in-depth discussion, please subscribe to our YouTube channel. On YouTube, we are Voice of the People TV, and across all social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. If you witness news or events in your communities, we would love to hear from you. Please share your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos and videos with us via WhatsApp on 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom via email at news@vop.ng. I'm Matthew Obuswada. Join us next week as we continue to spotlight the ideas, policies, and people shaping Nigeria's education sector. Until then, stay informed, stay engaged, and remember that education is a privilege that must be honored and elevated because it remains the strongest hope for citizens. Thank you so much for watching. I'll see you the same time next week. Bye for now.
Ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing VOP TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. VOP TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy
that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not a spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
Welcome to another exciting episode of Market Today. My name is Obala Mesoma and I'm here at the Lagos largest thrift market. We are here to know about how traders are actually faring and how we can actually know the challenges that traders are facing in the thrift market business. We're also here to know how you can start up a thrift market business on your own. In case you don't know the market I'm talking about, it's Super Abulegwa Katangwa Market. Can you tell us what you're selling?
I'm selling okrika. I open all sorts of bales. Okay. But now, Tinubu, you don't scatter everything. Before, we dey chase ever 600 before, 650, 700, 800, we dey manage them like that. We dey use and buy market. But now, 2,740 to collect 1,000 Nigeria money. Shebi you still say e don kill us. Sever e don go up past dollar. So na the thing wey we see, we just dey push am. As you see me, I just make up, I no get money because I no wan look like my problem that is why I just dey do. I dey laugh, I dey do everything Tinubu don scatter everything. Now we shade, we no see person come buy market because the market too cost. The thing where we dey sell 200 before, now 1,000, 15. So now food money, then they find. Now to buy food stuff, buy orishirishi for house where children go eat. Now even their children waka naked, you don't concern them. May they just say okay, may they eat better food. Now in their body.
Can you tell us if somebody wants to start a tree business, how would the person go about it?
Before is good, though, it's very nice. But now, if you don't get money for 3 bay, no start time.
So how much is a bale now?
A bay, some bay 350, 400, 500. Like missing now, you go see am 600. 600 fine market. So if you want buy fine market,
from 600
from fine bale. But if you want buy raggy, where you go open the bale, you see all those people where they go cry, say, hey, I open bale, na lie you. Na money where they take go buy am o. No be say the bale na raggy. But some they go see better bale, they no go buy am. Then go they find lesser price. So as you see okrika business, as you owe money, now so you go take buy fine markets. No be say then they tie were inside you, but now your money go give you were, go give you better one. Very okay. Yes.
Thank you. Good morning, ma.
Morning, sis.
How are you doing today?
I'm fine, ma.
How are you? How is your business?
We thank God.
Please, what's your name?
My name is Winifred Oluwatobiloba.
And today we are on a particular project called Market Today.
Okay,
please,
ma.
Can you tell us how your business has been compared to other weeks?
We thank God, but these days there is no much sales. Even things are getting expensive than that of before, and people still believe that they need to buy it the ways they bought it before, which doesn't supposed to be so. But as the thing has been expensive, there is no much profit on it. Even the sales we make before, during these days, there's no much sales.
Okay. So you are trying to say that there's no more sales right now?
There's no sales. Things are too much expensive. Even the price we bought it, we are buying it before. As of these days, there's no much profit on it again.
So are you trying to tell us that dollar rate is affecting you guys?
Yes.
Very well.
Yes.
Okay. How do you feel like doing this business? Like, do it give you more joy? Like thrift business, do it give you more joy?
It gave me a lot of joy because as of now, even though you rent a shop to make the sales, it doesn't move in the shop. It doesn't move. But people believe that instead of them getting it around the street, they need to come to the market to purchase their goods. Even though they buy it the same rate at home, they prefer it better.
Okay. So how have you, like, if someone wants to start a business, a thrift business, what can you advise the person to do? What do you advise the person to do?
I would just advise the person that maybe if you have your money, you based on calculation, you know how much you gain as in your capital during a month or years after that, you know what you've done and your savings. So you don't believe that when you start a business and the business doesn't grow, so you have to know how it grows. You know your profits. Not when some people start a business, so if they have a reduction of their cash or reduction of the money that so they can just end it up like that. But you try to check your investments daily, check your investments all the time. So that's what I have to say.
So we are meant to have patience in thrift business.
Yes, not every time the sales goes well, but with due to the time it goes. So you have to endure.
What season of the year do you think that thrift business goes well?
During season, Christmas season, resumption of schools.
Okay.
So people change their children's ways. Resumption of schools.
Yes.
Festival. Yes. Even this so much of festival. Most specialists is moved during Christmas time, new season.
Good morning.
Good morning.
What is your name, sir?
My name is Kingsley Fine.
Can you tell us what you're selling?
I'm selling gym gown. Gym gown.
Okay, you do on thrift gym gowns?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So how much is this thrift gym gowns now?
4,000. Yeah.
4,000.
Yes, ma'am.
So how has business been for you since?
It's been good.
So you're booming?
Yes. But I'm also helping my mom to sell as well.
Okay, you're helping your mom to sell?
Yes, I'm helping my mom to sell.
And your mom's business is actually
Yes, I'm doing okay.
So since your mom started this business, since you say it's not your own,
yes.
So mom started this business, can you tell us any challenge that your mom has faced on this business?
Either you gain or you lose in market. This business, either you gain or you lose. She can buy bread now and the market is not fine. Okay. She will sell it like that and she will have lose like that and the market is not fine.
Okay, so she can order a bill, and when she opens it, it's not looking like what she ordered.
Yeah. And
so it's one of the challenges.
Yeah, that one of the challenges.
So someone that wants to start a thrift business, what advice can you give that person?
just stay focused and keep striving, keep hustling. You reach there.
So the person should have patience.
Yes, patience.
Keep striving.
Yes.
The person gets to the
You have faith in God that yes, I will make it.
So has dollar rate affected you guys' street business?
Yes.
In what way?
Like want to go and buy,
Yes.
like all those kind of things.
Yes.
That's the only I can understand from there.
Okay. So that's one of the challenges that you guys have.
Yes.
So you're trying to tell us that anyone that wants to start a street business is a good business to start.
Yes.
They are going to make
more gain.
Once you have
patience, yes.
Okay.
And have faith in God.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
Please, may we know your name?
I'm Okiki Esther.
So, Koki Esther, please, can you tell us what you're selling?
I sell ladies top.
Ladies top. So,
Okrika, thrifts.
Thrifts, you do thrifts. Please, can you tell us how your business has been going?
Anyways, we thank God, but due to the economy of Nigeria, it's now on the high side. Before, it was not as expensive as this. Based on the exchange rates, not only dollar, but this Cotonou exchange rates now. Before, Nigerian money has value more than Cotonou money, but now our money is valueless. So Cotonou money has taken over our home money when it comes to exchange rate.
How has dollar rate affected you guys?
Ever since increase, our dollar rate has affected everything. Aside from dollar rate, even this Cotonou money, which is CFAs, it has affected our business because we do shipping things from there. So their money has more value than Nigerian money now. So it has affected every business, especially this Okrika business, food stuff and other things.
So if someone wants to order a bill now, how much it is?
It varies. We don't have a fixed price. Each bill have their own prices. Do you understand?
Yes.
So we have bills for different ways. For top, we have London bill, we have the China bill. So it varies. It doesn't have a fixed price.
Okay.
But everything have been increased actually.
Okay. So if someone wants to start a street business, what advice can you give the person?
I will advise the person to have the knowledge. Just don't say, okay, so person is selling on Instagram, I want to start. Have the knowledge. Maybe you can pay to a vendor to train you, so you know how to pick. Then if you have to carry bill, maybe you have your money, you have enough money, capital to start. Just go through it. Let somebody impart that knowledge into you. You should know the in and out of everything so that you will not waste your money, because it's a very technical business. It's not what you can just jump into. At times, you might open the bill, it will be very okay. And at times, it will be off. It might not be fine because you are not seeing what is inside the market you are buying. You understand? Inside the bill itself. It's just try your luck. You understand what I'm saying? You will know the firm that are very good and there is no how you make your profits. So we have the boutique standard bill and then we have the normal bill that you can just open for general. That is not that expensive. So you understand? But if you have the knowledge, if you have somebody that puts you through, that you understand the business, so it won't be difficult.
So what do you advise the government to do for you guys doing trade business?
For the whole Nigerians, not for trade business alone. The economy. If the economy is okay, if our money is okay, like it has value, the way it used to be before, I think everything will be fine.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning.
Please, may we know your name?
My name is Fikayo.
Fikayo?
Yes.
So please, ma, can you tell us what you're selling?
What I'm selling.
You deal on thrifts.
Yeah.
So can you actually tell us how much you sell a thrift wear? Any of the thrift wear, whether it's a top, a skirt, a trouser?
Tops. I said it was 500 before, but now it's 2.5.
So that word you used before and now, it means that dollar rate has affected you guys.
Yeah.
So how well has dollar rate affected you guys?
Very well. Because before now, that was saying it's 500. That time we even see more game, but now 2.5. It's just 500 was still not top. Sometimes so because I say 2,000, they'll be like, okay, how many do you want to take? They'll be like, okay, they want to pack plenty, they want to resell. So they'll be like, okay, I can still give you 2.4. So we have to just reduce the price like that.
So dollar rate has affected you guys. So what can you tell me if someone wants to start a street business, like you there today, and I came to you and I said I want to start a street business, how can I go about it? Like I have no idea about it. How can I go about it?
First of all, the trip business is not even for the week. Let's just start from that one. It's not for the week.
Not for the week.
It's not for the week at all. It's not, because there's different type of trips like this now. You can actually pay money down for a trip for jeans now. They can give you skirts. You can see different type of market inside trips. Sometimes I'm selling pin down and I'm selling cotton bag there. I can just see gown. That's why you see gown. I can see other things inside the bill. So it depends, Sha.
So it's actually not for the week. That's the thing you're telling me.
You have to be strong, because if you open it, you'll be like, this is not what I bought, this is not what I ordered. There's another thing that giving me entirely. So
can you actually, like, if you want to buy a bill, how much do you think is like you can actually start with? You need to get a bill first.
Smallest bill. Smallest. I think they have to have like 150 to 200.
150 to 200 to the smallest bill.
Yes.
That's pricey. That's much.
It's very
much. So that means if you want to go for a bigger one, that's like you have to get up to 300 to 400,
350,
or even 350. That's big. So what do you advise the government to help you guys out trip? What do you advise the government to do?
The dollar rate should just come down first. Then we cannot know what else we want to continue with. But the dollar price is high, so high, very, very high.
So it's really affecting you guys.
Really affecting us.
Thank you. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
How are you, sir?
I'm cool. Are you?
How are you doing today?
I'm blessed. I'm fine.
Please, may we know your name?
My name is Mr. Favor No. I'm from Edo State.
Okay, that's very good. Please, can you tell us what you're selling?
I sell boyfriend jean, bun shorts, 3/4 jean, which is a boyfriend short,
Yes.
and a normal baggy jean as usual.
So how has business been for you lately?
Lately, it's not really good because the price of market now is far different from what we buy like last year to 2 years. You understand? Like the baggy jean of last year, we bought it 350,400, but out of this now we're talking about 700,000, 300,000 increase much. So it's not really be easy. And when customers are coming, so they are still using the old price. We're talking about the new present price now. So that is normally the challenges we are facing.
So,
and it just take courage and grace for you to convince them.
Okay, so dollar rate is affecting you guys.
So this is more than affect. If there's another need to call affect, then we have to add it more than affect.
Okay. If you want to start a trip business, what are you supposed to know?
Okay, if you want to start a business, one thing you need to know there, you have to go for the cost of the price first. Okay. Then look for a site you can sell your market. Yeah. At the same time, you need to groom your customers. Because nowadays, even the customer they are buying from us, we appreciate them. Yeah. Because it's not easy. Yeah. Nowadays, people prefer food more than wearing clothes. So
you have to eat first now.
You have to eat first. That is it. So we always appreciate and respect our customers because it's not easy to convince them. You understand me? So if you want to start a trip like this, then you need to go and ask for the cost of the price, the market first. Then try to groom your own customers and look for the space that is site. You can do your business. But at the same time, even though you are in the site, we always take the grace of God.
So if you want to buy a bill, how much do you think it is?
Then if you want to buy a bill now, like this boyfriend jean now, you should be talking about around 700,000.
700,000?
Yeah.
That's much.
That is much because although it's not to that price before, but even from where you buy it for them to carry to this place,
that's transportation.
That transportation that is safer. Yeah. So when you now convert safer to naira, you find out that the money then is a little bit big. Yeah. You understand? Like 1,000 safer now. It's like a 6 something or 5 something compared to Nigeria currency, so which is very, very disastrous.
So what do you advise the government to do?
Well, we are advising the government, not just advise, we are begging them.
Yeah, you are begging them.
We are begging them for them to bring the dollar rates down. That is the most important thing that is affecting the business because now when we travel to Cotonou or Togo to go and buy market, they are not collecting our naira. Yeah. They have been taking their dollar, that they are safer, all those to buy market. So when you now convert naira to safer, if you go with 700,000 in safer, we're talking about around 400,000 naira. So you are going to add extra money to go and buy. So we are begging the government of this country to bring down the price of dollar rates. It's really alarming. Let them help us and bring it down. Then we'll be very happy.
Good morning, ma.
Good morning, my sister.
May we know your name?
My name is Mrs. Faith Abiodun Ayoko.
Please, may you tell us what you're selling?
I'm selling household items, as in household clothing items like bed sheets, curtain, tablecloth, kitchen napkin, apron, foot mats, net curtain, all sort of anything kitchen and anything household clothing.
Okay, so you do on thrift household clothing.
Yes.
So can you tell us how much is any of the thrift household clothing?
Yes, like now the bed sheets, the bill of bed sheets now is varied. We have different types of bills for it. It starts from 100,000 per bill.
Whoa.
Yes. Then to 180,000
Per bill.
per bill.
So can you tell us that thrift business is a good business?
It's a good business, but what affects this business these days is the dollar, the rising of dollars. You know, when dollar is rise, definitely the cost of the market will go up. The reason is that, you know, we exchange naira to dollar, then dollar to sefa. Sure, you understand? We do buy from Cotonou. That's the Republic of Benin.
Okay. So has transportation been a problem?
Yes, transportation from that place is a problem. Then again, cost of transport, clearing to this place is another problem. So then exchange rates is the greatest problem.
Okay, exchange rates.
Yes, dollar rates. Yes.
So if somebody wants to start a trip business, what advice do you think you can give that person?
I would advise the person to come in because I'm not a stingy person. I want people to eat as I'm eating. It's a very good business. It's just nowadays that the dollar affects the business. Then again, there's no business that does not have risk.
Yes.
At times we open another bill, you see rag there. So once there is rag, you know there's nothing you can do.
Yeah.
But we still have hope that when we open another one, we find another one that is better. Then we use it to complement each other. So whenever you open a bill, you see good thing. Yeah. Then don't be too happy and don't understand. Yeah. Then when you open the bad one, then you can complement the two together.
So you're meant to have patience in street business.
Yes.
So what do you advise the government to do for you guys?
Yes, the government should please and do whatever they can do to bring down the exchange rates. In fact, that's the problem we have in this country. Yeah. And the petrol price. Yeah. Because, you know, petrol price affects transportation.
Yes.
That's just the major problem we are facing in this problem now.
Tell us what you are selling.
I'm selling fairly used, which is the thrift wares.
Selling fairly used?
Yes,
thrift wares.
yes.
So you're a deal on thrift wares?
Yes, please.
Okay, can you tell us how your business has been going?
For now, the business is managing for now, but we thank God for everything. It's not unlike before. Now the business is so slow. Things are not moving like it was before, and business now is so expensive. The more it is expensive, people cannot afford. So it's been a bit problem for we Nigerians, especially we the sellers, because this streetwear is we buy not even knowing what is inside. So when we bust it, whatever we see, we have to sell. So
it's a try and lock.
It's just try and lock.
Okay.
It's just selling by grace.
Okay, what kind of streetwear are you selling?
I'm selling the woody type.
Okay.
These are the types that I sell.
Okay.
For children and adults. These are the woody types. Okay. Something like this. I also deal with babies.
Babies wear?
Yes, the newborn babies.
Okay.
Do I show you the babies?
Yeah, you can show.
Okay, so then I deal with something like this. I'm sorry. Babies like this.
Okay, they're very nice. They're very pretty.
Something like this, baby jumpsuit for newborn.
Yeah.
So those are the wares that I sell for now.
So what's the transportation cost for you guys?
The transportation is so exorbitant that only the transport alone weighs down the business.
Whoa.
Because the more you go and come every day,
yeah,
to meet up is a big problem. And since there is no business, it affects the business.
Yeah.
Because most of the sales you made, which is the capital you make, is for transport. So that is why we are facing a bit problem in the business.
So if someone wants to start a thrift business, like this your baby clothes business and hoodies, like what do you advise the person to do?
For now, I will not even advise anybody to enter into it because Africa now does not even pay, except the person is on online business.
Serious?
I'm telling you, for now, business is too expensive to the cost of what people are buying because there is no money. Everybody wants intake, which is food business for now. So, but we are just managing because we know that Mercy is speaking for us.
Yes.
So we just have to put on one or two efforts to make life goes on.
Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon, my sister.
Please, may I know your name?
My name is Mrs. Gloria Ediaretokbe.
Please, can you tell us what you're selling?
I'm selling children clothes.
Like what type?
I'm selling like before. We used to see pregnant women. If I open this market,
you see pregnant women.
They will come. They will patronize this our market. They will buy plenty quantity. Yeah, but these days, yes, they don't mind. If they even born, they can even use native Ankara clothes to wear on their baby because there's no money. Because everything is too cost these days. Before, if you open this market, even our mothers then, they have used this business of this okrika to achieve a lot of things, to send their children to abroad, to send their children to school, you understand, to even use it to assist their husband, to even use it to build a house. But these days, we are working, we look like those that they don't work. We are working and we are struggling like lion, and we are eating like ants, which is those supposed to be so. Ever since when we have this our new president, this is not be easy for us in this country anymore. That is the reason why we see a lot of parents, they send their children to school, they don't have a good job. If you don't have connection, you don't have work. Your children don't have work. That is the reason why if you even have a little money, most of our children, they don't want to stay in this country anymore. Because they are just, our leaders, they are just doing us like a slave. That is why we are seeing a lot of people traveling out. Then they are saying we should not travel out. Their children, their family, they are also traveling. And they will tell us we should remain in Nigeria. They want to kill us. Even of recent, we even hear that Israel, they are fighting. They have an issue. What concerns our president? You have not repaired your own house. You are putting matter in another country. The matter that is not concerned you, you are putting your matter there. What concerns you? Because you know, because you have already know. You are of age now. They should not kill our Nigeria for us. They should not kill our unborn children. They should not kill the children that have not yet to born. The problem that they are giving us in this country is much more than our age. That is the reason why we are seeing our children that went to school, they are doing prostitute. Because there's no work. Finish school. Your parents will spend money to send you to school. You will not have a job. Even though they want to give you a work, those that have the company, they will be telling our girls they want to sleep with them before they will be able to give them job. Because they know if you don't agree, there's no any work in the other place that you can see. And all those kind of things, they are oppressing us. Then they also travel. They see the way their presidents in abroad, they always take care of their indigents. They don't help us in this country. They don't assist us. Even children unborn, they also share in this suffering that they put us in Nigeria. Which is, yes, which is unfair. Please, what I really needed, that they should help us. They should help us to do it, then fuel will be easy for us to buy. Fuel money should come down. Money that we are using to buy this market, it should come down. Before, the money that we are using to carry 3 bay, we will use it to carry 1 bay. You understand?
So how much is 1 bay now?
1 bay, at least if you want to carry a better market, you will see it up for like 600, 500. But those that they don't have that money income, they'll go and be carrying cheaper to cold market, which the market will now turn to gbese in their neck because they will not see people to buy it. Look at today. Today is Monday. Before, in this market, we will be pushing each other. There's nothing like that again. We that we are selling market, we more than those that they are coming to buy these days, which is not supposed to be so. If you are sleeping at home, share money will come and meet us at home. If you are sleeping at home, we will not be able to pay our children's school fees. If you are sleeping at home, we will not be able to take care of our children. If you are sleeping at home, we cannot be able to assist our husband, which is not supposed to be so. Please, the what we needed in this country, they should help us. They should help the masses. Food should come down. Fuel should come down. Our markets, it should come down. Are they not ashamed? Ghana here, and including the Cotonou, their money is bigger than our Nigerian money, currency, which is not supposed to be so.
In those days when I was small, they are telling Nigeria people, Ghana must go, Ghana must go. Now they should go to Ghana. They should go and see Ghana people that they chase away in Nigerian country now. They are doing better. Are we not ashamed? Are we not ashamed? They should go and learn. Our leaders should go. They should go to abroad. They should go and learn. They should go and learn for other leaders in outside world. They should go and learn. And they are taking good and the way they are doing their country, that made their country to be better. They should go and learn from them. Our leadership, they should go to abroad. They should go and learn. My sister, they should go and learn. If they learn, they will come back and come and know how to control us in this country.
Good morning, ma.
Please, may we know your name?
My name is Victor.
How are you doing, sir?
I'm fine, I'm good.
Please, can you tell us what you're selling?
I sell tops. I sell anything tops. Just ask me sweatshirt, polo, t-shirts, crop top, baggy shirt, anything tops.
So,
pin
how
down,
much
anything.
is your tops?
My tops range 2,000. I have the ones of 2,500. I have the ones, they are thrift. I don't sell any of thrift, yeah.
So what's the highest price?
My list price is 3,000 naira.
3,000.
Yeah.
So has customers been coming and buying?
Sure, by God's grace.
Wow.
Very, 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 as in much customers. If even if come in the morning, this place is filled up. They've scattered the bill, pick what they want, first grade, second graders, third graders. These are the remaining ones left.
So you're actually enjoying this business?
Sure, by God's grace. We are big boys. Don't look at us. Don't undergrade us. You are just looking.
Sir,
you are just trying to. You understand? You are just trying to look like there's nothing going on, but we're big boys. Yeah, we are feeding fine. We are paying bills. We live in a big flat where we pay $500,000 doing business day and night.
How much is one bill?
One bill. We buy our bill. It depends on what you buy now. Okay. Like the crop tops and the swim. Let's say crop top, ladies top. We buy them. We have the one of 150. We have the one of 350. Whoa. So it depends. It depends on what is inside the bill. We have London bills. We have UK. We have Canadian. Okay. So it depends on the bill, and everything are different in their own aspect of grade. Okay. Yeah, the grade of UK, Canada bill is different from London. So there are different types and different prices.
Yeah. So if anyone that wants to go into trip business now, this is the range of prices.
Yeah. But you know, it's not stabilized.
Not stable.
It's not stable. You can go today, they'll tell you it's 350. You can go tomorrow, they'll tell you it's 250. You can go next tomorrow, they'll tell you it's 500. So it's not in a stable amount. So, but you just have to at least have your cash with you. Yeah. If you have your cash, if the person selling the bill should see that you are serious about the business, he or she can sell it out for you.
Okay, that is a wrap for market today. And here we talked about different challenges that customers and traders are actually facing. One is the cost of goods, cost of transportation, and the high rate of dollars, even safer. They're actually complaining on how government can actually help them to reduce the cost of fuel, the cost of food. Most people are actually interested in how to get food, how to eat first before they can even think of what to wear. So it's also making people that want to invest on trip business, making it difficult for them to even think of it or even doing the business. I am Mesoma Bala.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
From crowded city streets to rural communities, from riverbanks to oceans, individual families and organizations are joining hands to rid our planet of waste. Plastic pollution, litters, and unmanaged waste have become major threats to both human health and biodiversity. But today proves that the collective action can bring real change. Let's hear from an expert who is an SDGG advocate and the founder of EcoCity Vision, Comfort Omolara Alabi.
The World Cleanup Day is a global movement that brings millions of people together to take actions against waste. And it is significant because it is to show that waste isn't just a local problem, but a global one that affects our health, environment, and economy. In today's world, where 2 billion tons of waste are being generated every year, it is important to raise awareness concerning this, encourage collective responsibility, and inspire long-term behavioral change towards a cleaner and more sustainable future or planet. Poor waste management has caused a lot of environmental challenges like flooding, which is due to the blocked drainages, air pollution from open burning of waste, contamination of water, which has led to increase in diseases like cholera and malaria. It also contributes to climate change because decomposing of waste releases greenhouse gases like methane, CO2, and these gases trap it in the atmosphere, which causes natural disasters like flooding and Ukraine. In Nigeria, some major challenges we faced when it comes to waste management is the inadequate waste collection system. We don't have enough of waste collection services, and this has led to uncollected waste. And there's also low public awareness. People don't even know about the importance of proper waste disposal. And one problem again is the poor recycling facility. There are not enough facilities, and this has led to so many waste going to the landfill, and it has brought upon pressure on the landfill. And also lastly, the indiscriminate dumping, whereby people just dump their waste anywhere, and this has led to so many environmental challenges. It is important we take care of our environment because there are a lot of things happening in our environment that we are not aware of, and waste is something that is very harmful to the environment, and which many people don't even know about the harmful effect. We have a lot of people going through health challenges, but they don't know that the things happening in their environment are actually the one causing it. So I feel like if you are hygienic and then we are taking care of our environment, it is going to like bring more of like good health, and we don't have to spend money on taking care of our health every time.
The aim of this day is not just to pick up trash, but to raise awareness about the danger of plastic pollution, poor waste management, and unsustainable consumption habits. According to the United Nations, about 2 billion tons of municipal waste are generated each year, much of it ending up in the ocean and landfills, threatening wildlife and human health. We also spoke to the assistant of the Eco City Vision, Okpeyemi Boluwatife Afuwakwe.
So globally, it started in Estonia in 2008, where everyone has to like rush in to clean up the community in less than 5 hours. Then from there, we started locally at Nigeria, where over 60 million volunteered annually to clean up the community. And this is where Eco City Vision comes in, where everyone, both the community-based cities, the NGOs, the students, and group of people came in to clean up the community. This is what happened daily, I would say. So the plastics have affected everyone mostly, especially in my community where I've seen both rural areas and urban areas. It's like it affects us both harmful, especially for our health, where we have to like, take plastic as something that we have to reuse, recycle, and reduce. One thing I would say is we have to use the 3 R's, which is called recycle, reuse, and reduce. When you take care of these things, you know how to like level out your plastics and not to affect human health. I feel like when you are taking out your, let's say the reuse of bags, reuse of plastics and cans and nylons, it helps us to like reduce daily out footprint. When we are taking care of that and we are using it to reuse our things, it makes sure that everything is in a balanced way. My advice to people is, even if the community are not doing it, we can take up this challenge to clean up our community. It is what we do in Eco City Vision. And yeah, a lot of people have come and say, we want to volunteer for this. We have to make the community clean, even if the government are not doing anything. This is my advice to you all. You can take 2 or 3 people, clean up your community so that it will not affect our health. And this is what we have to do daily. So yeah, to prevent our health.
World Clean Up Day is more than just an event. It's a reminder that the planet is our shared home. The real task is not just cleaning once a year, but building a lasting culture of responsibility and sustainability. Victoria Ogbaki for Voice of the People TV.
It begins with every one of us. This is our environment, this is our town, this is our community. And the most important thing is that we have to get our environment clean. Earth is wealth.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe! Hunger no get religion!
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues, on Voice of the People Television, Mondays to Fridays, 8 to 9 p.m. The Issues. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to Ile Agbadami.
I didn't exactly talk.
I never got to say sorry for your loss.
You're where? My sister's apartment.
Hello everyone, yes, we are live at the movie premiere of Thicker Than Water.
Here in Ile Agbadami, We practice our own religion.
This movie and story tells of the deep things that binds us together. And yes, the movie is directed by Yomi E. Adejumo and is produced by Joshua Enakahere. And trust me, it's a beautiful evening. And we have a lots of cast like Bimbo and Demoye and the rest of them. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. Stay tuned.
So how are you feeling this episode?
And I'm feeling good. I'm good. I'm excited. I'm happy.
I'm doing good.
I'm feeling good. It's cool.
What really inspired you concerning this movie?
Okay, so I think what really got me into the film, because as I said before, the script came from the director, the initial idea, and then we built on that, right? What really got me into the film was the fact about how it ended. Yeah, it ended in a way that most people would not have foreseen. You know, sometimes it's so easy to predict. Oh, the good guy wins always, but this time we decided to change things, switch things up a little bit.
Was there anything that was really challenging?
Yes.
What thing was that?
So first of all, the whole ritual bit, the end bit, it was challenging. We had to shoot it in 2 days. In the forests, it was dark, it was mosquitoes, it was cold, so that was one of the most challenging. And then for the other one, because we had a bit of an issue with our locations, so we had to compress certain days, right, into one night. So we had to do, I think about 4 days, we had to shoot everything in one night. So yeah, that was quite challenging.
All right, I know this movie is out now. And
yes.
What do you expect people to experience? What should they experience? What should they expect?
I want them to be surprised. I want them to be surprised. I want them to not expect the end coming, basically, Though there are clues here and there, for you to follow, to say, oh yeah, but for the most part, I just want them to be surprised as to how it all, wrapped up. And, it's something is about creating conversations, and I hope it's able to do that for the audience.
So what role did you play?
So in the movie Thicker Than Water, I played Ola.
So what's about Ola?
Well, Ola begins. This is a story of love in its entirety at the core, and we get to see the lover boy who Ola is before they transform into what they transform into, which is also powered by love as well. So this becomes one of the opportunities where I get to play, a smooth lover boy who's really in love with his woman, and I get to be a preacher of love in this film. That true love actually does exist.
So was there any challenging thing for you?
Well, basically, yes. I mean, as an actor, the scenes are always challenging because you're not playing yourself, you're playing a character. And in this one, and when it comes to, playing love roles as well, on-screen chemistry is very, very important. You need to be in sync with whoever you're playing with. I mean, the fact that you are both fantastic actors doesn't mean that when you come together on set, you will be good together as lovers. So that's one of the things that Bimbo and I had to work on before we got on set and all that. So we're really comfortable. We've been friends, but we're not more comfortable with each other and all that. So yeah, I'm playing Ola, his mindset at the location where we played him. So it's not like me. He played in a certain kind of area which you see when you watch the film. So you have to also shift your mind to be a man who fits that area. You can't go and play in Shagamu and use Lekki, vibes, that kind of thing. I'm from Shagamu, so that's why I said it before everybody comes and beats me. So yeah.
So what would you expect people to see in this movie? Because I think this movie is coming out, and what do you expect the people who is watching actually to expect?
So the thing is that I want people to embrace storytelling. We didn't tell this story with fluff and fat and trying to be bougie. We told it like an original story in the location where it happened. So we want people to actually enjoy real storytelling now without all the flash and dazzle and the razzmatazz. We're also taking bold steps in Nollywood now. We're entering into some new genres like horror, like thriller and all that. A lot of people have they're feared to go into it. The old Nollywood has some of that, but the new Nollywood, a lot of people have just like leave this on board. A lot of new directors, like this director, they are taking bold steps, getting into this genre, trying to tell a story. So yes, the fact is, people are going to love this. You never see the end coming, and that's what I love most about this film. It's not the end that anybody would or you should expect. So that's why it's a great film. Very great film.
Were there any fun time on the scene?
Oh, there was a fun time in all the scenes. We on set, right?
Yeah.
We wanted to tell a story. Yeah. We weren't competing with each other. We just wanted to tell an authentic story. So every actor embraced their own characters, and we thoroughly enjoyed it. The director made it super easy. He is a director you can relate to, so you can actually come with your views about his scene. Now, so I think and he goes, okay, this one, okay, let's do it this way. And so I think every actor, and I'm sure the crew members, everybody left happy, feeling heard, and feeling like they contributed to the film, because when you come with your ideas are not tossed out the window. So yeah, it was a good one. I work with this director anytime.
Ticket on Water, I played Bassey, and you know that kind of guy that sees impending danger about to happen, and he takes it upon himself, to sensitize people about it. Even when people are adamant about it, he still doesn't give up, and he just keeps trying to use every possible means he or she could lay his hands on to send the message across. That is the character of Bassey in the Kick to Ticket on Water.
What was the most challenging thing for you?
On the whole production or the set?
It's the whole production.
First of all, the whole production, I think that was the first time I had to film in that part of Lagos, because I had difficulties locating there, because we shot the movie in one of the remote parts of Ikodu, and I had never been there.
So what was it like? Were you scared?
Not scared. I don't know. It was a mixture of mixed feelings. I'm like, okay, what am I expecting? What not? But this is the life I chose. So wherever the call calls, we go. So that was just my major challenge. But when I got there, saw the layer of the land, and obviously I had amazing cast and crew and set, and it was just like walking familiar waters. Yeah.
So what was the most emotional part for you from the scene?
From the scene, the character died.
That part.
That character died. Not me. Okay. Not to spoil the movie for you anyway, but that was just that part, because enough said. I think we can.
Was there any fun moment for you?
Yes, lots of it. Yeah. Lots of it, from the cast, the crew. When the director yells "cut."
Yes.
Gerald,
You're just leading
you can't really explain it. You can't really put it into words. But those were my fun moments. I actually live for such moments. We, as actors, and when the director says action, we are alive. Doing what we have to do. But when the director yells cut, just this, gotta double down a little bit.
So what would you say to people that haven't actually watched this movie and they want to watch? So what would you say to them?
First of all, I don't know why you have not seen this movie.
I'm telling you.
Really, kindly explain to me, like I'm a 5-year-old, why you've not seen Ticket on Water. Take the mic to them. Give them the mic.
I'll give it.
But you need to watch. It's a beautiful. How am I going to explain this? Like, think about your favorite, just think about it, and just imagine yourself, after a very long, hot day, you're sipping it in. That's Ticket on Water. Enough said.
I liked it. It was enjoyable, fun to watch, a bit of intrigue, mystery, and the end was a bit surprising.
Was it emotional for you?
I wouldn't say emotional, but I liked the way it ended.
Ticket on Water is a thick film. It's emotionally thick, let me put it that way. It's something that you watch and it puts you the edge of your seat while you're watching it. At the same time, it also brings about your understanding of culture, because I saw a lot of culture themes that were expressed in the film, and which is a very good thing for us as African storytellers. We are looking for how to tell authentic stories about our culture and our environment, and that is one of the things that you get to find in Ticket on Water. And also the realities about life. Sometimes you think that life will go in a certain way, but there are some things you have to take in, like sibling rivalry. Some siblings never get to settle eventually. So looking at the film, I just realized that these guys are actually correct. And sometimes it doesn't even end well. Evil technically seems to win, but ultimately good wins anyway.
So with the genre of this movie, how do you see the movies in the future?
Say that again.
With the way this movie actually went, the way the shooting, the scenes, how do you see the movies in the future?
You mean African movies, Nigeria?
Well, African
movies. Yeah, this is a glimmer of hope for us. Like I've always said, Nemsia Studios, Joshua Inakahire, the Cabot Company Studios. These guys are people that believe not just in quality, not just in quantity, but in quality. And so this gives us the signal towards the future that we should expect more quality productions like this and authentic stories like this one. So it's a very good sign for us. Yeah.
So were there any challenging scene that you actually saw?
Challenging. I wouldn't say there was any challenging scene. I would say, of course, in everything we do in life, there's always this room for improvement, and like we say, we keep on getting better. Even in Hollywood, I watched some Hollywood film. I'm like, maybe this would have gone this way, but that doesn't still take away the fact that it was a fantastic story that was told properly, and so there's still room for improvement. So the next one we're going to do, we're definitely going to do it much better than the last one. Like we say in the industry, we say you're always as good as your last project. Yeah.
So a lot of people have actually not watched this movie. So what would you say to them?
To those that have not seen this film, I will say to you, what are you waiting for? Like what are you waiting for? Go and see the film, and when you see the film, come online like we do, and let's share, let's have conversations around it and what you enjoyed about it.
First, I love the name because there's been like this conversation recently, like on social media, around like how you have that whole like half saying about blood is thicker than water, but like you don't understand like the full saying. So just even coming and seeing a movie with that title, where it's like you can actually build something with someone other than family, because like you forget the second part of that saying, which I don't remember word for word, but like that brought to mind for me is the bond that they had to the point where they went and basically ruined other people's lives because like they had formed a bond. And they wanted to carry that on. So I thought that was like an interesting concept for the movie.
What particular scene would you say that was very interesting for you?
I don't have one scene that was like interesting, because they were all like interesting scenes. But if there was one that like maybe had me go, I wasn't expecting that, I guess would be the fact that she didn't quite see through the guy, to be honest, because like yes, he was like there with her and everything, but at the end of the day he was kind of sus and he was a stranger to her. But I guess that's coming from someone like me who maybe I watch movies a lot, and it's like I can see through this person and that person, and like at the very least I would suspect you. So it was the one thing I was like, maybe girl, you should have probably like paid a bit more attention to this guy. But yeah, everything else was interesting.
So as an actor in the movie Thicker Than Water, what would you say?
It's thicker than water.
Please tell us. Tell us what is thicker than water.
Blood is thicker than water. Well, I mean, the movie is really good, to be honest. From the script, when you read the script, you will never get to read it. But
it's a lot.
It's a lot. But I remember getting it. I got the script and I read through it, and they're like, read it and get back to us if it's something you want to do. So I was like, oh, okay. And I read it, I was like, tiny. Oh, tiny. And I was reading, Then there's something you always do. You always want to see your character. But I was like, I was moving with the story and I forgot I had the character. And I was like, shit, because Tiny was supposed to be somewhere. Oh yeah, it was in that scene. Move on.
How was it like acting that particular scene? That particular... Jesus.
Which one?
You know, like the man. I don't want to call the name.
Madman.
Yes.
You watch Mad? Don't worry, I'm not mad. I'm not mad. Don't worry. My mother had me tested, so I'm not mad.
No. Actually, he's actually fit.
But anyways, it was will I say explorative? It was a good moment to also delve into that kind of character, because you see people around you all the time who are most times quiet. They just walk around the streets and like you ignore them. You tend to ignore them or you avoid them if they're coming too close. But trying to be into that space and trying to figure out, okay, what's going through this guy's mind. He wants to say a lot, but because of no spoilers, go watch it.
Oh my God.
It was quite it was an experience doing that. I remember talking with the director, it was very open because I was like, oh, I'm doing this way, and I was like, chill, relax, chop rice. This is what the script says. If you want to do it this way, you can check this. Look at this nuance of this character from this movie. And he sent me like a list of movies I had to go and watch. And I watched them and I was like, so I built my character based on this, then added my own thing to it. And we had Tiny. Tiny was born.
So were there any fun moments?
Fun moment. Not a fun moment, I see. One fun moment is when they're putting makeup on me. I think it was annoying. It was not. But I was wondering myself, I'm like, what's they're putting makeup. I'm a guy. And so they're like, oh, Tiny, bring your tea. Then they're not putting their. You people are probing, at least buy me lunch first. You have to buy a guy dinner before you take the guy. But I mean, it was all good. But those are like fun moments. And like there were so many. And because I was kind of always away. It was a personal thing from all the other characters. Not like I was trying to be this thing shy. I was shy. I was super shy. Yeah. All right. But I just had to, because Tiny is someone that is a socially awkward character. Yeah. So I had to be away from them personally. I just went away from each of these characters, and that's one thing I did to try and get the best of this character.
What would you say about Tika and Water?
Tika and Water was is a really great film. I really enjoyed editing it. I was the editor for this film. And through the process, first of all, I read the script and I loved the story. When the producer told me about the film, sent me the script, I loved it. I also loved the fact that the film ended the way it ended. Yeah, it was really exciting. Interesting fact is I didn't really get the ending until I was editing. So I was just watching my cut and I was like, oh, wow, it's the sister that's in this body. And I was like, it blew my mind because I didn't get it, all along. So and then I loved working with all the guys in the post-production team, the sound designer, the colorists, the VFX guys, and it was amazing. And I loved the thoroughness from the director, and he's very intentional about everything he wanted, and I just have to do everything I can to achieve everything, which was really good. And then I loved the cinematography. It was really amazing. I had a lot of materials to work with. That's the joy of any editor.
So during the process of your editing, were there any scene that was challenging for you, that you felt that was challenging?
The ritual scene.
Oh my God.
This is what happened. I edited every scene and I left that one. And that scene, I think they shot it in 2 days or so, 2 nights or so. So it was a lot of materials. And what I did was I just finished editing every other thing, and then I took some days off to calm my head, and then I went back to that scene. And it took me, I can't remember how long, but it took me a while to cut that scene. And then after that, I sat with the director, and then we now fine-tuned everything.
Nice. So people that have actually not watched this movie, what will you say to them?
You need to watch it. You need to watch this film. Go to Amazon Prime now and watch this film. This is I would say it's the best horror film from Nollywood.
And yes, this is where we draw the curtain for the movie premiere, Tika and Water. Trust me, it was a beautiful evening, and it was a beautiful movie. Trust me, this movie didn't just talk about the sacrifice. It talked about the love. It talked about the bond. It talked about the sacrifice that family, the ties that family shares together. And trust me, it was a beautiful movie. I'm sure you don't want to miss this. You have to watch this. And yes, this is Vop TV. Don't forget to follow us on all our social media handle and subscribe to our channel for more inspiring updates. Until next time, I am Precious Agumanu, aka Call Me Prezi.
Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging 1-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens. Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
Hello there, and thank you for always staying here and watching us, and of course, watching all of our program. Welcome to the program. It is People's Voice on Voice of Television. TGI, thank God, it is Friday, and this is a wonderful edition, I assure you, because usually whenever it is Friday like this, you see almost everywhere bubbling, you know, every organization to be precise, because weekend is around the corner, you know, even to my colleagues here as well, you know, they are already preparing for their TGIF, you know, and I must actually call out my ingest person, Adura, who has actually set the tone for the TGIF already, but we'll be getting more of that particular one after the show. Yes, welcome on board. It is People's Voice, where since story shape the narrative, and of course, today we're dissecting a major story that is dominating the line of sparking conversation across the nation. School fraud versus Syria loser. Tinubu Atiku clash. You know, when I saw this particular conversation, you know, of course it was a build-up. Yes, it was a build-up on Wednesday when Atiku, the former vice president, Atiku Abubakar, actually granted that particular media parley. And he said so many things that some were took out of context, and of course some were directly to the ruling party. And I was actually, you know, getting set since that Wednesday, waiting for the time to actually meet up with the ruling party, of course, for them to actually clap back, which they did. They didn't actually disappoint. And so many other, you know, figures have actually weighed in, you know, what they feel about the both sides. But of course, we'll be taking this conversation, you know, precept upon precept to actually see what and what we can actually get out of this conversation. Join the conversation with experts inside, and of course, share your perspective and thought with us. I am Saviour Udo. Let's look into all the news stories with details. All right, no election win, no real opposition party. This is coming from the FCT Minister Nyesom Wike. Wike has actually, you know, made this decision, which happens today. I believe they are still, you know, in that particular closed door meeting, but of course, some, you know, messages are already out, and of course, some of their conversation, you know, was actually put on TV, and of course, they granted the press, you know, entry into their meeting. Wike made a decision of this today and said the political group cannot claim to be a true opposition without winning elections. Visiting the PDP National Secretariat in Abuja to meet the new National Working Committee, Wike stated, you cannot become an opposition party without winning an election. Those who say they are leading the opposition have not contested any election successfully. He pledged loyalty to the PDP leadership and urged reconciliation with former members, saying most want to return. Yes, we have crisis, and of course, we have almost come out of some of them. And Wike added that PDP National Chairman Abdurrahman Muhammad also said that the party is focused on rebuilding trust ahead of a future polls. So this is Wike actually coming out, you know, will I call this a shade, you know, throwing shade at any other opposition party? I wouldn't want to say it's a shade, but of course, he's only trying to speak to the PDP as a national leader that you can't call yourself opposition party if you cannot win election. So we don't know if they are limited to the level of election they should be preparing to win. If presidency, you know, should be also part of the morale boost that is trying to give to them, or it is just from senatorial to reps and of course governorship election. We would actually look into all of that, and of course in the coming dates we would actually see what would come out of this particular statement from the PDP national leader, but would still urge them to try and see how to settle with other aggrieved members, because on a daily basis now some, you know, people are actually leaving the PDP. We also heard that the woman leader in Kaduna State, PDP Kaduna to be precise, have also resigned from the party. And this is quite a very serious conversation. We should actually look into that particular one. PDP should do better. You know, if at all they want to be on the ballot, but we doubt if they will be on that ballot for, you know, presidency. Away from that particular one, let's come to Ameche's quarters now. Amechi said, of course, Atiku can run in 2027, but should consider age. A former Transport Minister, Rotimi Amechi, said ex-Vice President Atiku Abubakar is eminently qualified to contest in 2027, but must weigh age and capacity. Amechi noted that presidency demands a stamina. This position requires the capacity to put yourself on the road and see what is happening. He cited Benin Republic's 49-year-old president versus Tinubu's claimed 74 and Atiku's 80. All right. Amechi also seeking the ADC ticket rejected a consensus candidacy. I do not agree with consensus candidates because we have to allow power to vote. He dismissed regional or religious politics, saying he opposes zoning and that those who supported President Tinubu were pursuing a religious agenda. Right, this is coming from Rotimi Amechi. Sometimes I would actually get this man, acting all cold, and the other time he's acting all hot. We don't actually know, where it really stands. But of course, if this is coming from him, then let's just take this as it stands, because we also heard, I think early this year, that he wouldn't mind if what's come to us, that he would just become a minister, appointed as one. But maybe this was just speculation, or his spokespersons, were talking on his behalf. But for Amechi to say that he does not even want the consensus candidacy, which was coming from, Atiku Abubakar on Wednesday when he granted a media parley, yes, they would, try is the consensus candidacy before they go direct to primaries. But if Amechi is saying nothing like such, or is not even in support of that, then it should be a concern for the ADC, gladiators. We hope for the best in the coming days. Away from that particular one, let's come to the just signed budget now. Tinubu signed 68.32 trillion naira 2026 budget, and of course extended 2025 spending. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu just signed. This is just happening in a few, some hours ago at the State House, signed a 68.32 trillion 2026 budget, and of course extended the 2025 capital spending to June 30. The budget set aside 32.2 trillion for capital projects, 15.8 trillion for debt service, and 15.4 trillion for recurrent costs. Tinubu urged MDAs to ensure disciplined spending and thank the National Assembly for swift passage. Of course, I actually saw this particular, picture, and of course, the president, alongside with the National Assembly, leaders, at that particular signing. And we have so many questions as regards to this, but we might not be talking about, our budgets today. But of course, I know this budget will not escape between today, tomorrow, on Monday, in the station. And of course, we'll take our time to actually, dissect that particular conversation. To join the conversation, kindly call the number 090447322605. Follow us on social media, of course, at Vop Tv Live. You can use the hashtag People's Voice on Vop TV. And of course, on YouTube, with Voice of People TV, can hit the subscribe button. And together, we can make our voices heard. It is time for us to go on a quick break. As soon as we return, we'll be taking the almighty conversation here. I had the reason why I actually termed it almighty conversation, because this is coming from two gladiators, two friends, if I may say, two political allies, if I may say, over the years. And of course, they usually go separate, come back together as coalition, go again. And of course, this time around, I think they are going head to head. School fraud versus serial loser, Tinubu Atiku clash. Don't go nowhere, please. Stay tuned. I'll be right back. Hello there and welcome back to the program It is the People's Voice on Voice of People Television. A war of words has erupted among key political figures ahead of 2027, with President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, ex-Vice President Atiku Abubakar, FCT Minister Nyesom Wike, and former Minister Rotimi Amechi exchanged jabs over credentials, privatization, and age. Speaking to Renewed Hope Ambassador on Thursday, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu dismissed opposition pressure. They want to scare me off. It is a lie. He mocked Atiku's record of privatization council chair. They privatized Ajaokuta. Is it working today? No, is the answer. So the president said. Atiku fired back through a spokesman, Frank Shaibu, accusing Tinubu of hypocrisy and citing his academic claims. Bola Tinubu has a history of attending a school in Lagos 2 years before it was founded. This is coming from Atiku's quarters. And of course, Wike branded Atiku a serial contestant and loser, saying he will run again in 2031, and argued you cannot become an opposition party with winning an election. Amechi also said Atiku is qualified but must consider age, noting that the presidency needs a stamina. A 49-year-old has just begun, of course, has just, been, sworn in, of course, as president of Benin Republic, and has begun a new, era for Africans. Of course, this particular did not go unnoticed as well. Ruben Abati also slammed Atiku for calling Jonathan inexperienced, calling the remark condescending and very rude. So all of this is coming, at the same time, and I think this is simultaneous a strike there. Looking at the two gladiators looking at each other, you'll agree with me that, and of course, in the background, that's IU as well, and the vice president. Yes, if you look at these two, men there, they used to be allies, they are good friends, and also political counterparts. So this time around, they are also on the opposition party, and let's see what will happen between these two figures in the coming days, since they've actually decided to be throwing jabs at each other. That's what will happen in the coming days. We're not being joined by Mr. Kunda Elawa, a social and political analyst. You're welcome on board, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. Lawa, I know you've laughed enough. Looking at your president and, of course, the former vice president, throw jabs at each other. And this particular, situation, always, bothers me whenever I see a situation like this. My question is, one time these people are always together, trying to strategize. Just maybe the other side did not favor this particular party, and of course, usually for Atiku Abubakar, move to this particular quarters and see how they want to re-strategize and strike politically. And another time, they are in opposition. Do you understand? And the next thing, they look like they've never been friends. They look like they've never been, they look like they've never, strategized together, or they don't even like each other. Why do we get to see all of this? Is this because of just, politics, or this is a grudge that is beyond just politics? Because it's a thing we have to talk about. But before I ask you to, say anything now, if you look at the news stories, everything is actually intertwined with the main conversation, where Wiki also said that no election win, no real opposition party. Of course, if you say you are opposition party, you should be able to win elections, and not just going rounds and saying that you are a formidable opposition party. I know he's actually throwing shades at ADC, but trying to boost the morale of PDP. But notwithstanding, when we call a particular political party a coalition, it means that these are new people, new set of people that want to, breed something new. So, of course, we have to give them a benefit of doubt to see how they can be tested in this 2027 general election. Now, Amechi also said that age is the issue. He doesn't say Atiku cannot run, presidency, but he said age is the main issue with Atiku, being 80 and just like Benin Republic, where we just saw, a 49-year-old president. So he mentioned that particular one. Now, when you look at all of these news stories with what the president has said to the opposition party and what the opposition has actually mentioned to them. Now, I would want you to respond to all of this, but in as much as you want to respond to all of this, let us pick it up from what the president also said. Policy and records. Now, it talked about privatization. It talked about the Ajakuta. It talked about the Delta Steel. As an analyst, I would like you to give me, clear conversation.
It's like somebody who's a failure. Is calling somebody else a failure.
How do you mean, please?
That's what I see. A failure is calling somebody else a failure. Because this is the third year of the president's administration.
Okay.
And you notice this problem has been there, but for you to mention it that means you believe somebody failed. It's a problem that needs to be fixed. But in your own administration, you have not fixed it. So should we not clap for you because you are mentioning article that during their time they did not put the Ajakuta in place? But you have been here for 3 years now. Your budget is far greater than the budget of Atiku during his time. And then you are now calling him a failure. But you have not fixed it. Do you have a mouth to see anything? Do you have opportunity to talk? No. Because you have 3 years now. You've been voting money into the same place. You have not achieved anything from it. And you are calling somebody a failure. So what's the difference between you and him? So that is out of point. The president has nothing to say. Adibini has fixed it. Hey, the Ajakuta is working. Hey, you cannot talk, against past administration that they failed. But that problem that they missed, you are having that same problem and you didn't fix it. And then you are talking. So the president has no say in that area. It's a misfire. Second, for Wike, I said it's a misfire. Do you get that? It's a misfire for the president to call Atiku a failure because he didn't revitalize the Ajakuta because in his own watch, the same problem is still going on.
Okay,
and he has not
Mr. Lawa.
Wike,
okay, Mr. Lawa, I just wanted to, cut you in there. The president mentioned privatization, which I don't know why we are not talking about.
I'm talking about it.
Privatizing, so many, organizations, but of course, he talked about the Delta Steel more and of course Ajakuta. And if you are now talking, I'm not making a brief, but of course, we have to understand how some of these things work. You'd agree with me that aside from Ajakuta and, the Delta Steel, we have our refinery that has not been, that has been in coma, that is not working until Dangote came to try to save Nigeria.
No, it's still not working.
No, that's what I'm saying. Until Dangote came to save Nigeria with his own, his own. No, I'm not talking about
save Nigeria.
When I use when I use the word, no, I'm coming, Mr. La, when I use the word coma, I didn't say that they were back from coma. They're still in that coma.
No. When you say you said Dangote came to save us, Dangote didn't save us. So there's no benefit Dangote is bringing to Nigeria.
Really?
Yes, there's no benefit.
Is that what you think?
No, it's not what it's fact now. What benefit is he bringing?
Mr.
He has a refinery in Nigeria, and we are still buying an international price.
Mr.
So
Lawa,
what value?
If Dangote's refinery was not working today, do you know how much you would have been buying for presently?
Even the one they imported is
it's just a question.
The one that is imported, the importers are importing, is cheaper than Dangote.
From which source, please?
I don't care.
What's your source, please?
No, see.
We have to get it. We have to get facts. On this table, people's voice will get facts here. So
get the facts
that's what I'm asking. From which source would you say that the imported fuels are
all over
cheaper?
It's in news.
No, there's nothing like all over. There's nothing like all over.
It's not new now. That's the one they import.
Instead, Dangote is actually saying that they're actually fighting him. As regards to some of your, will I call them the oil cartels? Because don't forget that these same people that we're talking about here that are still importing outside, you understand? Some of them are still having issues with Dangote, just because Dangote is also willing to crash some prices to an extent. But of course, they do not want that particular situation because it will not benefit them. And they want everything to be sold at international price.
Savior,
I hope you are aware.
You are seriously...
I'm not making a case for him. But Mr. Lawa, one thing I want to get here is that I don't like emotional, analysis. I'm coming. I don't like you.
What's emotion about
I don't want you to analyze with emotions. I'm coming. You should get your facts right. If you are to tell me on this table, Mr. Lawa, hold on. If you tell me today that the other importers that are importing fuel, aside from Dangote, that their fuels are cheaper, you give me facts based on where you actually saw it. And not only facts only on your phone, but you also give me facts and tell me, as soon as I close today, let me go to AYZ filling stations and I'll confirm.
Yes.
That's what you should say.
Yes,
you understand? But please, when you are giving your submission, make it clear, for clarity, so that we can also guide the people properly.
That is what is happening now.
That's not what's happening.
All over the place.
No, that's
it's
not
even
what's
the papers reported on the radio. I'm going to bring you the evidence. But I'm not going to argue that.
So I think I will still see next week on that particular conversation.
But what I want to say is
ahead.
that I should just shift away from that Dangote. So
come back to the main conversation. The privatization, yes. Now,
what I'm saying is that if you say the administration privatized, it didn't succeed. Now, some things like, let me just mention Ajakuta, it didn't succeed because it succeeded in some some areas. You get it? Now, you inherited that same problem.
Do you know how many presidents that has come afterwards?
I don't care.
Before he got his turn?
I don't care. You get it? I don't care. What I'm after is your administration came on board.
Okay.
You met the same problem. You didn't solve it. The reason why people didn't vote for Atiku up to now is because they believe you will come in and solve it. They didn't say you are coming in to begin to blame Atiku. Atiku's era is gone. If it's back now, it's a different thing. You are in his place. You get it? He is outside there. You are in there. You have all the resources. And if it's not working, you can't make a case. If it's not working, you are also in the same shoe with him. You and me in the administration. You get that's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, so what you're trying to say in a nutshell is that since the president has not been able to fix the Delta Steel Ajakuta to make sure that he revives them to start working, that he also has failed.
Yes, now, as of this present moment, it's a failure in that area because it has not worked.
Okay.
Because the same thing you are complaining about Atiku era, you get it? The same thing you are doing because in their own time, it didn't work. In your own time, it didn't work. You understand? So both of you are on the same category. You can begin to smile at each other on that aspect. Let's come to Wike. It is only in Nigeria that I hear that opposition, you must win election before you can be called opposition. Where is it written like that? These people, many times, that's why I said that many of them don't even know the purpose of where they are. They don't even understand politics. They don't understand the democracy. They just come out and say, how can you say that it is when opposition win election? I mean, a party win election before you say it's an opposition. No. Even all the civil society setup, they are all opposition as long as you are scrutinizing the policies and the activities of the executive in the government. You are automatically an opposition. So where does it get you soon? That was why in the era of Buhari, they had to delete some parties because he said he didn't win election. What's your business about that? Did you fund the party? So it's only in Nigeria because here, everything we do is always upside down. Because the people are never carried along. The people don't determine who becomes leader in this country. It's determined by very few cabals. That's why somebody will come out and say, it's because you have not won the election, you can't be regarded as an opposition. You should have checked his dictionary for the meaning of opposition before he will come out and begin to speak to Nigerians. I mean, say things that he doesn't understand.
Okay. Now, I will still come back to you and Wiki. I think you're always making it clear whenever you don't like a particular politician, you go straight.
No, it's not about like or not. It's a misfire because you know what? Many of these children in school, we teach them all these things and they listen to your programs every now and then.
They watch, rather.
Yes, they watch and listen even in radio, TV. Your TV is very popular. We know that. Now they listen and they get confused. Some of them will go back to their textbooks or what the teachers have taught them and say that what the politician is saying is totally different from what and they want answer. They want to know which one is actually right. So that's why we need to let them know. You get it? That when you are a political figure, you don't just come out and speak. Whatever you say, you get it. Everybody looks at it.
Don't you think that? Don't you think that he was only trying to encourage his own party?
You don't try.
Don't you think he was trying to encourage his own party?
No, you don't try. Because both your people who are part of your party, people who are not even politicians, children, or adults, all of them are listening to you. And then they get confused. That's why sometimes when we discuss here, we'll talk about facts, we'll talk about this, we'll argue, we'll try to put.
Of course, to give clarity. There's nothing more than that. It's clarity, yes. And for people to learn, yes.
Information. That is why it is also important as a politician when you speak. Because the post you occupy deals with what you say. It has a lot with what you say.
Okay, Mr. Lawa, let me bring you to this particular, corners. I want to bring you into a particular place. Then afterwards, we'll move into another, part. I just hope that we'll be able to, touch all of these things before time will start calling on us. Now, let's first take this whole situation of age. I love the fact that Amechi talked about the Benin president, 49 years old. I remember was it 3 years ago? Was it? No, this was not 3 years ago. I think 7 years. The bill started from 7 years ago. Not too young to run. When President Buhari finally signed it into bill, right? And till date, I think the youngest senator in the Senate presently is Ekpenyong, who's representing Senatorial District of Calabar, Cross River. And my issue is it really possible in this country that we would have a young presidential candidate? And the likes of these gladiators would become elder statesmen to see how to support instead of them coming out. Now, this is actually, I'm going to break it off and I'm going to make it, list everyone around this particular conversation. Look at all the opposition party. Is anyone below 50? No. Look at all the opposition party. Is anyone actually below 50?
You mean the gladiators? The gladiators in the opposition party?
Yes, in the opposition
but
party.
There are younger ones here.
I'm coming. When I mean presidential aspirants.
Yes, okay.
All the presidential aspirants from all opposition party, Mr. Lawal, none of them is below 50. None.
But I have a reservation for that.
I'm coming. I was waiting for you to get to that point, which would actually link you to what Atiku said, but I would wait for you to actually give me your reservation.
Yes.
Now, the president of this nation, his age, going to 80s now, right? Now, Atiku,
it's controversial.
80, right? No problem. Now, how old is Peter Obi? You should tell us. Now, how old is Amechi? Mention it as well. Look at Kwankwaso. Now, even go to any other, even to Showore that is saying from his own party, is above 50. So when we look at this whole situation and a particular politician, in that same race is saying that, Atiku should consider his age. If it's about age, Amechi himself should not be contesting. So, my question, Mr. Lawal, is it the modus operandi of this nation? Is there any hidden constitutional, place in our Nigerian constitution that we've not read that stipulates that you have to be old to be a president in this nation?
No.
Because of experience. Let me use Atiku's words. Please go ahead.
Now, one thing is this. Me, I don't support age as a yardstick for you to be a leader in Nigeria. I don't. Traditionally, in Yoruba land, age is respected as somebody that is wizened and, have experience and know direction of things. So the head of a family, extended family, thank you. In Yoruba, we call it, in Ibadan, we call it Mogaji.
Mogaji.
It's always the eldest person. Because the same as can control experience, he has mingled with so many, so he can control the whole thing. He said, let's go to the Olori Ebi when they have issues. So that's the way we do it in Yoruba land. I don't know in any other area. So in our own area, my own submission, age, I don't see it as a criteria. I don't. Because there are some young people who have performed woefully than the elderly ones. But the thing is this. My own is, one, you have your health. Can your health carry it? Are you qualified? Those are the criteria I look at. Do you have enough experience? Are you morally upright in it? What have you been doing before? Let's see. These are criteria I look at for us to move forward. I don't look at whether you are young or old or no. There are people who are 90 and strong, and they are still stronger than those who are 30-something. Go to those villages, even in the city, you see some elderly people. They are 80 and they are doing very well. They look okay. And they talk well. So let's look at the experience. Experience matters. Age, respect, all those things matter. Your antecedents. Where are you coming from? What have you done before? I'm not saying whether you are a politician somewhere. I'm talking about where are you coming from? Maybe you are a teacher. You have served the nation for 35 years. You retired. You have no problem. Somebody like that has integrity, can lead. You understand? These are the things we should be looking at. not whether it's age or, we are now moving to the era of age. We have established the era of which is causing problem of what do we call it? North and south. What do we call it? Remind me.
Zoning.
Yeah. Which is causing problems. Somebody say no. Even if a leader is doing worse. Is the worst leader. Everybody is dying all over the place. They say no. It is the turn of that
particular region.
He must complete his term. Look at that. You are not considering whether that person is capable or not. What you are after is the turn of that. Look at that. Now you are talking about age. Even if we have the best person that can rule us and do well is 80 years. And they say, no, we don't want 80 years. We want 20-something years or 30-something years. You don't care whether that person has experience, whether his antecedent is not good enough. You still want him to be there. You can say the way we use so many, unnecessary, criteria to determine leadership here. The thing is, come and prove yourself. If you can say, okay, look at in America, how old is Trump? How old is Biden? But Trump will stand throughout. He will do debate with everybody. He will come on media, come on this, do this and that. He will go all over the place. He even play golf and win. And I think he's 8. I think it's 80. Is it not? Is it close to 80? And look at it. He's agile. So let's put those ones aside. Let's have debate. Come out. If you are 90 or 100 years, you can speak. You are agile. Show it to the world. Let us see what you have, what you can give us. That matters.
Okay, so you are not against any age.
No, I'm not.
Situation.
No.
Because Rotimi Amechi mentioned, he said, any presidential candidate or any president of a nation should be young or should be able to, know that he or she rather, will be able to move here and there as regards to that particular position and should have stamina, should be, strong enough. But let's leave that particular conversation since you don't have issues with age.
No.
Now, let's talk about something that was quite controversial some days ago. An article made it clear from his own quarters. When Peter Obi was asked if he would leave ADC, he said the ADC primaries should be free and fair. He used that word. And he was asked if Atiku clinched on the tickets, and becoming the ADC presidential candidate. Will he support Atiku? He said that let the primary be free and fair, that he doesn't have money to spend and he wouldn't want that particular primary to be transactional. He never answered that question. All true. That's it. And he said he wants to be president. That's one. Now, Atiku was also asked if the party decides to pick a consensus candidate and pick Peter Obi, would you support him? He said that's the first discussion, that they will check a consensus candidate, but if it doesn't work, meaning that if they decide to pick any consensus candidate, even him, if it's not him, he would also oppose it. He said if it doesn't work, if that agreement does not work on that table, then we'll go for direct primaries. Meanwhile, Amechi also said that he's not even in support of any consensus candidate, meaning that he has also made it clear from his side, and he said he's also contesting. And when they talked about zoning, of course, he said he's also in support of zoning, but if we really want to look at it, that we're not being fair on the North, because the North has just done 10 years, and the West, the South rather, is already doing 18 years. Now, when we look at the situation of Peter Obi and Atiku, and of course the ADC, which are the gladiators in that particular party, you realize that everybody is at loggerheads, wanting to win election, which we don't know what their primaries would turn out to be. But he said something quite strong. And I don't know if the ADC have not taken their time, to look into that particular conversation. The same way Ruben Abati quickly, responded to him on behalf of the former president, Goodluck Ebele Jonathan, when he said he was inexperienced. He talked about how governors can just come from being a governor and just wanting to become president. That he said, look at the one, of course, in my party also, it happened. He mentioned Jonathan's name, and afterwards, he now mentioned the president. He said from a state that was controlling a state, now he became the president. They are inexperienced. We talked about that, but for someone like him who he was a politician, and of course, I talked about the former president Olusegun Obasanjo coming out of the prison fresh, and he was one that did more of the politicking. He said he was even the one that actually went out of the country through his approver to do the scouting to pick some of the people that were in that particular administration. He said a lot, and of course, he mentioned that some of the people in his party, of course, that are are trying to contest with him are inexperienced. And this brings me to the question that I'm to ask you. You have talked about experience and age, which I intentionally, threw the question first to you. You talked about age, I talked about experience. Now, Atiku is looking like the most experienced because he has been in the corridors of power. He has been a vice president of this nation. You understand? He literally did, he ran the governance through, the supervision of the former president, Olusegun Obasanjo. And of course, just like he said, he did more of the politicking. And with his wealth of knowledge, just like the Mogajo Lurebi that you said, do you think that Obi still stand a chance? Can Obi deliver? Because he just mentioned that the same way Jonathan failed to an extent, now he said that the president cannot get it right, but he was thinking that he will, but he can't because he's also inexperienced, that he's disappointed. So he mentioned in his statement, so of course it's in the public domain, so it's not like I'm the one mentioning all of this or cooking this up. It's in the public domain. Now, if you had mentioned all of that and you look at what he is saying, indirectly, of course, Obi is also boxed into it because he was only a governor and he has never been in the federal seats. So what can you make out of this?
Well, everybody is doing his own. Me, I don't agree. That,
no, you said something about experience, so I wouldn't want to change from here.
No, I'm not changing.
Please give me clarity on this.
What I'm trying to say is that when it comes to experience, you have, categories.
Okay.
Administrative experience, political experience, family experience,
security experience,
security experience. You can have
economy experience.
Yes, economy. You get it. Somebody might say, like, we're having a problem of insecurity in Nigeria. Somebody might say, okay, this person that is contesting has more experience when it comes to security than others. And since security is a major problem, let's try him. At least if you solve security, every other thing will fix itself in place, and then you want to go for that person. You may say this person is good in
economy, rather.
Yeah, economy. Yeah. That if you put economy right, the whole other wants to fit in place. Let's go for this one because he has more experience economy-wise. Somebody might say this one has more experience when it comes to international, diplomacy. That we will be able to negotiate outside and see what he can get for us in, that let's vote for him. Now, it now depends on the issues that you want to, solve in the country at that moment. So if you are not saying experience, which experience? Now, let's look at it. Atiku has been vice president. So we can say he's closer to the presidency than others. But being a vice president doesn't mean that you actually, make decisions. Do you understand? You are just by the side. If anything, it's what they give you, you do. Compared to somebody who has been a governor, who makes all the decisions.
But to state level.
Yes.
Not overseeing taxes of Nigeria, including the
FCC. He has local government. Now, what's the difference between state and local government? You get it? Mr. He has ministries.
Mr. Lawa.
The president, yes, now. This Mr. is ministries here, ministry here, department here, service here, that service. You see.
So what are you saying in a nutshell?
What I'm saying is that
this is looking like a setup to you, right?
Yeah. No,
but I intentionally did. I intentionally did.
Now, what I'm trying to say is this. That is not enough for Atiku to say
to water down every other person's experience.
Don't have it. You could have said, I have more experience in so area. You understand?
He said it generally that he has the experience in every area, actually.
You can't say, you don't say the others don't have experience. You just say your own. You'll be talking about your own. And people will now begin to now make your operation based on what you said to others, and then they will now decide. You understand what I'm saying? That is being political.
Because we're pressed for time, so we have to be quite fast now. Let's take it to the two words that you can actually see on the TV screen there, which is about
school fraud.
The school fraud and
for it since.
And of course the serial loser. Now on credentials, Atiku's camp raised question about Tinubu's academy, his academic history. how much personal credential controversies typically influence voter behavior in Nigeria presidential election. And of course, when it comes to a serial loser, even Ruben Abati threw, a jab at him as well that, oh, you've been contesting for like 30 years now, and all, like, you've been trying to say you want to be president for 30 years, and all of that. So why should you be talking down someone who has been a president and you have not been a president? It was really, really not having a tickle conversation, But let's look at this, situation. What can you make out of it?
Yes. Now, let's look at the Constitution.
Okay.
Now, in the Constitution, which one of them is actually, against the law? Which one of them has, broken one or two part of our law?
You should tell us.
Good. Now, we have two areas. We have forgery, and then we have failure. So if you look at a Constitution, our law, which one of them has broken the law? Is it certificate forgery?
But we're looking
we're
looking at it from the political context.
Let's say politics now.
Okay.
Constitution is politics.
We're talking about which one would actually influence the voters' behavior in presidential elections. That's what we're looking at.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
I said, one, naturally, I don't know. I think it's even in the Nigerian Constitution that, the moment you have this certificate forgery, you can't contest. That's why one of the backlashes they're having against INEC, that INEC, this is your department. This is one of the major areas where you are established. Integrity of the candidate. So if you cannot check the credentials of the candidate, then where is the integrity that we want to believe in? What are you giving? Because you are the one giving us the candidate, you get it, that we'll vote for. And then who are you presenting? Is it the one that has integrity or the one that doesn't have integrity? Now, we look at it in one side. Which one of them have broken the law? Second, which one of them have the integrity? Third, which one of them can you use as something to boast about, for young ones to emulate, or a model? Like you want to talk to children in school, you want to teach them, and then you want to use for a candidate as something for them to use as a model. So who are you going to use out of the two of them? We don't, in school, in education, we don't call anybody a loser. If you are trying, we keep telling you to try more.
Okay. All right, because we're pressed for time. Now, Mr. Lawa, of course, you've actually given your clarity based on legal grounds and, of course, the Constitution. Now, do you think that...
and the moral aspect.
And the moral aspect, which I love, that particular. Now, do you think that people would rather say, oh, at least this one, whenever it tries, to contest, he usually wins. And of course, this particular one, whenever it tries to contest, of course, it's always failing. And that would be a yardstick for anyone, for some supporters to pick this over this or pick this over this. I don't know.
The question is it based on the fact that it was a free and fair election?
That's what we are hoping.
It was manipulated.
That's what we're hoping.
Like
we're hoping.
The last match was the day before yesterday. Anyway.
Mr. Lawa, I don't want to go into sports with you. All right, but let me say this, and of course, this is our closing. Voters' priority now. We have between corruption allegations, economic hardship, age, and of course, credentials. Which line of attack from this particular exchange do you think would resonate most with voters by 2027? Just pick it, and of course, we'll close from there.
Say the first two. Because
why are you limiting it?
The third one is keep ringing in my head. That's forgery.
Okay,
that one should be out of it.
The first is, between corruption allegations, okay, of course, Atiku was also accused of corruption, which he also, touched a little at his media rally. Between corruption allegations, economic hardship, age, and of course, credentials, which line of attack do you think, will resonate most with the voters in 2027?
Well, I would say, though the credential should be the most priority, the highest. That credential should be the highest. It should be one of the major reasons.
So you don't have issues with corruption?
See, the moment you are a liar,
okay,
you keep lying across.
Okay.
The moment you are a manipulator, it's difficult for you to stop.
Anybody that's corrupt is also a manipulator. Don't forget.
What I'm saying is that there must be a genesis of it. Did you start from lying about things like your certificate, your age?
So what you are saying in a nutshell is that you would feel
is a bedrock for others. Economy. If you have the right person who have integrity, you get it, and can boastfully say this, that person will not want his integrity soiled because he's not used to, all these things. Therefore, he will want to do the right thing and the economy will be shaping and the economy will do better. That's why in developed country, any small thing about a candidate, or even you are in office, do you know that two reps, as they are reps, resign in America because of sexual allegations in America? Do you know that two reps resigned?
Okay. All right, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. Lawa. Since you've actually picked, credentials over corruption allegations, it shows that you don't have issues with corruption.
I don't say I don't have issues. I said the best draw. Then let's say that will be the foundation. Then we'll now arrange it. Number one is all right. Corruption. I think number two. I think all of them are bad.
I think Mr. Lawa is trying to refix his box now, but of course we'll press for time. Thank you so much for coming on board, sir. All right, hopefully we'll get to see ourselves next week again. Yes, coming up next is Locker Room. If you love the world of football, I'd like you to stay put. Don't give up because it is not over. Tough time doesn't last, but tough will last. So ever you face them soon be over, and you will definitely smile again. My name remains Savior Udon. Have a good evening. Rest.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejumo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi. Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Vop TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. Vop is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on VOP TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching VOP TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man, and it's money back guarantee. So you're gonna have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching VOP TV. I won't want you actually. I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that dial because VOP is the plot.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk,
lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
Presently, as I'm talking to you here, I am at the place where it all started back in 2022, the Slum Art School, Ijora, Badia. You can see with me, students, teachers, of course, you can see a whole lot of artwork and students all practicing and putting themselves to good use because they say the idle mind is the devil's workshop. But these students are not idle. They're doing something with their lives. And I'm going to be talking to one or two of them. And I have with me, I have Sadiq, please.
My experience being with slum art and the students is to make better future for the students and be able to make things on their own pertaining to artwork or pet too in the future in order to make their future more brighter.
This is a collage.
They call it collage?
Yes, we call it collage.
Okay. What are all these papers?
That's magazines.
From where? Where did you get all these magazines?
That's discarded magazines. In 30 minutes max, yeah.
30 minutes?
Yes, they can.
I know they pay anything. Even school fees, book, socks, sandals, uniforms, anything. I know they pay. Before then, they another school. They know they do anything. Like then they speak, then they read. They know they catch up. But since we don't read there, then they catch up. And there is something. If I speak English with no correct, then we correct me, say no, mommy, no, it's like that. They pray for them, make God bless them.
We're here to kind of like celebrate, these children here, for the opportunity that was given to them by Selectors Vadito Ashe. So far, so good. The support has not been, regretted. It's something that we sat down, we thought about, and we clearly know, the vision, what we're trying to get at, and what we're trying to get at is actually to like help these children to, become more than what their current environment is kind of like bottling them into.
Out here, you can see on top of me bottles, but they are just not bottles. They are artwork. And it means this is an art studio, upcoming art studio, that the students of the Slum Art School Ijora, Badia, will be using as a platform for them to exhibit art and, of course, intelligence. Of course, I have some of the students who were part of this art studio to give us a little bit of explanation. We have Taufik, Muiz, and Fawaz.
Yeah, we went from picking bottle to putting rope, can see. We used the fishing line to hold it up.
Okay.
So we went from picking to putting rope and hanging.
It means a lot to us because we like to do this for fun, something like carrying bottles, put it on, do so many things.
A lot. Because me, I'm a interior decor. Wow. And my friend is fashion designer. Wow. So we love doing art.
I learn collage and artwork when I entered the school. The teacher, they are teaching well. We use magazine and brush and glue.
Slumber started in 2018. Started with 10 different communities: Ijerabadia, Kyokyo Village, Magedun, Bariga, New Garage, Gidankwali, and that is the beginning of slum art. But we noticed that it's not just touch and go, just go into this community and you never return back. So we decided to engage more, implant ourselves into the community, build a school where kids can come in. So we take our kids from the street and those who just roam about the community. So we use art as one part. We do animations, we do photography. So depending on what the child wants to learn, we decide to just be a part of people's life in our own little way to help them shape in their future and help them come out of mentally come out of their environment.
Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Nigeria's presidency yesterday, that's the president yesterday, at the meeting of Renewed Hope ambassadors in Asorok declared, "I am Jagaban, I'm not scared of anybody," adding that the opposition politicians are mere noisemakers, with his spokesperson Bayo Ononoga advising former Vice President Atiku Abubakar to perish his presidential ambition because he will fail again. That's coming from Bayo Ononoga. Interesting times we are in Nigeria, as Rotimi Amechi, former transportation minister, former governor of Rivers State, thundered, "I'm the best for Nigeria, better than Obi, Atiku, and Tinubu." Good evening and welcome to Political Lens on Voice of the People Television. I am Chukwu Mokoro. Good to have you join us this evening. Let's bring in our guests. We've been joined in the studio here in Lagos by Dr. Peter Anosike. Peter is a philosopher, journalist, author, and political affairs analyst. We will also be joined virtually by Comrade Collins Amadin. Comrade Amadin is an APC chieftain and special advisor to Edo Governor on digital resources. He will join us in the course of the show. Good evening, Peter, and thanks for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
How have you been, sir? Good to see you.
Well, I'm doing well.
Good, I can see you are doing well. Now, let's quickly run into it. President Tinubu yesterday met with APC governors, party leaders, and Renewed Hope ambassadors, and their coordinators at the presidential villa in Abuja, alongside Kashim Shettima, that's vice president, and other key figures. The Renewed Hope Ambassadors Initiative, launched in 2025 and led by Hope Uzodinma, governor of Imo State, aims to promote Tinubu's policies and mobilize support ahead of the 2027 general election. During the meeting, Tinubu reaffirmed his intention to seek re-election in 2027, pledging to tackle poverty and ignorance while strengthening democracy. He dismissed opposition criticism, insisting he cannot be intimidated and that his experience equips him to handle political challenges while offering a clear alternative to rival parties. He did say a lot, and will interrogate some of the president's comments, to which some Nigerians have said are quite undemocratic, deriding Nigerians and are stoking tension within the polity. Dr. Anosike, the president says he wants to tackle poverty and strengthen democracy. This administration will be 3 years on May 29. How far has the president tackled poverty? Let's start with tackling poverty.
Well, for me, instead of tackling poverty, the president has worsened poverty, because by 2022-2023, World Bank said that Nigeria has 131 million people in multi-dimensional poverty. But now we have 141 million, which means more than 10 million people has entered the multi-dimensional poverty. So instead of tackling poverty, Tinubu government has worsened it, because Nigeria are now worse off than 2023 when he became the president.
No, when you come out like this, are you not aware that the presidency is saying, the price of food items have come down? When was the last time you checked? Are you not aware of that? Or didn't you hear them? You might not have gone to market, but at least you have heard the presidency say, Bayo Nonoga, Daniel Bwala, and all of those media aides, about 11 of them, saying at different times, the price of food items are coming down.
Coming down below what he inherited. Is that?
But they don't tell us that.
So coming down should be below what he inherited.
They are telling us post-fuel subsidy.
An instance, he inherited fuel at about 200 and something, and exchange rate at about 400. So now exchange rate is between 1,004 and 1,005. So even if it comes to 1,000 naira, he hasn't done anything, because it is still far more than what he inherited it. So as we speak, the years of Buhari is still far better than the years of Tinubu to the Nigerians on the streets. So he had not done anything better. He has not done anything better. Nigerians will now have corporate beggars in the country. People, able-bodied men and women, begging for money for food, begging for money for transport, and so forth. Understand? Even those countries that are fighting war are better off than we here in the country.
All right. When you say that, Nigerians are better off even under Buhari, they also say that, it was good that the president came in at that time, because between Jonathan and Buhari, that we were living a false life. And so they say what we have now is our reality. To the extent that when you talk about the exchange rate, they say it is stable, it has become stable. And when you point out to them, APC apologists and the president's spokesperson, when you tell them that the exchange rate now hovers between 1,300 and 1,400, and that in 2015, or even when Buhari left, it was
2015,
when Buhari left, it was 400.
Below 400, around 380.
380 and 400. Yes. And now they say that we were living a false life then, that this is our reality. And in the midst of this reality...
Our reality is suffering. Our reality is hardship.
Okay.
So this shows you how wicked they are. That Nigerians are going through hardship. You are telling them that the hardship is justified. Maybe their karma is suffering. God created them to suffer. The truth is that this government has no capacity to handle the challenges of our country. The reality is this government has no capacity to handle what Nigerians are passing through on a daily basis. They are thriving on propaganda, which is what brought them into office. What they are saying is different from what is happening on the streets. So telling you that the prices of food items has come down, is it below what it was before Tinubu came to office? The answer is no.
No, the answer is no. So, but when you take them up on that, they say this is a reality. You recall at
Which
some point,
reality?
At some point,
every government defense, Bayo Nonoga is paid to protect, to defend the government.
Is he doing that very well? Is he doing it successfully?
He doesn't have the capacity to do it successfully. Understand?
No, because
it is not everything that you defend.
Okay.
It is not everything that you defend. There's a kind of defense that you try to make you look stupid.
Now, talking about that reality, you recall that at some point the president did say, I had a friend that had 3 big cars, a Lamborghini, a Porsche, and I think an Escalade. And when I removed the first subsidy and all of that, I mean, he went back to driving an ordinary salon car, you know. So
what
isn't that our reality? No, according to the president, that is our reality, that we were living false life then. Because according to them,
did that his friend borrow money that to buy those exotic cars?
He didn't tell us all of that.
What happens is that he has impoverished his friend. That's exactly what he means. And that's what he said when he was coming to power, that he's going to expand the tax net and reduce our purchasing power. And that's what he has. That's the only thing he has succeeded in doing in office, reducing our purchasing power.
But that was what he promised during his campaigns.
And that's what he had done.
Okay.
That's what he had done. You can have 10,000 naira now. He cannot feed you for a day. You can have 10,000 now. He cannot feed you for a day.
I hope we'll be joined very soon by Colin Samadin, because he's an APC he's an APC stalwart, APC chieftain, and so he'll be able to tell us, you know, whether they see things differently from the way Nigerians see these things. Now, the president also said that he will strengthen democracy. What do you see at the moment in terms of our democratic growth and the credentials of the president in that part?
In that area, he has failed woefully. Right now, we are practicing an autocracy under the guise of democracy. Understand me? What we are practicing in this country right now is autocracy. Autocracy is when the three arms of government are not working. Understand me? There's no separation of powers in the country. The organs of government are in the executive. There's no oversight function. The National Assembly is not checkmating the executive. Rather, it is just an appendage. So that is not democracy.
Okay, you think that, I mean, but what do you think about the free space in Nigeria?
Free space?
I mean, for people to express themselves.
Is it happening?
Is it not happening? We have people call the president criminal. Or more election will call the president criminal.
But he's in court.
But he's a free man working.
But he is in court. He is in court.
Okay.
He is in court. Those who have called Donald Trump all sorts of names, are they going to court today? The answer is no. Watch what people call Donald Trump. That's on CNN. Has any of them been taken to court? Or the answer is no. Understand? Is Donald Trump trying to make America a one-party state? The answer is no.
Is the president trying to do that?
That's what we are witnessing.
But you have always maintained that Nigeria cannot become one party.
But that's what they want. That's what the APC want.
So what gives you the impression they can't achieve that?
They cannot achieve that. They cannot achieve that.
So apparently we can't get one party state.
We cannot get one party state.
Okay, so why do you say that the president is working?
That's what he is working on. You can be working to get to the moon. Okay. Understand? But other factors that will be saying no. Understand me? Okay. Abacha wanted to transit to a civilian president, but the law of the universe said no. So that does not mean that Abacha did not want to make himself a civilian president. So APC wants a one-party state because they have not delivered on their campaign promises. And they feel that if they are a strong opposition, they will not win. So that we will not have a one-party state does not mean that that's not what APC wants.
All right, let's talk about the opposition, because the president also declared that no amount of pressure or intimidation will distract him from pursuing his vision for Nigeria. He criticized opposition figures, particularly those aligned with the African Democratic Congress ADC coalition, saying they lack fresh ideas and have failed to positively impact Nigeria despite their past roles in government. He specifically referenced privatization efforts during Atiku Abubakar's tenure as vice president, questioning their success and accusing the coalition of attempting to take over another person's political party. He dismissed opposition politics as mere noise-making, insisting his administration aimed to deliver meaningful change for Nigerians. Dr. Anosike, the president pointedly said, "Me? They want to scare me. It's a lie. I am Jagaban. I have been through this part before. And if I have to come back over and over again, I will do the same thing." Is this a boast or a threat? How do you see it? I am Jagaban. If I have to do, I have done it before. I'm a master of this game. That is the president telling the opposition, telling Nigerians that nobody will scare him. I'm not afraid.
Every politician is an optimist.
Okay.
Understand? And the politics is majorly about a mind game. Understand me? Those who are of age and watch Muhammad Ali, understand? Muhammad Ali tried to use the words to intimidate his opponents. So that's what he is doing. But he is not talking to children. He is talking to those who know what he knows. Understand me? He is talking to those who know what he knows. And he doesn't even know better than them. Understand me? He doesn't know better than them. So what he's saying is what he's supposed to say. As a president, as a commander-in-chief, you are not supposed to show weakness. Understand me? He must not tell them, "Oh, I'm scared, I'm intimidated." You should be talking tough to give your followers courage. But behind the scene, we know that APC is jittery of ADC.
Yes, I was coming to that because, you know, in our normal life, the moment you have an encounter, an altercation with somebody, and the person said, I'm not even bothered by your antics, I'm not scared of you. At that point, we begin to realize that person is already scared. That's why he's telling you. Now, does it look to you like the president is scared of 2027?
As APC is jittery of ADC.
Yeah, I mean, why would they do that? They have 32 governors in their kitchen.
If they have 32 governors, they shouldn't be meddling with their face of ADC.
Are they?
They are. They are. Because what Amopeton is doing now in interpreting that a judgment is not, even preempting a judgment is not his business.
Now, he's a senior advocate of Nigeria. He's a professor of law. Do you have problems with the way he interpreted the judgment?
That's not his business. That is not his business. INEC, we are talking of INEC.
Yes.
INEC doesn't interpret laws.
I bet they have a legal department.
INEC doesn't interpret laws.
Who should?
They should. INEC is supposed, without being pushed, they ought to have waited for court to take their decision.
Now, the court took a decision, remain status quo ante bellum.
And what does that mean?
According to them, it means that David Mark, Balanafiu, Mohammed.
And that's what go back to that status quo mean.
No, according to them, that is what it means.
That's why I'm telling you that that certificate ought to be examined.
Are you a lawyer?
Somebody who is in first year in Faculty of Arts should know what that means.
But we also have lawyers who are supporting the position of the INEC chairman. Senior lawyers.
That's cash and carry ones. Those who are looking for something from the president.
If the judgment if the decision had gone the other way, the people on the other side would say, well, these lawyers that are supporting
this is a simple thing.
Simple according to you.
Go back to status quo.
Okay.
Go to where things before you came here.
Okay.
That's simple. Even my grandmother can interpret it. My grandmother can interpret what
status quo antebellum means.
That thing means. So it's not it's an everyday word. It's an everyday word. So he just did that because APC has become jittery of the opposition.
So you think INEC is doing the bidding of the ruling party?
100%.
They are partial or what?
100%. Even a 5-year-old child knows that Amopito is not transparent in what he is
Let me
doing.
shock you, Dr. Anosike. There was a case that was mentioned on Wednesday after the ADC convention on Tuesday. Now, the case, it was Bala Nafi Mohammed that took the case to court. And he's saying, adjourn this case indefinitely. INEC was joined in that suit. Do you know what the INEC lawyer said? The INEC lawyer said, Mr. George, I want you to dismiss this case because it lacks merit, for lack of merit. And when he was asked why, he said, because that the court has no jurisdiction over the internal affairs, the leadership problem or internal problems of a political party when it concerns the leadership. This is INEC lawyer speaking. Based on this information, do you still think that INEC is partial on this matter?
Let us just start with what that boy said.
Which boy?
Nafiu.
Okay.
Let us just start with what that...
Why are you calling me a boy? Because he's 35 years old. He's a man.
He is not well informed.
Okay.
He is not well informed.
Okay.
Understand? One, if he's well informed, he cannot tell the court, adjourn this case indefinitely. It is not his business.
His lawyers went to court with him. His lawyers are not informed as well?
I say it is not his business to tell court what to do.
Okay.
Court decides what to do. It is a court that will determine accelerated hearing or adjournment.
But that's why he went to court, asking the court to do that.
So it is. That's why I say he is not well informed. Understand? So the issue is this: that there's a INEC has seen that that they should be careful. Understand? If not, they will be setting this country on fire. Understand me? INEC has seen momentum gathering everywhere. So they must tread carefully. If not, they will be setting this country on fire. So they are not trying to right their wrong. They are not trying to right their wrong. That's why he is now trying that to set the record straight. Understand?
Okay, through his lawyer.
I mean
through the INEC lawyer.
I mean the INEC lawyer that spoke in the court. Sure.
All
because
right,
a mistake has already been made.
All right, let's move on because the president also said that the opposition figures like ideas. You know, as a matter of fact, they said they have nothing new to offer. Do you agree with the president? There's a reason why I asked. Do you agree with him?
Excuse me. I can tell you that I'm the best footballer on earth. You cannot tell me no because I've not been given the opportunity.
Exactly the point. The people that are in ADC have at one point or the other had the opportunity to run this country, and the president and APC people are saying, when you were in government, what did you do? Atiku Abubakar, former vice president? Excuse me, sir.
But not president. Not president.
Excuse me, sir. David Mark, former Senate president. Rotimi Amechi, former governor, former Minister of Transportation. Rauf Arebeshola, former Minister of Interior, former governor.
Not president. Not president.
But they were all part and parcel of the, at one point or the other, the PDP and the APC. John Odigie Oyegun, pioneer national chairman of the APC. What new thing are they coming?
None of them has become the president of the country.
Okay.
None of them has become the president of the country.
Okay, so you think they didn't have input in the government?
Understand me? None of them has become president of the country. So we can join them. If Jonathan comes now, then somebody can tell him, can ask him, when you were in the office, what did you do?
Okay.
And not a vice president and not a governor. The president is the commander-in-chief. All powers are vested on him. Understand me? So Atiku can tell you, I have not had the opportunity of becoming the president of this country.
Okay.
If I'm the president, I will tell you what I can
So
do.
let's assume that the Obasanjo government was a successful one. Will Atiku Abubakar take credit for that government, or is it only Olusegun Obasanjo?
Nigeria did not vote Atiku.
It was a joint ticket.
Who did Nigeria vote for?
For PDP, Obasanjo and Atiku Abubakar.
Nigeria voted for Obasanjo.
Okay.
That's
But he had a running mate.
So when they are talking of the 16 million dollar power, whatever, they are saying under Obasanjo's government.
Okay.
Now we are under Tinubu's government. If this government fails, as it is failing now, it is Tinubu that is failing, not Shetima.
Not Shetima.
Not Shetima. Understand me? So Atiku has not been president. P2B has not been president. Rotimi Amechi has not been president. So you can only compare two people, two equal people. And understand me? In the country, they say that the vice president is a spare tire. It is what the boss tells him to do that he do.
Okay, that he does. Yes.
So what they are saying does not make any meaning.
It doesn't make any meaning.
It doesn't make
How will
any
you
meaning.
assess somebody like David Mark, former Senate President, head of the National Assembly?
Mm-hmm.
How much did he discharge of his responsibilities as the head of the legislature? Was he able to, check the judiciary and the executive in terms of separation of powers and all of that? How will you rate him? How will you assess him as former Senate President? Did he do well by us?
He is not perfect, but he handled the Senate maturely.
Okay.
He handled the Senate maturely, even though I will rate the 8th Assembly higher. Understand? Reason, because that Saraki was in the opposition. Understand me? And he was challenging the Buhari government because he's not a member of the party. Understand? So if you are a member of the party, understand, you will abide that's by the programs of your party. And David Mark did not behave the way Akpabio is behaving now.
Okay.
Understand me?
Okay, so he's doing better than Akpabio.
By far.
By far.
More mature.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Anosike. Now, we've been joined virtually by Comrade Collins Amarin. Comrade Collins is an APC chieftain and special assistant to Edo Governor on digital resources. Good evening, Mr. Amarin, and thanks for joining us on Political Lens. Hello, Collins, can you hear me?
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Chukuma, and I greet the house.
Good evening, Collins. Thanks for appearing on my show. I appreciate your presence. I don't know how long you have followed the conversation. Now, your president, our president, yesterday met with members of the Renewed Hope Ambassador, agenda, the ambassadors, somewhere in Aso Villa yesterday. And he told them, the president did say quite a lot. You know what he told them? He told them that, well, he came here to tackle poverty and to build back our democracy. I would like to ask you, on May 29, our president, who have spent his third year in office, 3 years in office, how much has he tackled poverty to your understanding? Can you help us make sense of that? Because the guy say in the studio says that Nigerians are worse off 3 years ago than today. How do you react to that?
Sorry, the volume was a little bit low. I'm trying to see how I can hear you clearly. Please, I don't know if you can come up.
Your background, yes, I'll come back with my question, but your background is noisy. We need to move away from the noisy environment so that we can get your audio feed clearly.
Change the location.
Okay, beautiful.
I don't know where
now. Can you hear me now? Your president, my president, our president yesterday met with members of the Renewed Hope agenda. As a matter of fact, the ambassadors. And he said quite a lot. He said that he has come to tackle poverty and that he's doing that very well. He also said that he's going to build back our democracy, to build it up. And I'm asking you, The guest in the studio here says Nigerians are worse off today than they were. In fact, at the inception of this administration, 3 years ago, when Muhammad Buhari handed over to him. How much of tackling of poverty do you think that the president has done in the past 3 years? Collins, can you hear me? You're freezing at the moment. I can't get your audio feed. Well, unfortunately, our network connection with Comrade Collins Amari is floppy, is freezing, and so we can't get his audio feed clearly. So we have to come back to the studio. Collins, can you hear me? Trying to re-establish connection with you. Collins, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me, please?
I can hear you loud and clear. Better now.
Okay.
Should I repeat the question?
Yes, please. Can you come up?
Okay, now the president met with members of the Renewed Hope agenda yesterday, the ambassadors, and he said he came here to tackle poverty. In the past 3 years, how much of that has he done? The guest in the studio here disagrees with him. He says Nigerians are worse off today than they were 3 years ago. Can you help us get some context to what the president said, his position on tackling poverty?
Yes, thank you very much. President Abu said what he said. He probably did not mince words. He's very confident, very sure that he has done his best to assist alleviating poverty. First, how do you make sure poverty and starvation, is being eradicated, if not completely, but to a very minimal level? First, he knew and understand the fact that there are system and reform that should happen that will help to actually bring succor, to the economy and to the SME, the small scale businesses. And also, first, by doing that, there are a lot of dividends that had come up. If we are factual and sincere, you will agree with me that the president brought about initiative and his school to assist the downtrodden in assisting their education, and automatically that the parents who would have been going AYZ to funds for their children or their work to school, that area was being assisted, and if not 100%, but to a very high level percentage. And two, you will agree with me that the up of industries like Dangote refinery and some other industry that have come on board have also been able to engage the locals, at the level of employment and appointment. And also the government itself have been able to open the doors to which state government and what have you cannot go into a major project like capital project, which the ordinary citizens have been employed. Like in Edo, for example, when Edo have become the center for constructions and reformations in whether it's in infrastructure, by so doing, the ordinary people are also the people working in this level. Employment have been generated and people are working. Yes, we agree that the world itself have been going through a lot of economic quagmire, but also to tell you that if not for the reform that the president have been going through, Nigeria would have been worse off by now. If you visit many countries, whether in Europe, today the level of poverty is very high because of the crises that have engulfed the world, as it were. So Nigeria actually is just a victim at a certain level of the crises that have engulfed the world and also affect the economy and relationship with countries or states in internations. But however, the same presidency have been able that today we are saying, yeah, there is hunger. But the hunger that we are experiencing today is not as bad as what others are experiencing across the world. But just to say that opposition will never agree with any of the measures that the presidency has taken so far. If we want to do more, I think Nigerians should also ask questions to the local government and to state government and asking them what are they doing. Today, even before now, we had situations where salaries can be paid. But today, people who receive salary automatically can also maximize and use their salary to the benefit of their family and their people. Unlike when people were being owed 6, 7, 8 months of salaries and they were not being paid, and still we were also crying of same hunger. If you will cry of the same hunger yesterday and still at that same yesterday, you were unable to receive salary, and today you can get salary even when you agree that it's not the best or we wish for. But it's not something that is just a real problem of the center. Government is centralized. Because it's centralized, both the local, the state, and the federal will play their own part simultaneously.
Okay,
but when one part is doing its part, other parts should complement that effort.
All right, so Collins, I'd like to ask you, anytime that we ask APC chieftains and members of the APC like you what the government has done, they are quick to say many things. And when you ask them, can you list them? They are quick to tell us about NEL Fund. Now, before NEL Fund made on the scene, weren't Nigerians going to university or what? And how many more people have gone to university because of NEL Fund, using NEL Fund track? And when you talk about the employment rate, you said Dangote. Dangote is employing people. The unemployment rate has not fallen. As a matter of fact, it's increasing. At last count, we have over, you talked about SMEs. At last count, we have over 7 million businesses close shop in Nigeria. Are you aware of that? How do you react to this? Every time NEL Fund, and beyond NEL Fund, the next thing you people mention is Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway. Let's leave these two things. Can you mention more that you have done in the past 3 years?
Yes, very much. You know, ordinarily, a house is not built in a day. Okay. 2 years or thereabout is not enough for the president to do all the magic in the world. If you look at a lot of the reforms that have come up through the Central Bank of Nigeria, take it or leave it, the banking system today in Nigeria and the reform we have seen in the foreign exchange, you will agree with me, is part of what has also brought up, even with the issues that have engulfed the world today. The foreign exchange for over 6 months has still been consistent. Unlike when it was growing in high speed, Nigerians were crying that foreign exchange rate was so high and that brought about poverty. But these have been able to be sustained for a while. Collins, we must understand that.
All right, Collins. This administration inherited our exchange rate at 380 naira per dollar. How much is it now at last count? Over 1,300. Sometimes it fluctuates 131415. How do you react to that?
When you say this administration, are you saying from Buhari's government that Buhari inherited these statistics you have given us, or you are saying?
I'm talking about Bola Ahmed Tinubu. Buhari inherited exchange rate at 180 naira, and for 8 years it hovered between 180 naira and 380 naira. Let's leave it at 400. Let's peg it at 400. Bola Ahmed Tinubu came in, inherited it at 400. As I speak with you, within 3 years, it has hovered between 1,800 and 1,350 naira. Is that some form of stability or what? How do you say it?
You saying that was what he inherited from Buhari administration, or you are talking about Jonathan's transition to Buhari's government?
From Buhari.
Now, see, let's not be dwelling on party. Okay. We are talking about the team of administration.
You are the one that brought in the issue of party. You brought in the issue of party.
No. I am not talking about party. I'm talking about a certain administration. Now, have 95% of people who ruled Nigeria when President Muhammadu Buhari was in power are now the leaders and the chieftain of ADC today. So that simply means that having ground the system the way they wanted to ground it, they now moved to ADC. Now you just name all of them that were particularly in that administration. In all of the ministers that the Buhari government had, how many of them are still left with APC today? So when you talk of governance, we shouldn't be dwelling on party, because the other party man is not. So, but I am talking from the level to which President Bola Ahmed Tinubu took over government from. He took over government, dollar was over 2,000 and thereabouts at the level of exchange rate.
No,
and he has been able to.
Collins, that's not correct. Please, that's not
I want to say something.
No,
he shouldn't deceive us.
You react.
He shouldn't deceive them.
Collins,
He has not answered a single of your questions.
Black market. I am talking about the black market. I am not talking about the bank foreign exchange.
No, Collins, that's not correct. That's not
That
correct.
is where the
It was when the president removed the fuel subsidy that we started seeing this kind of galloping, increase in our exchange rate. But anyway, I've heard you. By all right, I'll come back to you. I'd like for Dr. Anosike to react, to your comments. Doctor, how do you react to?
One, he didn't answer any of your questions, which is expected because you cannot give what you don't have. And the question is, he said that he is tackling poverty. Understand? How far has he gone in the area of tackling poverty?
He mentioned NEL fund.
And I told you that Buhari left office when the multidimensional poverty was at 131 million. Today it's 141 million, which means Tinubu has put more Nigerians in poverty than he inherited it. That's understand me. Then when you check the cost of things in the market, which is the indices are used in measuring government, how the people are faring, you can see that things are far more costly now than when Buhari was in office. That shows you that Nigerians are suffering now more than before. Now, as of today, if you check the report that MBS released 2 days ago, every Nigerian is owing 740,000 naira debt. 740,000 naira debt. So when they are talking about exchange rate, that means nonsense. Our economy is on a downward train now than before. So he has not even added anything to what he inherited from Muhammadu Buhari. He has not added anything. He is mentioning Dangote. Dangote is a private investor. He said Dangote and others. He never mentioned any other company. So what they are using is a Dangote. It was even Buhari that commissioned Dangote, not Tinubu. So they cannot claim credit of Dangote. Companies are still exiting Nigeria on a daily basis because of instability in the power supply. Life of Nigerians are being cut short on a daily basis. We now have more widows, more orphans than in the last 4 years because of what these insurgents are doing in the country. Watch how many people that are being killed in the country on a daily basis. So this government has failed woefully on the area of insecurity and the area of economy. Tinubu government has failed woefully in the area of economy and in the area of insecurity. There's no grammar that can change that.
All right, Dr. Anosike, thank you very much. Let's go back to Collins, and I just hope that we still have connection with him. Collins, you are talking about Buhari and Tinubu. Now, Buhari, President said a lot at the meeting, the Renewed Hope ambassadors meeting. Now, the President said, his administration is a continuation of that of his predecessor, Muhammad Buhari, describing Buhari as a partner and suggesting that he took over from himself. In the President's word, Buhari was my partner. I succeeded myself. I took over from myself. How do you react to that? More like a continuation. I've had cases with you. I've had you on my program say, well, the Buhari administration was a failure. And we have a president that says, I inherited myself. I succeeded myself because Buhari was my partner. So I succeeded myself. How do you react to that? If the president on his own is admitting in your own words that Buhari failed, and the president said, I admitted that, and Tinubu said, I admitted that failure, and I'm continuing with that. How do you react to that statement?
I have never, not in any forum, said Buhari administration was a failure. No, I have never. I can say that over and over again. Government has its weak point. Every government has its gain. Every government had area where up. Buhari's government did the best he can, but unfortunately, he had a team probably that didn't give him the best that he would have delivered upon. But however, he also had a lot of challenges that bedeviled his government ramification. At some level, he succeeded. At some level, he didn't succeed. government is a continuity. Yes, it was a government party. It was transition not from another party to another, it was from one party. The incumbent president did all his best to assist his friend to become president. Ordinarily, you expect him to also stay the fact that yes, it's a continuation. Government itself is a continuation, whether from Jonathan, from Obasanjo, whoever succeeds continues from there. But not to stay the fact that we can't stay the obvious. The obvious that there are areas already being forward. And in the area of infrastructure, you will agree with me that this president did not only just come in there as a mercy, but to gingered his team of infrastructure across the state. There are a lot of federal roads, federal institutions that have been worked upon. Nigeria itself had needed a reform holistically.
All right, Collins, thank you very much. Can you use like 30 seconds? Okay, all right, Collins, can you use like 30 seconds to mention a few of the federal roads that are undergoing construction or reconstruction? Let's move away from the Lagos-Calabar Coastal Highway and move away from the Badagry-Sokoto Federal Highway. Which other federal roads within the country are undergoing rehabilitation at this moment?
Benin Lagos Express Road had been on total overhauling and reorganization.
For how long?
When I mean reorganization, I mean redesign and restructuring. That road today, you can bet anybody that applied that road since Asiwaju came on board, you would fly from Benin to Lagos in less than 3 hours. You will be in Lagos. Then you come to the Benin Abuja Highway.
Collins, that is the same road.
I am coming,
Collins, I'm coming, please. Please, we're out of time. That is the same road that people traveling from the southwest to the eastern parts of the country, to south parts of the country,
spend
3-4 days on that same road. Are you aware? During the Christmas,
December.
during the yellow tide, are you aware of that?
No, that is not true, sir. Between December and now, even between that December, even I fly on the road too.
Okay.
It's not all the time one you fly or something.
I also use that road. I also use that road in March. I went to the east and I used the roads. I spent like 3 hours in Assam.
Now I spent
like 4 hours in Benin City. You are on state.
Mr. Chukuma, I could recall at the point you said you rode, that was when we had the issue of insurgency blocking some part of that road at that time, that led to a great lock on that road, and that led to why you spend hours. So by today you can take your camera through the road and see for yourself. Then you talk about the Benin Expressway. As I talk to you from the axis of King Square, right in center of Benin City, straight down, going toward to Bayelsa, is being worked upon, and the road is unstoppable. The job has been a continuous job up to now. Then you go to Lokoja Aunchi Expressway, leading from Edo North straight to it's been ongoing, and the job is a non-stop.
I hope that Nigerians that are listening to us will be able to confirm all that you are saying. Unfortunately, we're out of time. We need to return to the studio here so that Dr. Anosike will have his own take on the issue of I succeeded myself. How do you react to that? My government is a continuation of the Buhari administration.
That is politics. That is politics, because Buhari people are not happy with what is going on.
Okay.
So he just wants to give an impression that he's still continuing with Buhari's government.
What people call the CPC bloc in APC.
Understand? Sure. Okay. They are not happy, just as most Nigerians are not happy with what is going on. Or the Buhari team in APC are no more in APC. So they are moving away. So he just wants to see a way of carrying them along. If you take even the National Security Advisor, every other person has been saying that Tinubu inherited a dead economy. That's their word. Understand? That Tinubu inherited a dead economy, that Buhari made the economy, and Tinubu is trying to rebuild it. But he knows that Buhari people are not happy with what is going on. So that's a way of trying, if he can carry them along, but it is too late. Opinions have been made.
Opinions have been made.
Opinions
All right, then.
have
Thank
been
you very
made.
much, Dr. Anosike. Mr. Collins Amarin, can you take 30 minutes to give us your concluding thoughts as quickly as you can?
I think my elder brother there is just trying to create problem where there is no indeed the APC. Because first, when Buhari was administering, there was no interference in any area. He delivered at his best that he can with his team without interjection or being understood, you know, at the way he was leading. So now that President administering, I think he needed all the peace in this world to administer. So wanted to come on the ground that you are Buhari block or not Buhari block, Buhari have ruled and lived and has gone to rest with the Lord. So they should allow Buhari spirit to rest in peace. They should start tracking Buhari into any form
It
of
was the president that brought him into the equation. It was the president that brought Buhari into the conversation. Nobody mentioned Buhari's name. It was the president that did that.
He brought in Buhari's name first to acknowledge the fact that there was somebody that he actually succeeded.
And so also, why are you saying they should allow him to rest in peace? The president did bring him in. All right, thank you very much.
No, for them putting him in the way of trying to create crisis. That's what I'm saying.
All right,
you remember the death
Thank you very much, Mr. Collins. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time. I appreciate your time and presence on my show. I hope that we can do this some other time. Dr. Anosike, 30 seconds, concluding thoughts.
Defending APC is not easy, no matter how hard you try. Because from nothing, nothing comes.
Okay.
This party is nothing, and they cannot give anything. That's why my brother is now stammering. Understand? To defend APC is not easy. So
I think it's easy for him.
No. No teacher can give him 15%.
Well, unfortunately, you are not a teacher here. You are not the examiner here. Oh, well, this would be a good place to end the conversation. I must say a very big thank you to you, Dr. Peter Anosike, philosopher, journalist, and business consultant. I appreciate your presence on my show. And to you, Comrade Collins Amadin, APC Chieftain and Special Assistant to Edo State Governor Monday Obebelo on digital resources. I appreciate your time and presence. And I hope that we can do this some other time. On behalf of the backroom staff, technical director, bus manager, sound engineer, and the ingest manager, I am Chukwuma Okoro. Up next is Issues with Nana and Demduto. I'll see you on Monday morning, 8 o'clock on the morning show. Bye for now and enjoy the rest of your weekend.
I'm Mr. Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti, and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People television.
we encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Good evening, Africa. My name is Mama Kore, actor, model, producer, and I'm giving a big shout out to Vop TV, man. Keep watching. Don't change the dial. Thank you and God bless you.
My name is AY, and of course, I represent the voice of the people, and that's why I'm on VOP. AY say so.
Hi everyone, it's your girl Miriam Tima from the Real Housewives of Lagos and the Real Housewives Ultimate Girls Trip Africa. Shout out to VOP, the voice of the people. You already know. Stay tuned, keep watching. And don't forget, VOP is the best.
All right, hello, all right, it's a brother shagging a man fine back with Melanie Poppy Blast Skin Boy. This is VOP TV. If you're not watching VOP, I don't know why you're watching. Maybe you're watching your weight.
Hello, beautiful people. This is Wale Ojo, and you're watching VOP, Voice of the People.
Hi, guys. You already know who it is. This is New Energy. Flyers wherever live. Keep watching VOP TV. Thank you.
Hi, people. Jenny Albano here. Guys, please keep watching Voice of the People.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Ampelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, please discuss.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
Hey guys,
guys, it's your girl Arike of the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Who's Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi everyone, my name is Yvonne Jagade. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the EV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is your girl Philly Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze,
Please
and
keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeat, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
Arararara, my name is Made Kuti, and you're watching BOP TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
A very good evening to you, and welcome to another exciting episode of the Issues and Voice of the People Television. And we bring you the most important and pressing issues shaping our nation today. I'm your host, Nenna Ndumdioto. Today on the issues, we're examining the complexities of Nigeria's politics and governance, from Tinubu signing 2026 appropriation bill, and of course to Tinubu and Atiku engaging in war of words over economic record. Also, Afenifere calls for peaceful 2027 elections. And finally, Governor Abiodun and Oshoba present chosen APC governorship candidate Yayi to Tinubu. Join us as we break down the fact and provide context to help you stay informed. We'll take a short break, and when we return, we'll dig deeper into these topics. Don't go away. Glad to have you join us. Let's dive straight into today's discussion. President Bola Tinubu signed the 2026 appropriation bill into law, which provides for an aggregate expenditure of 68.32 trillion naira. The president also approved an extension of the 2025 budget implementation period from March 31, 2026 to June 30, 2026. The 68.32 trillion naira budget for this year earmarks 4.799 trillion naira for statutory transfers and 15.8 trillion naira for debt service. It allocates 15.4 trillion naira to recurrent expenditure and 32.2 trillion naira to the development fund for capital expenditure. With capital expenditure accounting for about 50%, the presidency said 2026 budget underscores the administration's continued commitment to economic stability, national security, infrastructure development, and inclusive growth. 2026 budget represents an increase of 9.85 trillion naira over the initial proposal of 58.47 trillion naira that the president submitted to the National Assembly and 13.33 trillion naira higher than the 2025 budget. Today, I'm delighted to be joined by a guest here in the studio. We have Elvis Ilimihele. He is a senior reporter and a public affairs analyst. Glad to have you join us, sir.
Hey, good evening, Nena.
Yeah.
How's your day?
Fine, thank you, and yours.
Thank God.
When you hear all this huge amount of money, yeah, I don't know if it happens to you, but my head begins to like, oh God, this is a lot. But really, a higher amount from what the president had actually, asked first. I think it's like 9 point something trillion naira thereabout higher. I want to get the exact figure. Higher than what he initially asked for, submitted to the National Assembly. And now he has finally, signed this. And not just signing the 2026 budget, he has extended 2025 budget. He had said earlier that he was not going to extend the 2025 budget again. But here we are, having another extension of 2025 budget. When you hear all of this, what does this say about implementation capacity of the present administration?
It tells me that we are supposed to be a rich nation. But unfortunately, we are in the hand of bad managers. That's just what it means, Nena. It's not more than that. You see, we are still talking of 2025 budget, now getting to June. And that's because the president just feel, let me extend it so that everybody that budget need to be serviced will be able to service them as expected. So now, as from June, the 2026 budget will kick off, which is half of the year. Probably by this time next year, we'll still be running this 2026 budget while we are awaiting 2027 budget. That's the election year, so anything can happen. If this administration is not coming back, which means there's going to be an issue in that manner because we are going into election. So if APC is not in the saddle again as the leadership, in the saddle of the leadership of this nation, it means this shift, that this extension we keep getting from Tinubu's administration is going to be altered. We don't know what the new government might say, but if they come where they continue from where they stop, then it also tells me that, you see, the difference between that 2025 budget and 2026 budget is about 13 point something trillion. That's huge enough. And you will not agree with me that all these differences and all this humongous amount of money we are mentioning in the studio this evening, how has it affected your life and my life? That's a big question. We keep hearing these figures. Nigerians keep, swallowing them when we hear them. And at the end of the day, we remain where we are. We don't know how this figure is affecting the life of Nigerians. We still remain as very poor nation. Nigerians can still not feed, cannot go to bed with empty stomach. So, but they keep telling us that the economy is working and they are doing well. Then we hear that what the president submitted before and what the House now, adjusted it to, and which the president has also assented to now, it has about 9 point something trillion difference. Are you sure? Are we sure that this one is not including padding? So the amount that is padded in this budget, we will not know yet until maybe by this time next year when this budget will have been winding down. Budget it. There is one organization that monitor budget called budget. Yes. I pray they should be able to give us, statistics of how much actually went to Nigerians' MDAs in this budget by this time next year. That is ministry, department, and agencies. How much was actually released for Nigerians to actually see that, okay, there were changes. We're told now that the budget is capturing about 50% for capital projects. We can do better. We can do better, Nena. 50% for capital projects and about 32 point something trillion is earmarked for that out of a 60 something trillion budget. We can do better. So that's why we are calling on the federal government. Whittle down this profligacy within yourselves. Bring it down. let the budget affect the people more. Let the people be able to at least say, oh, 2025 or 2026 was a better year for us in Nigeria. Especially now that we are going into election year. What is the ruling party going to use as campaign for Nigeria to actually say, oh, you have done it? They'll tell you NEFOD. That's the only thing they'll tell you, NEFOD. I mean, that has become a slogan. Oh, Nigerians that were not in school. But remember, they've forgotten that it's loan. It's not grant. It's not bursary award. It's loan. They're still going to pay back. That is even when they get the job. We don't even know how, when these children that are involved with this NEFON, they're going to get the job. So eventually, you see, we are modeling up these things. It is not, if you are bringing out a budget for a nation, one would have expected that that budget is coming to cushion the challenges Nigerians are going through. Now, because of the Iran and America war, look at what Nigerians are facing now. But we have a budget which Nigeria would have been able to say, okay, we have some part of it to cushion some of these that unforeseen circumstances that may come up in the world. But as soon as it happens, Nigerians don't have shock absorber. It grips us and we are wallowing in it. So when we hear these humongous figures, then it doesn't make any meaning to Nigerians again, because we have been in it and it has never been, we have never felt it. And I mean, this is not going to be a difference. The padded part of this budget, especially this election year we are going into, is more than what we are going to see that will be beneficial to you and I as Nigerians. So there's nothing to celebrate here.
Okay, so the capital expenditure, I was actually going to ask you about that, but you had answered a bit of that while you were speaking. But when you look at the capital expenditure, I heard that the capital expenditure is higher than what it used to be. So would you actually say that that's like a plus? If yeah, I know that you said that it's not so much, we can do better. But if you compare that with other budgets, do you think that having it as 50% is like a plus for us for this particular budget that we are seeing now?
It will be a plus if at the end of this fiscal year, we are told that whatever is allocated for capital project was actually released to NDAs. Look at ministers started telling us last time that from the capital budget, some of them have not even gotten a quarter of what was allocated to their ministries. What gain does that bring to Nigerians? So we'll begin to talk of 50%, yes, maybe by next year they can do 60% if they are still in power, But how much of this money is released to the ministries, departments, and agencies for them to actually function as expected? We are not talking about the recurrent expenditure, because they want to pay salaries or they fuel their cars, go on their travels and do all those ones. We're talking about, okay, how many roads are in this budget that are going to be tied? How many hospitals are going to be built, whether new ones or the existing one, equipped as expected? How many of these schools that we talked about, Nigerian schools, are now being mocked in the world? Nigeria graduates go abroad, they are now facing another examination because they felt where we are coming from. The standard has actually whittled down, so it is a very disappointing level. How many of them are in this budget? At this budget you can talk of, because the capital expenditure of the budget was so high last year, that is why we are able to do this. Because at the end of every year, Nena, you are supposed to give the percentage, the workability of that budget for that year, the percentage. We had 70%, we have 80%. This budget of 2025 worked, at that level of 70%, 80%, or 90%. Because budget formation goes through four formations. You have to first of all conceive it. Then by the time you conceive it, you plan it, then you have to go through authorization. That is when, it has to go to for defense and all that. Then it has to go through execution stage. That execution stage. How many percentage of Nigeria budget actually, been able to garner? So 70, 80, 90% of this budget was so workable. We had 80%, we had 70%. Then he has to go, the last one, he has to go through accountability. How many ministers comes to account for what they were giving in every fiscal year in their respective ministry? If they account for it, how did they affect Nigerians? Do you understand, Nena? These are some of the things that we should be talking about. It's not just coming to real out the figure. Every year we keep hearing figures related that. But how has it affected Nigerians' life? You and I, who are supposed to be, saying, oh, this budget that the federal government released this year is for us. But you know what happened? They use it to service themselves. Even the few contracts that are going to come out of this capital expenditure you are seeing, Nena, is going to be, they award this contract among themselves. The contractors who are registered contractors of in this nation who are supposed to pay that tax as and employ Nigerians because the economy is working, because they have contracts from the federal government. Many of them don't have opportunity of even having these contracts. The National Assembly members have part of the shares in this contract that this budget is going to service. The ministers themselves have shares in it, and all the DGs of the different parastatals and the agencies have shares in the contract that is going to come out from them. So it's not evenly distributed. It's still in the hands of the same people who gave us the budget, and they still know how they share it among themselves. And at the end of the day, we just discover that it revolves around the same circle. It's not evenly distributed. And when budget is not evenly distributed, Nena, it brings poverty. And that's why we are where we are today. So there's nothing to be celebrated here.
If I hear you correctly, you're actually saying that one of our biggest problems as a nation is implementation and, of course, execution.
Implementation
because most times
zero.
we are not even sure that this money is getting to the MDAs. And even when they get to the MDAs, there's no accountability system for us to even know, okay, this is
how much was given and what was it used for.
Used. We saw how, I think, just when we're talking about how the 2025 budget went, when they had to come to the Senate, how most of the sessions went rowdy. They had rowdy session, and then they didn't even do the needful. They just fought over whatever it is that they fought over.
Even the legislators don't do their job. Oversight functions. So, okay, this ministry we gave, for instance, 10 billion for a whole year. Let us go and see how much of it has been used and what they use it for. They don't go for oversight function. When they are preparing for oversight function, they are preparing to, and whatever they are going to, they know too well what they are going to receive from them. So when they get there, they give them, oh, you are doing well, because they have already settled them. So the oversight function is for them to even enrich themselves. And that's what would have benefited you and I, because if they go there, assess what the ministry have been doing with what was approved for them, and say, you are not doing well. Why is it this? Why is it this? Nigerians will be able to know that. Look at electricity. That the minister in charge of power has gotten budget now for 3 years in this nation. Has it affected you and I? Instead of the budget to uplift the life of Nigerians and give us more comfort, we hear of a great collapse every day. So how do you not just oppose that? Then there is a committee in the House that oversees the functions of that ministry. What have you heard that committee has actually reprimanded that minister since all these collapses are becoming up? Because they know how to, feed them at the back, whether it is affecting Nigerians, better life for Nigerians or not, it doesn't concern them. Provided that committee is able to, we want to come for an oversight function. And at the end of the day, the minister will do the needful, and that oversight function will die. That is where execution of Nigeria budget has always been failing. That execution and accountability has never worked. It is not just, conceiving it and, approving it. Like the president has, assented to it now. It has become a law now. The 2026 budget has been approved. That's not what Nigerians are talking about. We want to see how well implemented and at the end of the day, accountability. And for those that erred against the wish of that budget towards Nigeria, should be shown the way out. And they should be asked questions and reprimanded and made to serve as deterrent to any other person that is coming in here tomorrow as minister. We had a minister in this nation, if I can remember her name now, the Minister for Health, this woman from UI was, I've forgotten her name now. Where that minister Mama got into the office, and before you know, they brought money for her. During Yaradwa's time, and then it got great. They brought money for her, and Mama was like, what is this? They said it is money that is actually meant for this ministry. They did not tell her that it was the leftover of the previous year budget. At the end of the day, they keep these things to themselves. So every year, 2025 budget, oh, because we have now gotten the 2026 budget is released, whatever that is left in 2025, they now share it. That was how they roped Mama into it. And meanwhile, Yar'Adua's government then has said any money that is left with the ministry on spending the previous year should be sent to the central bank. At the end of the day, when they were investigating it, they said they gave the ministers also amount of money. That was how Mama was roped in. Mama has to leave. But the University of Ibadan, where Mama kind of person, you were roped in. That's what the ministers do. They do all these things. They do, you know, so they just put banana peel. Who are the people doing all this? They are the permanent secretaries. That's why permanent secretaries are richer than ministers. Because they are the ones that arrange the seat for the ministers to stay. And they are the ones that will still pull out the seat when the minister is going. So they know all these things. So they deliberately, you know, make sure that the budget execution is low so that much money will be left for them. And at the end of the day, they share it. All those gigantic buildings and estates you see in Abuja, if EFCC really want to do their job as expected, forget about it. Look, investigate most of Nigeria permanent secretaries. They own those buildings, but they cannot come out and show it to the world because they are serving permanent secretaries. That's why you see some of the estates are locked up. Most of the big buildings are locked. Nobody inside. Their families are abroad, but because they cannot come and put their chest in it is my own. Because how will you tell Nigerians that a salary earner owns an estate or have this kind of gigantic structures? That's what we see. So they siphon it. They stringently make sure that they staff the ministry of the fund, and at the end of the day, whatever is left, they carry it over to the next year and share it for themselves. We have seen all these things. Well, so Mama was a culprit in that matter. She was roped in. Professor Adenike Grange.
Okay, when we look at this, this recurring budget rollover that we've seen in this particular administration, how does it actually affect investors' confidence in Nigeria?
Where is the confidence? If the budget has worked well, we will be talking about that insecurity is curbed. More money will be given to the armed forces and the young men in the in the trenches that are fighting the war, who kept telling us that their welfare is zero, would have seen that their morale is boosted, and that will help to curb the insecurity. You would have also seen that, one, you can put on your electricity in your house, even if it's for 9 hours, 10 hours in a day, you can say, oh, I enjoy 10 hours, I enjoy 12 hours. How many Nigerians enjoy electricity for 1 hour? So how will it boost investors' confidence? You want to drive from Lagos now to your state, you'll be thinking that after maybe about 20, 30 kilometers of good road, the rest to your village is no more road. And when the investors come, wherever they manufacture their product, they must take it to the market. They need good road. Okay, a country as large as Nigeria, one would have been talking that, okay, the budget has been working and we are calling on investors. Wherever you are, you can simply rail your products, your goods, manufactured goods to any part of Nigeria. How many Nigerian state capitals are serviced with rail line, functional rail lines today? These are things that are not, these are not things that are difficult for any nation to do. It's not rocket science, but unfortunately, the Minister for Transportation will see the budget that will be given, not talking of a new 10 kilometers or 20 kilometer double gauge rail that is actually rehabilitated or even constructed within 4 years of his administration. Nothing will come up. But what is the Minister of Work, Minister of Transport doing with all the budget they defend every year in the National Assembly? Nigeria should be talking of, okay, I don't need to start looking for, I saw the Airline Operator Association of Nigeria yesterday talking about that they will soon be grounded because they cannot afford aviation fuel. If there was functional rail, Nigeria can still travel as expected, even very comfortably. For those that don't want to be on the road, that's supposed to be the job of the Ministry of Transportation. So these are things that we interest in foreign investors. Say these things are working. I have good rail, I have good road, I have good rail, and I have good electricity. I won't come and start investing my money in it. Then they'll pay the whole thing more. Judicial system, is it working? And nobody will want to go and throw his money into where he doesn't know what is going to happen to his investment, especially when we keep seeing judiciary shifting goalposts at every time, giving double judgment, go to Supreme Court will make a pronouncement, and at the end of the day, the matter will go back to Supreme Court again, another pronouncement will be made in the same matter differently. It doesn't build investors' confidence.
Okay, let's move on to our next conversation. President Tinubu has dismissed opposition criticism of his administration, saying political opponents cannot intimidate him or derail his reform agenda. Speaking to his supporters, the president described the opposition as noisemakers who do not respect the rule of law. Further disclosed that he took over from himself, stating that he takes responsibility for the current state of the economy as the late President Muhammadu Buhari was his partner in governance. The president also took a swipe at former Vice President Atiku Abubakar, questioning the outcomes of some privatization exercises carried out under Atiku's tenure. In response, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar defended his role in Nigeria's privatization era, insisting Tinubu's criticisms do not stand up to scrutiny. Atiku further said the president, who has not fully reserved questions about his own background, should exercise restraint before casting aspersions on others. So let's watch the video of, President Tinubu actually talking about the fact that he took over from himself.
The life voyage is not going to be easy. This economy, I then have to look back, because the truth is, I took over for myself. The late Buhari is me. He was a partner. And if I took over from him, is that not from myself? So, if something is wrong, fine. Live with it, correct it, move on. The life voyage is not going to be easy. And so many of you that are traveling with me, I can only stand before you and say you will not regret it. That is why we ask you to renew their hope. If they don't want to see the hope and the roads that we bridge and the children we raise and the economy we are growing, we lend them Jiggy Bola. We give them eyeglasses. I can assure you, this is whatever you say I do. But one thing that you need from me is a promise that I won't run away from the affair.
Some persons will say that it is even it's a different thing that the president is saying what he's saying. But even those who are clapping, you know, if some persons wonder why they are clapping. But of course, he was among his supporters, and we hear him say things like this. You know, there's been a week of war of words between the presidency and, of course, Atiku as well. And then the presidency had earlier asked the former vice president to bury his 2027 ambition, you know, all those things. And now we hear the president has also joined in the tirade. And before he even went into all of the criticism of Atiku, you heard him say that he took over from himself and that, Buhari, whatever it's. So is he taking responsibility for what Buhari? This is the same administration that once said at some point that, they met, they really condemned what they met on ground. And now we're hearing the president say this. Is it that he's saying things with the two sides of his mouth?
What do you expect, Nena? Let me first of all address that clapping. That's a sycophantic clapping, Nena. It's not different from what we see in this administration of APC. Whether because those people that are gathered in that hall where they are clapping are people that are benefiting from this government. Everything the president said, I don't think there's anything that would move me to be clapping, because I know what I'm going through. You yourself can see that there's nothing to clap over there. But the people that are in that hall, they are the people that are doing the same bidding of the president and them. So that aside, Atiku and president, coming to start washing their dirty linen in the public, well, it's expected. The president said He was the head of the economy team, privatized the steel industry, and where is the steel today? That's true. That's true. That's why sometimes in my place they have an adage that don't drink hot water down. By the time you are not pulling cold water, and you have already made a mistake. All of them, when they were in INEC office last week, heading that banner, let them APC, let democracy breathe. I told you, the message there, let democracy breathe, that's the one I take out. But the messengers there, all of them have their own trajectories. None of them Nigerian can actually say has actually fared well when they had the opportunity. That's what the president is reminding them now. He's reminding them where they are coming from. Today, you can't just tell me that you are just suddenly become a saint because you are now in opposition and you want this ruling government, this party to go. If you want this party to actually go, give us what you are going to do differently. One of those things that Nigerians would have used to applaud them so much is that they will show greed. That, oh, I know I've been there, and I know too well that my popularity, I can use it to support somebody else to get into that place. That would be a good characteristic of what they are telling Nigerians. Not telling Nigerians now that I must be there, whether you like it or not, which means it is not different. And we are not going to see anything different. It's just mere dummy. The same dummy APC sold to us in 2014, 2015 that led us to where we are now. It's what I'm saying. Because the greed that it must be me is still in them. And that greed, when they come to power, Nigerians are still going to see that ADC may not be the Eldorado if the wrong person come into power through that ADC. So that's what the president is reminding them. He knows where they are coming from. He once gave his political platform to Atiku to contest in 2007 as president, ACN. Amechi was with them for 8 years as minister. Who is new that the president does not know in that place? So when he is now mocking them, he came actually to mock them, yeah? He said they should give them eyeglasses if they say they are not seeing what he's doing. Then if they give you that, you and I, that eyeglasses, will not see anything change different from what we are seeing with our naked eyes because we don't see what they are doing. But he's mocking them. And he's talking arrogantly at them because this president knows how to do that. In 2023, he arrogantly told Nigerians that it is my turn. And he got away with it. He arrogantly told Nigerians that subsidy is gone. He got away with it. He arrogantly told Nigerians that grab it, snatch it, and run with it. He got away with it. He arrogantly told Nigerians, go to court. He got away with it. So what is different? So everything he said here is just to mock the opposition and mock Nigerians. He came to mock us. So forget about those ones that are clapping at what he's saying. They are lineup of governors who are seeking second tenure under his own administration. They are lineup of those ones that want to get a contract or want to be in APC so that their sins will be forgotten, forgiving them according to Oshomole and his team. So that's why they can lock up themselves there and clap, to rub us on our faces arrogantly. So I don't see anything new there. Yes, Atiku headed the privatization during Obasanjo's time, and all the companies, Nigeria companies that are privatized today, how many of them are in existence? There are no more. And look at the reply Article's 8 gave reply the presidency. Did you see anything there? There's nothing there because
there was nothing to defend.
There's nothing to defend. I read it. This is my job. When I'm reading, I read it in between the line and I see what I can pick out. There's nothing there. Frank Shaibu. It's a very intelligent person, but it's difficult when you are not defending things that you don't have facts to defend. Yes, if Ajakuta works, today we would have been the manufacturer of a car in this nation. If Ajakuta works and DSC works, do you know how many tons of iron that is spent on this nation daily that are imported into this nation? That at least I had the opportunity of knowing DSC, Delta State Company, Alaja, or Delta State. I had the opportunity because I practically, like at my formative years, grew up in the township. But if you get to DSC township today, you'll be weeping. These were laudable projects that Shagari's government saw that would have taken Nigeria to a level. But what happened subsequently? They died. Township, DSC township was like abroad. Everything works. Is it electricity? Is it tarred road? Is it that even as a staff, if you are employed in DSC today, The only thing you need to roll into that house you are giving is your clothing. Everything is here. Go and look at the DSC township today. Over 80-90% of the houses are burnt. No more roof. It has become like a jungle because of mismanagement. So when the president speaks like this, he knows where they have all aired against Nigerians, and I use it to mock them and rub them on their faces. So we need a new Nigeria, Nena. We need that person that Nigerians can actually believe that he's not going to set dummies to us like APC sold to us in 2015. And here we are today. Because that greed, that among all of them that had that banner that day that is still in them, if they continue in that trajectory, it will not be different. That's what the president just reminded them of. So it's a shame that we find ourselves in this same situation again.
You know, let me talk about this greed issue you talked about. I heard Amechi, I heard his interview
This morning.
Yes. And, you know, when I listened to it, you ask yourself, if members of the same party are talking this way, how are you now selling to Nigerians? Because it looks like there's no unity. All of them are coming out to say that I want to be the president. I want to be the president. I don't want consensus. I don't want consensus. And then again, on the side of their mouth, they would say, or with the other side of their mouth, rather, they would say that whatever outcome comes out of the primary, they would run with it. But with the way they are speaking, the words of their mouth, their body language does not look like they will actually run with whoever it is that would come out. So what are these people actually going to, what are they even bringing to the table?
Nena, they've not learned their lessons. They've not learned their lessons. That's why I told you that it is not the holding of that banner that matters. The message there belongs to democracy, and that's for Nigerians. Let the APC, let democracy breathe. But the holders of that banner, do they actually believe in that message? They don't believe in it. That's why you see they keep shifting goalposts. Amechi sometimes said, even if he's not interested in contesting. Today, Amechi told before now, he said ADC should lock themselves into the room and tell themselves the truth. Mm-hmm. Good advice. But today's interview, has he not contradict all he has been saying? Look at the interview. Suddenly, Atiku Abubakar cannot remember to go to a studio of a media house in Nigeria. Is it now I want to just show that, oh, I'm a good person, I can walk into your studio. It's not honoring Nigerians. It's not honoring the TV station. That's the trajectory of the politicians. When election comes, when they are campaigning, they go to the street and buy corn with common Nigerians and be chewing it. It does not invalidate and it doesn't make us to see that importance in them any longer. After the election, do you see them? So all of them that you see that are there have had opportunity of turning the trajectory of this nation to favor you and I. They did not do it. David Mark was one time third person in this nation on 8 consecutive years, 8 years. They didn't make any. What did the Lord made that one can say today will change the nation? It's not there. Aregbesola was one time a governor in Osun State. Yes. By the time he was leaving, civil servants were happy that at least he has gone because salary was paid half. And even at that half payment of salary, how many months were even paid? So those are the kind of persons that are saying they want to bring change. No, we're not even looking at that. Yes, they could have a different change now. But if you want to bring that change, roll out what Nigerians should be seeing now that make the difference and say, okay, really, let's test them. One of them would have been, yes, all of us here, let us speak with one mind. This is the person we are supporting, and this is the person that must go. And this is the person that is popular among Nigerians. Let's give him a trial. Not all of them is still having that selfish character that have always been in them. I want to be there, I want to be there, I want to be there. Suddenly, they are now, look at, since Kwankwaso came into their party, Atiku Abubakar has remembered to come to the press now to grant interview. Obi has always been granting interview. We know Obi has always been moving. All of them are now suddenly, then Amechi now has now remembered to come now to start granting interview and have talking to media houses. So that's to tell you that they've not learned their lessons. And even if they are given the opportunity, they may not do better than what we are saying now because of greed.
Well, Let's still go back to Atiku and Tinubu. If you look at these two men, that's Atiku and the president, when you put them on a scale, who would you say how has Atiku successfully actually challenged them, Tinubu, on economic credibility, given their history?
Atiku. Everybody knows that this economy of this administration is a failure. Absolutely. But if we want to put them on that scale, you actually look at it that at least a PDP economy worked better during Obasanjo Atiku's era. It worked better. Yes, one can actually, because where we are today, Nigeria never dreamt that we'll get to this level where we are today. That we cannot be talking of buying a liter of fuel 1,000 something. That we are not buying a bag of rice 70, 80,000 when PDP left it with 7,000, 8,000. You understand? So if you put this side by side, you know that Nigerians have been conscripted so badly into where we never wanted to find ourselves under just this 11, 12 years of APC's administration. Things just changed. So if you want to take a retrospect of where we are coming from, nobody will celebrate APC economy because they are the only one that is analyzing the economy and saying that it's doing well. I don't know where they are because they can manipulate Nigeria Bureau of Statistics and give them figures. But that figure, does it transcend? Does that figure actually work in your kitchen? Does it work in my home? Does it work in my home? It doesn't. But we keep hearing that, inflation has dropped, it's not this. Is it really working? Those figures, is it really working as expected with Nigerians? It is not. So Nigerians have gotten themselves into one chance. And that's what the one chance we got into with APC. And that's the one chance Nigerians are saying, let us be fair to ourselves. Let the system work. Let's shun greed. Let's shun it must be me, this character we have always been known for, so that we can actually get out of this one chance that we got ourselves into and see whether we can move forward as expected come 2027 general election. But it's only God that will take us out of that because the president said it. When I was contesting for 2023 election, my primaries was tough. My election was tough, but I got it. Here I am today. Now I am here. That's the president is telling you that this seat belongs to him. He's sitting on it. So every other crying and wailing around, forget about it. This place that I am now, nobody is contesting it with me. He has said it. That's what that misstatement meant. That when my primaries was tough, we actually knew how his primary was. We actually knew how his election was in 2023. But now he's here. Now, what does it mean that now I'm here? Now I'm here. I own the INEC. I own the armed forces. I own everything. I'm inside. I'm on this seat. Who is that person that is coming to take me out? That's what the president is saying. And he went further and said he wants to privatize another person's political party. The judgment that ADC is expecting is already given. I'm sorry for ADC. If care is not taken, I'm afraid whether that party will even be in the ballot because the president has already said it. He wants to privatize another person's political party. Is that not why they are in court? So something. So
you feel like there's something fishy with that statement?
Absolutely.
So, but some persons have actually held on to the fact that there might be hope for ADC with the Supreme Court. So, are you saying that with this statement the president made that there might not be any hope for ADC?
Well, we're not having hope when we said all eye on judiciary during the 2023 election. Was the hope not dashed? Where are we today? Do you still have that hope? Well, it may be a theory thing if you still have that hope, because tomorrow Nigeria Supreme Court can give different judgment. They cannot tell you let the judgment, the adjudication go and start from the lower court again, because they don't want to make a categorical pronouncement. They'll go back. But remember, election timetable has been released out. There's no more time. So anything can happen. That's what the president was just telling Nigerians. He wants to privatize another person's political party. So put that in context.
So where does that leave someone like Obi? Yes.
I don't know. I can't answer that, Nena, because you still need political party to actualize your aspiration, political aspiration, and your dreams in this nation. Special purpose vehicle. Because there's no independent candidate. So, but I know they may have a plan B. Nobody knows about that.
Okay, well, we are almost out of time, but let's quickly go to Ogun State where something happened and something is happening. You know, Olamilekan has now been, you know, crowned
Yes.
the chosen one of APC, and then we saw Governor Dapo Abiodun and of course the other statesman Olusegun Oshoba, you know, took him to the president and introduced him, but of course he knows him, but just to like tell him this is
we have crowned our new
governor.
The
prince has been crowned.
Progenitor.
I'm telling you. And then, you know, I think some days ago when Ogun APC actually endorsed him, there's one of Shoremi or something, I can't remember the man's exact name, a PDP chieftain actually said,
show me
that this consensus is not the way to go.
Yes.
It's not political. It's not democratical. So what do you make of this? Olamilekan and every other person we saw, Yabo Obasanjo looks like she has been talking tough, but it looks like the talking tough would not. Well, the other time she was happy about consensus.
No, she was happy about
consensus one time. So
then it's Baba's waiting now. It's what happened with ACN and now APC. And that's why they bungled it into the Electoral Act that no more indirect primaries. So it's going to be direct and consensus. But let me tell you, do you know why they can run away with this? It's because of they are turning Nigeria into a one-party state. If they pick their candidates randomly on the consensus ground, and the people are not happy with the choice they impose on them, and there is another political party then formidable that has the people's choice, won't the people vote according to their choice? But that's what they are doing now, that the people, after picking these people and robbing them on Nigerians, Nigerians will not even have the opportunity to say, okay, I don't like this person, let me go and try another party. That's why we are even afraid. If only them that are in the ballot, they may just go away with it. It's very normal with APC. So but let me tell you, they will not get away with it in most states.
Okay.
In some states, it's going to lead to an implosion. Especially when they now say, oh, this is the person we picked. Okay, pick the person. But if there's just one or two political parties in Nigeria that can get to the ballot, you're going to see some protest votes come to the general election. Some of the state governors, like I tell you, they're not supposed to even be in their various state houses if election is free and fair in 2027, because this kind of thing that you saw in Ogun State played out is going to play out in some other states, but it might not go down well with the people of some of these states. So it's going to lead to implosion because they've already picked the governor now. That's why they are going to pick National Assembly, that is Senate and Rep. That's why they're going to pick the State House of Assembly. I'm forgetting that every person that is a politician also has an ambition, and he also has followers who believe in him and say, come, you are my leader. You know they call themselves leaders. You are my leader. By the time my leader get there, my life will be better than this. They will queue behind their leader. But if their leader is not giving that kind of opportunity, they will have to go for a protest vote and say, no, we can't continue like this. So implosion is coming. We are still going to analyze it soon in some of these states as time goes on.
Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. Thank you very much for being a part of the issues and, of course, for your analysis. Intelligent as always. That's all we have for today's episode of The Issues. Explore the challenges facing Nigeria's politics and reconciliation efforts and, of course, electoral governance. Thank you for being a part of it. Don't forget to tune in next time for more in-depth analysis and discussion. Follow us on social media to stay up to date on the latest news and insight. Until next time, stay informed. I am Nnenna Ndumdioto. This has been The Issues on Voice of the People Television, where the future faces forward. Please don't forget to stay tuned for Hashtag with Vivian by 8 p.m. Don't go away.
How many pictures do you want?
VOP TV. Now you have more than a voice.
In a world where power shapes with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, The grapevine keeps buzzing.
And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
In a world where power shifts with every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Do you want your voice to be heard? Do you know that you matter in the scheme of things? The People's Voice, the show where ordinary citizens take center stage as we discuss the biggest stories that affect you and I. With you in mind, we facilitate lively discussions, debates, and interviews on the topics that matter most to you and I. From social justice to economic empowerment, education to healthcare, governance, and more. Tackling tough topics and amplifying your voice. Join the conversation and make your voice count. The People's Voice. Make your voice count.
Hello there, my name is Damilola Ogunsi, also known as the Goldfish.
Hi, my name is Chiki Bright Emmanuel. I'm an actor and a filmmaker.
Hello peeps, my name is Yomi E. Adejimo.
Hi everyone, I'm Paul Utomi.
Hi everyone, my name is Stacey Benjamin and this is Voice of the People TV.
I need you to keep it locked to Vop TV. See, are you looking for good entertainment? You want to get good movies, good music, politics, talk shows, sports and entertainment. You really want a channel that gives you everything you need without you having to run around. Vop is where you are. That's Voice of the People.
If you're not listening to this, you're not one of us. And you deserve to be killed. Scrap chat. Don't be killed, but watch it. Or I'll find you. And I want you.
And you are locked on Vop TV. Don't go nowhere. This is where the juice is. This is where all you need for entertainment, politics, movies, and whatnot.
And keep watching Vop TV.
So keep it locked because I'm locked already, man. And it's money back guarantee. So you're going to have a good time because I do.
And please keep watching Vop TV.
I want to actually, I beg you, subscribe, watch it. If not, whatever you see.
You better not touch that die because VOP is the plot.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before.
This is African News on Voice of the People Television, where we don't just bring you the news, we bring you Africa's heartbeats, the policies that shapes our world, and the economy that determines our future. African News on Voice of the People Television. Stay with us.
My name is Tao Familoni, and here's to Vop TV. Keep watching, stay tuned, do not touch that dial.
My name is Made Kuti and you're watching Vop TV. Keep watching.
Welcome, my name is Zika Davis. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, boys, viewers, everybody, boys and girls. This is Vop TV. Do you know what that means? Voice of the People TV. You don't have a voice, don't come here. You better make sure your voice is heard.
The red carpet came alive in Lagos as industry players, culture enthusiasts, and cinema lovers gathered for the premiere of Amayanabo, The Eagle King. Written and produced by media entrepreneur Betty Irabo and directed by veteran filmmaker Fred Amata. The historical drama brings to life the rich culture and traditions of the Niger Delta, told through the lens of royalty, power, and identity.
All we've learned in history is what the white man has told us. Let us start telling them
our own side, how our forefathers felt, how they, we had city-states, we had a structure, we had a government before the white man came in. We need to start telling our own side of the story, not their side of the story. And we can do it, and we are doing it, and I will continue. Nothing will stop me by the grace of God.
The movie explores themes of leadership and betrayal with standout performance from its cast. One of the lead actors who played the antagonist shared his excitement about embodying a complex role that challenged the king's authority.
Let me say without revealing too much, my character was the character that led King Imanichuka down the path of unrighteousness. Hey! Oh yes, so
this is so that means you're like a villain in the movies.
Well, without revealing too much, I wouldn't say I was a villain. I would say I was a principled person that insisted on sticking to terms. So those terms are now open to interpretation by the audience.
Audience members who attended the screening described the film as a bold celebration of culture, applauding his storytelling, costuming, and cinematography.
As the stunt director, how was it?
Well, I would say a bit challenging, but because I've been doing that for over a while. I mean, I've been featuring in fight movies as a fighter, so the experience is not totally new. But it was actually a challenge for me to individually choreograph a fight scene of that kind of epic scene. You understand? It's actually a challenge, but I thank God that it was a success.
So what are your expectations for this movie as you have directed?
Actually, there are no longer expectations. I've seen the final output, and I expect that you will be blown away when you watch it.
It's a comprehensive telling of the struggle of a people for identity, for survival, and also to stand your ground when it matters most, so that you don't get trampled upon by an intruder, so to speak, and many more.
With Amayanabo, the Eagle King, Irabo and a team hope to set a new pace for culturally rooted cinema, proving once again that Nigerian stories are best told by Nigerians themselves. Oyindamola Olukuton for Voice of the People TV.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Behind every broken desk lies a broken promise. Education shapes the nations. But who is asking the right questions? Introducing Edu Dialogue, the show that goes beyond the surface, exposes the cracks, the corruption, and the silence in Nigeria's education system. Edu Dialogue, Saturdays, 3 p.m., only on Vop TV. We break the biggest stories, from missing funds to policy failures. We ask the tough questions and demand real answers. Edu Dialogue, this Saturday, 3 p.m. on Voice of the People Television.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde, Suspect 95, là on est sur VOP TV, on passe un bon temps, j'espère que vous kiffez, on est au Afrima, on est ensemble, VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know somewhere from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation President, outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. You're like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Aronzo. You're watching VOP. Don't change the dial. My Joe, fine girl. My Joe, fine babe. Only are you, but on the Fuji was. Yes, don't touch the dial. This is me, Dr. Adiwala Iba. Keep watching VOP TV.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on VOP TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy. Join us as we drive into the world of politics through insightful interviews with prominent political figures, both serving and former governors, ministers, senators, legislators, party chieftains, activists, and analysts. Get first-hand information into the decision-making processes that affect our daily lives. Highly engaging one-hour program that brings political discourse into focus.
I am Chukwuma Okoro.
Political Lens, Monday through Friday, 6 to 7 p.m. Join us.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264, VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is African News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
Unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
From the views on the street,
we go to bed empty hunger,
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things and makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at VOP TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television.
2564 is coming up on 49, right?
2564 Atlantic Tower.
What happens in the hush behind hangar doors? Who signs the papers that gamble with lives? Which truths were grounded before they even ever had wings? If you've ever buckled a seatbelt at 30,000 feet, if you've ever stared out of that tiny window and wondered who's really in control of the skies, it isn't just flight, it's power, it's politics, it's pressure sealed in steel. We're peeling back the clouds from runway risks to sky-high secrets. We're diving deep where most dare not to look. Aviation Scope, every Sunday at 7 p.m. only on Voice of the People TV. We don't just report, we reveal. We don't just ask, we uncover. Because when it comes to the skies, ignorance is turbulence. Aviation Scope, the sky isn't the limit, it's just the beginning.
On Edu Dialogue, we bring you fresh ideas and conversations, shaping the future of learning in Nigeria and beyond.
In a world where power shifts with every headline.
In a nation full of questions.
In a world filled with noise, the truth needs a voice.
The policies that shapes our world and the economy that determines our future.
Every hour, every day, the grapevine keeps buzzing. And together, we are committed to telling the stories that shape our world, because your voice is our focus.
Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
This is Health Check, your weekly guide to better living, smarter choices, and trusted answers. From everyday wellness to urgent health issues, we've got you covered. Health Check, only on Voice of the People Television, where your health has a voice.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-price alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 60 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpillon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not 20 minutes off, with the sport.
Hear some people's voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Savior Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen. Introducing Vop TV, now streaming on SLTV channel 264. From breaking news to captivating conversations, news analysis, giving you all sides to the story. We break in-depth discussions on the issues that matter, from politics to sports, entertainment, and lifestyle. Vop TV on SLTV channel 264. Join us as we redefine what television means to you. Voice of the People Television, Vop TV. Now you have more than a voice.
Yes, obviously everybody knows the game is beautiful and that's why I love sports. My name is Kizzy K. You're welcome to my republic. But remember, there can never be a transfer without a window. Just like there can never be a deep thinking without a Pep Guardiola in football. You can't say tennis without talking about Djokovic. So why not give me attention on the show so I can run your race on the TV like Lewis Hamilton Formula 1 star. Don't forget, when God have mercy on you, you can achieve your goals like Cristiano Ronaldo. I am a proud Nigerian, and right here, we talk NFF. For every sports update, commentaries, live interviews on the game, we got you on this, because right here at Voice of the People TV, the Sports Public Show has got everything just for you to be part of it. I love the beautiful game, and that's why Kizzy K loves sports.
In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand. The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as they hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on VOP TV. Entertainment like never before.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not spin. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
the views on the street,
We go to bed empty hunger.
to the blaring horns of a hustling city, the loudest voices of the common man got a medium to be heard.
This particular administration, they were coming unprepared.
It's not a bad thing to renovate the president's lawn.
Through top-notch programming, unbiased reportage of news, sports, business, entertainment, and cultural documentaries, Voice of the People 90.3 FM became a symbol for 21st century media. And now, a new baby is born. Voice of the People Television, VOP TV, youthful, full of vigor and penchant for excellence in the continent's media space, exposing the wrongs, applauding the rights, dissecting the news without fear or favor, through factual and accurate stories and contents.
Corruption kills three things that makes a society.
Representing the interests of the people and giving them a voice. Voice of the People TV is here to stay towards building a fair society. VOP TV, Voice of the People Television, truly a voice for the people. In a world where truth is the ultimate power and opinions scream the loudest, it's time to wade through the noise.
Hunger no get tribe. Hunger no get religion.
And scan the human interest and trending topics that matter. Stay tuned to The Issues, your plug to the stories making the buzz, from politics to science and technology, social justice, and more. Let's tackle the tough questions and expose the truth. The Issues on Voice of the People Television. Don't just react, understand.
Welcome to Golden Tulip, where every stay is a celebration of comfort and style. Discover beautifully designed rooms crafted for your relaxation and peace of mind. Savor delicious, expertly prepared meals at our exceptional restaurants. Relax and socialize at our elegant lounge bar. Refresh yourself at the vibrant pool bar and enjoy a soothing swim in our sparkling pool. Planning something special? Our spacious and sophisticated hall provides the perfect setting for weddings, conferences, and memorable events. Whether for business or leisure, we deliver excellence with unmatched hospitality. Comfort, class, premium experience. Book today and elevate your hospitality experience. Airport Golden Tulip. Stay golden. Live golden.
The red carpet.
In a world where power shifts its every headlines, news breaks and events happens, we bring you unbiased and explicit information on politics, economy, and state of the nation. We break down the chaos. Facts, not fluff. Truth, not speed. We discuss not just politics, but a glimpse into the future. Voice of the People Television. Now you have more than a voice.
Hello and welcome to the news hour on Voice of the People Television. I am Chioma Innocent. Before we begin the news, kindly visit our website. It's www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Here are the headlines.
2 persons dead in Darfur petrol station explosion. FCT police chief warns officers against misconduct. NBC warns broadcasters over ethics ahead of 2027 polls. Airlines halt nationwide shutdown. JAMB dismisses claims linking kidnapped victims to UTME. On the foreign scene, no date set for Iran-US talks. In business, off-grid market secures millions. In sports, Allegri rules out a national team role and stays with club side. And in the world of entertainment, stakeholders chart path for industry growth. Now the news in detail will begin on a very tragic note where 2 persons have been confirmed dead following an explosion at a fuel station in Darfur District, Bokkos local government area of Plateau State. 3 other people were also injured in the incident and are currently receiving treatment. The Plateau State Police Command says the explosion happened during welding work on an underground storage tank. Authorities are, however, ruling out any bomb attack or criminal involvement. Police spokesperson SP Alfred Alabo says early findings show the incident was purely accidental. He also dismissed social media reports suggesting a bomb blast or crisis in the area. The command says its explosive ordnance team has been deployed to the scene for proper investigation. Meanwhile, residents have been urged to remain calm and rely only on verified information from official sources. Now to security matters. There is growing alarm in Benue State after armed men abducted passengers from a commercial bus along the Makurdi-Otukpo route. Families of the victims say the attackers have now contacted them with heavy financial demands. One father of 2 kidnapped students says the abductors initially demanded 10 million naira per victim before shifting their position several times. He explained that the final demand settled at 9 million naira each, which the family says they cannot afford. Now, the victims were reportedly students traveling from Nasarawa State when the bus was intercepted and forced off the road. Since then, relatives say they have been left in distress as negotiations continue under tense conditions. Meanwhile, police authorities in Benue State say they have made arrests linked to the incident and rescued some victims during ongoing operations. Security agencies also say such efforts are continuing in surrounding forest areas to locate the remaining abducted passengers. Police in Rivers State have arrested 3 suspected kidnappers linked to a job scam syndicate. The group allegedly lured victims from Lagos and other states with fake employment offers. Authorities say the arrest followed the kidnap of a Lagos resident earlier this year. Investigations later exposed the wider network targeting unsuspecting job seekers online. The suspects reportedly used social media platforms and fake identities to gain the trust of their victims. They were arrested while attempting to kidnap another individual invited for a supposed job. Police say the suspects have confessed to multiple abductions while efforts continue to track down other members of the gang. Residents are being advised to verify job offers and be cautious when dealing with strangers online. Meanwhile, Commissioner of Police in the Federal Capital Territory, FCT, has warned officers against harassment, extortion, and other forms of misconduct. He says the command is intensifying efforts to improve professionalism within the force. The warning was issued during a security meeting with area and tactical commanders in Abuja. The meeting focused on reviewing operations and strengthening crime-fighting strategies. The police chief says officers found guilty of extortion or misconduct will face strict disciplinary action. He also directed supervisory officers to take responsibility for the actions of their subordinates. Meanwhile, a new operational unit has been created to respond to violent crimes across the FCT. The command says the move is aimed at improving coordination and maintaining public trust. In a recent development, the National Broadcasting Commission has issued a stern warning to broadcasters over rising cases of unethical conduct on air. It says violations of the Broadcasting Code
will attract sanctions ahead of the 2027 elections. The regulator says it has observed a decline in professionalism among some presenters and program anchors. It notes issues such as bias, presentation of opinions as facts, and lack of balanced coverage. NBC also raised concern over the spread of inflammatory and divisive content on some programs. It warns that such breaches could undermine public trust and national unity. The Commission is urging broadcasters to maintain strict ethical standards as political activities increase. It says the media must remain a platform for credible, fair, and responsible information. The planned move by Bauchi State Governor Bala Mohammed to join the APC has collapsed following a breakdown in talks. The disagreement centered on a power-sharing arrangement between both political camps. Discussions between the PDP faction loyal to the governor and APC leaders ended without agreement. The APC reportedly rejected a proposed 60-40 formula for controlling the party structure in Bauchi State. Speaking to journalists, the PDP faction chairman, Samaila Barga, said the talks were initiated through the governor and involved top APC figures. He also noted that the Kano State Governor, Abba Yusuf, was part of efforts to persuade the governor to defect. Barga added that after wide consultations, the faction decided to end the discussions and explore other political options. He said the governor and stakeholders would now consider alternative platforms from the ward to the state level. Still in the news, former presidential candidate Peter Obi is raising the alarm over 34 trillion naira in unremitted government revenue. Citing a World Bank report, Obi described the missing funds as evidence of institutionalized corruption on a massive scale. He pointed out that nearly 41% of Nigeria's total earnings over the last 3 years failed to reach the Federation account. This unaccounted sum actually exceeds the country's total capital expenditure budget for both the 2024 and 2025 fiscal years. The former governor noted a lethal paradox where national revenue is increasing while investment in education and healthcare continue to decline. He blamed systemic deductions by government agencies for weakening the country's development and leaving critical infrastructure projects underfunded. Obi is now calling for a complete reform of the system to plug these financial leakages and redirect resources to the people. He maintains that with transparent leadership, Nigeria can move past its current economic challenges and join the League of Developed Nations. Now, there is growing political tension in Delta North as a youth coalition has rejected the senatorial ambition of former Governor Ifeanyi Okowa. The group says it should not contest until he clears allegations of corruption. The youths argue that Okowa has dominated the political space in the district for too long. They are calling for opportunities for younger leaders to emerge. They also raise concerns about what they describe as continued influence of the Okowa family in public office. According to them, the district should move away from political control by a single figure. Meanwhile, Senator Ned Nwoko has declared his intention to seek re-election. He also pledged support for President Bola Tinubu ahead of the 2027 elections. Airline operators in Nigeria have suspended their planned nationwide shutdown of flight services. The decision follows intervention by the Minister of Aviation and Aerospace Development. The association says the suspension came after an emergency meeting of its Executive Council and Board of Trustees. The action was originally scheduled to begin on April 20. The operators cite challenges such as rising aviation fuel costs and operational pressure as key concerns. They say government has assured them that the issues will be addressed. However, the suspension is temporary, pending further discussions scheduled for April 22. The association says it will review its position after the outcome of the meeting. Thank you for watching the news. We'll take a very short break, and when we return, We'll be back with more stars. Stay with us. Welcome back. The Joint Admissions and Matriculation Board, JAMB, has debunked reports that travelers recently kidnapped in Benue State were UTME candidates. In a statement released by spokesperson Fabian Benjamin, the board clarified that the victims were actually participants in a police recruitment exercise. 7 of the abducted individuals have already been rescued by security agencies following the incident on the Makurdi-Otukpo Road. JAMB expressed concern over the hasty report that linked the kidnapping to its examination schedule without proper verification of the facts. The board further explained that the structure of the UTME makes it highly unlikely for candidates who know each other to be assigned to the same center or travel together. Officials criticized the tendency to malign government institutions before confirming the details of such sensitive security matters. While celebrating the rescue of the victims, JAMB is calling for more responsible information dissemination from the public and media outlets. The examination body maintains that its focus remains on national reforms and will not be deterred by unfounded rumors. Now, JAMB has released the first batch of results for this year's UTME. Over 600,000 candidates who sat for the exam on April 16 can now check their scores. JAMB says candidates can access their results by sending a text message using the same number used for registration. For now, only score viewing is available, as printing will be enabled later. The examination body is also warning candidates against manipulating or falsifying their results. It says such actions are criminal and will be met with strict penalties. JAMB confirms that some suspects, including 2 candidates and a parent, have already been arrested over alleged result falsification. The board says more results will be released in batches as the nationwide exams continue. The Lagos State government is urging businesses to open their restrooms to the public. This is part of efforts to end open defecation and improve sanitation across the state. Authorities say over 1,000 public toilets are already available, but more access is still needed. They believe private organizations can help bridge the gap. The Environment Commissioner, Tokunbo Wahab, says collaboration is key to achieving a cleaner Lagos. He adds that businesses like banks, eateries, and filling stations are well positioned to support this move. Meanwhile, the government says enforcement of sanitation laws is ongoing, with offenders being arrested and prosecuted. Residents are also being reminded that keeping Lagos clean is a shared responsibility. You're still watching the news hour on Voice of the People television. We'll now take you straight into the news outside Nigeria, where unfortunately at least 5 people have been killed after a gunman opened fire in Ukraine's capital, Kyiv. The attacker also took hostages inside a supermarket before being killed during a security operation. Ukrainian officials say the shooting happened in a residential district of the city. About 10 others were taken to hospital with injuries and trauma from the incident. President Volodymyr Zelensky confirmed that the gunman was eliminated by security forces. He also said 4 hostages were successfully rescued during the operation. Police have deployed special forces to the area as investigations continue into the attack. Authorities say the motive behind the shooting is still unknown, but a swift investigation has been ordered. Iran's Deputy Foreign Minister Saeed Khatibzadeh says no date has been scheduled for the next round of peace talks with the United States. Speaking in Turkey, he explained that both nations must first agree on a solid framework of understanding to prevent the negotiations from failing. According to him, both sides want to avoid talks that could end in failure. He adds that diplomacy remains Iran's preferred path despite rising tensions. He also notes that negotiations are being coordinated with mediators, including Pakistan and other regional actors. According to him, progress must be made on structure before formal talks resume. Meanwhile, Iran has dismissed U.S. criticism, describing Washington's statement as inconsistent. Tehran insists it remains committed to protecting its interests while still open to diplomatic engagement. Meanwhile, tensions are rising again in the Middle East as Iran moves to close the Strait of Hormuz. The decision comes just hours after the vital shipping route was briefly reopened. The strait is a key global oil transit route, and the latest move has sparked fresh uncertainty in international markets. Several ships were seen changing course or rushing through the waterway amid the confusion. Iran says the action is in response to continued pressure from the United States, including a naval blockade. Its military insists the area is now under strict control of its armed forces. Meanwhile, diplomatic efforts to end the conflict are still ongoing, with mediators pushing for a lasting agreement. However, major issues remain unsolved as the ceasefire deadline draws closer. Still on the foreign scene, Pope Leo has clarified that his recent comments were not directed at U.S. President Donald Trump. He says he regrets his remarks sparked a political debate. The Pope explained that his speech on global issues, including references to tyrants, was prepared long before any comment from the U.S. President. He stressed that it was never intended to be a response to Trump's criticism. Speaking to journalists during his trip to Africa, Pope Leo said he has no interest in engaging in dispute with world leaders. He also pointed to his broader focus on peace and global stability during the ongoing tour. The Vatican leader has recently spoken out on issues such as artificial intelligence and global conflict. His latest comments come amid heightened international attention on his messages during the African visit. And now to business. Nigerian renewable energy developers have secured $83 million in new financing to expand electricity access across the country. The deal, backed by the International Finance Corporation, was finalized during the World Bank and IMF spring meetings. This massive injection of capital will support the deployment of mini grids and solar home systems in communities without stable grid access. Major local firms like GVE Projects and Darway Coast are among the first to benefit from this scale-up phase. Government officials say this investment is a key part of the national agenda to lift citizens out of poverty through better infrastructure. The project aims to eventually provide power to over 5 million people while reducing the heavy reliance on diesel generators. Industry experts believe this marks a major shift from small pilot programs to a fully bankable renewable energy market. With more companies already joining the pipeline, the initiative is expected to mobilize over $150 million in total. Still in business, the Central Bank of Nigeria has introduced a new benchmark known as the Nigerian Overnight Financing Rate. The move is aimed at improving transparency and strengthening the country's money market. The Apex Bank says the new rate will serve as a standard reference for short-term lending and borrowing. It is designed to improve pricing and support better monetary policy decisions. CBN explains that the initiative aligns Nigeria with global financial benchmarks used in major economies. It also says the system will boost investor confidence and enhance risk management. The bank adds that the rate is now in use following stakeholder consultations and regulatory approval. It reaffirms its commitment to transparency and consistent publication of the benchmark. And now we take you into the world of sport, where Leeds United have strengthened their position in the Premier League survival race with a convincing win over Wolves. The result moves them further away from the relegation zone after a dominant display at Elland Road. Goals in the first half set the tone for Leeds as they controlled the game early on. A late penalty added further gloss to a strong performance that kept their momentum going. Elsewhere, Bournemouth pulled off an important away victory against Newcastle at St James Park. The result extends their impressive run and pushes them closer to European qualification places. For Newcastle, it was another disappointing outing as pressure continues to build on the team's league form. Across the league, attention now turns to the remaining fixtures as the season edges towards a dramatic finish. AC Milan coach Massimiliano Allegri has ruled himself out of contention for the vacant Italy national team job. He says his focus remains on building progress at club level rather than switching roles. Allegri made it clear he's committed to staying with the Serie A side despite recent speculation. He explained that consistency and long-term planning are more important in his coaching philosophy. The Italian manager also stressed that he enjoys working in a structured club environment like AC Milan. According to him, his priority is to improve the team and compete strongly in European competitions. Milan currently sits in a strong league position but have had mixed results in recent matches. Allegri insists the club remains on the right path as they continue to push for Champions League qualification. And finally, entertainment. Key players in Nigeria's creative industry have converged to discuss the future of Nollywood and explore new opportunities for growth. This was at the Nollywood Economic Outlook 7.0, themed The Next Frontier, convened by Don Pedro Agambi. Vop Tv's Oyindamola Olukuton reports.
Nollywood Economic Outlook 7.2 brought together filmmakers, creatives, and government representatives from Lagos and Ogun State, particularly from the Ministries of Culture and Tourism. Discussions focused on strengthening the creative economy, expanding global reach, and positioning Nollywood as a major contributor to national development. Stakeholders highlighted the need for collaboration between government and industry players to unlock new opportunities and address existing challenges. Veteran actor Segun Arinze emphasized the importance of empowering creative through structured support, capacity building, and improved funding opportunities. He noted that the industry growth depends on how well stakeholders invest in talent and create sustainable systems.
Africa is rising, not just in numbers, not just in noise, but in narrative. For decades, we told our stories on borrowed platforms with limited resources, yet undeniable passion. And still, Nollywood stood tall, not as a miracle, but as a movement. Today, we must understand something fundamental. Creativity is no longer a side conversation in Africa. It is an economic force. Every script written, every film shot, every voice recorded creates jobs, feeds families, builds industries. This is not just storytelling. This is nation building. But let me be honest with us. Passion alone is no longer enough.
Convener Don Pedro Agambi described the platform as a space for dialogue and forward-thinking solutions aimed at shaping the next phase of Nollywood evolution.
As we celebrate this progress, we must also confront a critical question. What comes next? Or what comes next? This year's theme, The Next Frontier, is both a challenge and a call to action. It compels us to look beyond our current achievements and focus on the future we must intentionally build. A future where creativity is matched and, of course, with structure, where talent meets investment and where stories are not only told, but effectively financed, distributed, and monetized at scale.
Participants also called for policies that will enhance distribution, protect intellectual property, and attract international partnership.
Nollywood is going so fast, and I'm happy and proud to be in this industry. And I can tell you, 5-10 years from now, we're global. Like, we're going there. Like, Nollywood we're going.
As Nollywood continues to gain global recognition, stakeholders say strategic collaboration and innovation will be key to unlocking its full potential. Oyindamola Olukuto, for Voice of the People TV.
Many thanks to Oyindamola for that report. Now, still on entertainment news, the Nigerian-American healthcare specialist is threatening legal action against a social media commentator over alleged defamation. The dispute follows claims made in a viral video. Calvin Onyaeze says the allegations linking him to land grabbing are false and damaging to his reputation. He insists the claims were made to mislead the public. The coalition group has also come out in his defense, describing him as a respected professional with a clean record. The group warns against the misuse of social media to spread harmful information. Onyaeze says his legal team is preparing to file a 1 billion naira lawsuit. He's also calling on security agencies to investigate the matter and enforce the law. And that is on the news app. Before we go, a quick look at the headlines. We told you that 2 persons have died in a petrol station explosion in Plateau State. FCT police chief warns officers against misconduct. NBC warns broadcasters over ethics ahead of 2027 polls. Airlines halt a nationwide shutdown. Jamba dismisses claims linking kidnapped victims to UTMA. On the foreign scene, we told you that no date has been set for Iran-US talks. In business, off-grid market secures millions. In sports, Allegri rules out national team role and stays with club side. And in the world of entertainment, stakeholders chart path for industry growth. Do subscribe to our YouTube channel on YouTube or Voice of the People TV, and on other social media platforms. We are at Vop Tv Live. If you witness news happening near you, we want to hear from you. Send your eyewitness reports, event coverage requests, photos or videos directly via WhatsApp to 0814-606-4057. You can also reach our newsroom by email. It's news@vop.ng. I am Chioma Innocent. Thank you for watching.
Africa is on the move. Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the hot clouds of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
Africa is on the move, a continent of rising voices, untold stories, and powerful transformations. From the streets of Lagos to the heart of Nairobi, from the mines of Congo to the tech labs of Cape Town, the African story is being written every day. Bold, dynamic, unstoppable. This is Africa News on Voice of the People Television. We don't just bring you the news. We analyze and bring you Africa's heartbeat, the politics that shapes our nations, the economies that drives our future, the cultures that defines who we are, the voice that must be heard. Africa News, Africa's voice, Africa's future. Where Africa speaks, the world listens.
It's your girl Arika the Dimples, aka Risky Baby, and you are watching Vop TV. Do not go anywhere. Where are you going to? Stay here. Calm down. Stay here if you're not.
What's up, everybody? Uzo Arco here, and I'm hanging out on Vop TV. Keep it locked, don't go nowhere. Let's go.
Hi, everyone. My name is Yvonne Jagada. You are watching Vop TV, and don't change the dial, because I said so.
Who's happy to post? I mean, who's happy the most? Because when shit goes south, y'all be happy to ghost. When you make a wrong move, they be happy to roast. But be careful when you win, who's not happy to toast. I am VJ Adams, and you rock with Vop TV. Don't move.
Hi, people. Bisola here, and you are watching Vop TV. Mwah.
Shout out to Vop TV. It's so good to have you on the red carpet of AV. Love you all. Wishing you all the best.
Here's a shout out to Vop TV. It's your girl April Oshidikwe at the AV premiere. You know what it is.
Hi everyone, my name is Linda Ejiofor Suleiman, and I'm live at the EV premiere. Keep watching Vop TV.
I want to say hello to my Italian friends. I want to say them that Nigeria is the best country in the world, and I'm so happy to be here. Thank you so much.
Hi guys, my name is Tomo Atsebe. I'm an actor, and you guys are live on Vop TV. Keep it locked, because I said so.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's your girl Philly Storms out here, and this is a big shout out to Vop TV.
Hi guys, my name is Charles Bourne.
My name is Lydia Lawrence Nze.
Please keep watching Voice of the People Television. Love ya.
The red carpets, awards, the razzmatazz, music, fashion, interviews, and more. Spotlight on Voice of the People Television. Let's feed you with all the juicy stories in the global entertainment space, bringing you the glitz and glamour as it is hot. Stay tuned to Spotlight, 1 p.m. Monday to Friday. Spotlight on Vop TV. Entertainment like never before. To know the happenings in the maritime sector, join us on the program Maritime Frontiers on Vop TV as we discuss key areas in the maritime sector from aquaculture, maritime transportation, maritime labor regulation, oil and gas exploration, ferry and passenger insurance, marine pollution and prevention, port operations, and lots more. Maritime Frontiers, exploring Nigeria's blue economy.
We encourage you to click on the like button and subscribe to our YouTube channel. We are Voice of the People TV. Also follow us on all our social media platforms. We are at Vop TV Live. Visit our website www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news. Also watch us live on SLTV channel 264. Vop TV, Voice of the People Television.
When I first heard VOP, I thought they were talking about me because I'm a voiceover personality. But no, this is Voice of the People TV, and you are riveted forever because this is the place to be.
Yo guys, your boy Chella. Shout out to VOP TV. I love you guys.
Salut, salut tout le monde. Suspect 95. Là, on est sur VOP TV. On passe un bon temps. J'espère que vous kiffez. On est au Afrima. On est ensemble. VOP TV.
Don't see me like a fool because I don't do giddy giddy giddy. VOP, you don't know Stoneware from Ghana representing live and living color. Yeah, Beam Nation president. Outside with it. Bless up.
Hello, this is Milo from Ivory Coast. Keep watch Voice of the People TV. Regardez la voix du peuple, la télévision de la voix du peuple. Que Dieu vous bénisse. À très bientôt. Love you so much.
Hi guys, what's up? This is Gaze Baba. I am watching VOP TV. Usually you be told to not touch the dial, but I tell you to touch the dial and increase the volume. Like, keep it locked. It's Afro Gospel. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Shego Arunze.
VOP TV. Now, you have more than a voice.
All right, so it's a beautiful Saturday morning, and we bid you welcome to another exciting episode of the Saturday Morning Buzz right here on Voice of the People Television. Well, it's a beautiful morning, and I dare say it is a beautiful morning. And the reason why I say it's beautiful is because I know for a fact that today is going to be beautiful. Savior, don't do this morning. Well, I'm not alone. My name is David E. and call him David Eddy. Savior is with me this morning, and he's mischievous anyways, as always. So I'm not surprised at what he's doing right now. But then we bid you welcome to the show, and we're excited you're here with us on a beautiful Saturday morning. Savior, very good morning to you.
No, you don't have to tell me good morning. You've already said I am mischievous. No, not greet me. No. For now, I beg. You have said I'm mischievous, so leave it that way.
That one don't be news now.
Not be news. Oh, wow. All of a sudden. All right. Welcome to another edition of Morning Buzz on VOP Television. Of course, here we give you, reasons why you should actually stick to our station. And of course, we'll be talking about different conversation. But before we go into any conversation, I'd like to talk to this young man here. Is that one?
Nadisia.
Which one is Nadisia?
I just said it's mischievous. I know it's coming.
No, I need to. You don't even know what I want to discuss with you.
President Bola Tinubu.
No, don't do that.
Oh, my goodness.
You have the floor. Please go ahead.
President Bola Tinubu signs record 68.32 trillion naira 2026 appropriation bill as Nigeria extend 2025 spending plan to fast-track projects. Interested? I mean, I saw, well, this is one of our major talking points just today.
And of course, I just like I said, on the show yesterday at People's Voice, I said that there is no way we would escape not talking about that particular, signing of yesterday that actually took place at the State House. But I'm happy that this is actually coming on our table this morning. Right. And of course, aside from that particular conversation, ADC crisis, Ajakuta role, and of course, fresh legal battles intensify Nigerians' march towards the 2027 elections.
Well, these are the major talking points that we'll be having today. However, we have all the trending conversations.
Trending and interesting.
Oh yeah, that emphasis on the interesting, interesting stories. But we will proceed. Before we proceed, we would urge you to kindly click on the subscription button if you haven't already. And our subscription button on YouTube, we are at Voice of the People Television, and on all other social media platforms, we are at VOP TV Live. Now, here's the catch. You can take us with you anywhere in the world. And how do you do that? Go straight to Google and type www.vop.ng for fresh and trending news stories, because truly you can take us with you anywhere in the world just by clicking on that particular website that I just mentioned. Again, I mentioned again, www.vop.ng, and I can tell you for a fact that you'll be taking us with you anywhere in the world. I dare say that. But, of course, as Voice of the People Television, your opinion matters to us. Therefore, we would encourage you to share your thoughts and reactions via our WhatsApp portal. And that number is 0904 473 2605. I take that again, 0904 473 2605. Because here at Voice of the People, you have more than a voice. Now, before we go to the trending conversation, yesterday was quite a very sad one for some of us in the broadcasting world. While we lost a colleague, we're talking about Toby's son. He for me was one fine gentleman. Toby Sanokomi, fine gentleman with Classic FM. I know it's not on the script this morning, but truly he was.
It was not meant to be in the script.
I'm just saying.
No. It was not meant to be in the script because we didn't plan it.
Yes.
Do you understand? And it's not a thing that we actually pray for. Do you understand? So,
at all.
Yeah. So you're free to actually open this particular.
It's quite an unfortunate conversation situation also, because he truly was a fine gentleman who loved people, and a beautiful leader, I must say. I mean, I wasn't so close to him up close and personal, but the little time that we had together, I can say for a fact that truly he was a fine gentleman. And we only would pray that the soul of the departed rest in peace, and of course, his soul find rest in the bosom of the Lord. Well, that sad note, well, I don't know if you have something to say.
Usually, it's always very emotional for me, but
yeah,
all I would just say is that may God rest his soul.
Yeah,
that's it.
God bless his soul. All right, let's jump to the trending conversation. A trial of former Central Bank Governor Godwin Emefiele was thrown into fresh courtroom drama at the Ikeja Special Offences Court as proceedings stalled over a fierce legal battle on whether a key statement from a co-defendant, Henry Omoile, was truly voluntary or allegedly obtained under questionable conditions, while the defense pushed to have it thrown out, citing lack of video recording, procedural breaches, and of course possible coercion. The prosecution held its ground, insisting due process was followed, and the statement was made in the presence of counsel with no sign of duress. With both sides digging in and of course trading legal fire, Justice Raman Oshodi adjourned ruling on admissibility to May the 4th, 2026, keeping the high-stake corruption trial involving alleged $4.5 billion and 2.8 billion naira transaction firmly in the spotlight. Well, the court clash over Godwin Emefiele's trial echoes past high-profile corruption cases in Nigeria, and where admissibility of evidence and questions of voluntariness often stalled proceedings because, similar controversies arose during the trial of former public officials under both the current and previous administration. And I can say for a fact that this is a systemic issue in prosecution method and, of course, judicial delays. Unfortunately, this is something that we've come to see over time. But the part that really gets to me, a similar case of the Sambo Dasuki 2015-2019, overlapping into Buhari's era, his trial over alleged 2.1 billion arms deal, yes, also, was stalled repeatedly due to disputes over admissibility of evidence and claims of rights and violations. So these are very serious conversations within the judicial system. But the question now is the judiciary deliberately stalling high-profile corruption trials to protect political elites, and at what cost, really? Because this is a major question, in the minds of some of the Nigerians who are keenly watching the situation of the former CBN governor, Godwin Emefiele. Again, this, I must say, it's a trial getting extremely long. And for some persons, they just, look at the situation and say, look, this is a high-profile case. It is supposed to get expedite, conviction and all of that, with all of the evidences that, the EFCC claims that they have. But, sometimes we ask ourselves, why do international courts succeed in convicting Nigerian officials while domestic courts in Nigeria are drawn in procedural delays? And this question stems from the fact that the situation of the former Deputy Senate Leader, Ekweremadu in the UK, it's clear in our eyes. I mean, there was clear conviction, there was, clear decision of the court. But, and of course, the courts now in the UK, not in Nigeria, you then ask yourself, if international courts can quickly, with the very evidence that they have in their hands, convict Nigerian officials outside of Nigeria quickly, how come here in Nigeria we have stalled, a procedural ruling to the point of months and years, and then we don't have convictions in the end? And these people consistently stay in detention for the longest of time. And what happens after such case, Nigerians don't get to know. The judicial system should do better with the timing of how these individuals can be prosecuted, convicted if possible, if they are found guilty, and we move on. Not the stalling of court proceedings. $4.5 billion allegedly on the path of former CBN governor. It's not a joke when I dare say this morning, because that money alone, 4.5 billion. Okay, this is my position this morning. The judiciary should do better with conviction. Once the trial lawyers are doing their rights of asking the question, the defendants are doing everything by defending whatever question they are asked, and the judges see to the fact that these court proceedings get to the very end, not stalling. That is, of course, going to be wasting precious time. And of course, Nigerians will lose faith in the judiciary as a result of that. This is my position this morning.
When you use the word, this is your position, I don't know, are you playing football? Are you playing the striking position? Are you playing defensive midfield?
Oh, well, on this matter, really, that's really where I'm going to stand.
David, let's call it spade a spade. If Emefiele was you and I, for example, if it were to be us, I think this decision would have actually, been made, and sentence would have actually been done.
Mm.
Now, I see no reason why we keep petting what we're meant to talk about. If Emefiele had actually worked better, for the emergence and, of course, the entry of this present government, I think I'm fine if I'm talking as an analyst for this particular section, right?
Of course,
So,
it's a banter
do you
position,
understand?
so we have to.
If Emefiele had worked, for this particular administration, I don't think Emefiele would be where he is today. Let's call it spade a spade.
Mm.
If Emefiele had not decided to join that particular, WhatsApp group of printing new notes because they want to affect one particular man, I don't think Emefiele would be where he is today. Anyone can actually ask me, why do you think so? With all of the level of corruption? Yes. We also have somebody from Kogi State.
Oh, he's working free.
He's working free. We also have someone from Delta State, Okowa. Till now, EFCC says they said they are doing something about it. Have we heard anything?
And the same person seems to be a sole candidate for a senatorial district.
That's the simple definition of all of this conversation we're having this morning.
Quite unfortunate, really.
No, so if we want to call it, let's just say it out here. There's nothing, we don't see. At this point, I think we don't have to pet any conversation. Whosoever I'm calling your name, if you feel you want to shoot me from the TV, do it. That's the latest now that is going on. And afterwards you say, oh, it was just a figure of speech. It's as simple as that. What are we saying?
Oh dear.
Emefiele is going through this because he knows what he has actually done. But guess what? Politics will always prevail. Some people backdoor are still saying, Your Excellency, please temper justice. See, let me tell you the irony of what is happening in Nigeria to an extent. So elections are won in court, not at the polls. Do you understand? But justice is being given, at closed door meetings, not at the court. I think this should actually be, written boldly that this is my quote for 2026. And of course, they would say, Your Excellency, please, this man, whatever. Because a man that I know his hometown. So I have been to Delta. Okowa is from Ikanot, right? And his house to Okowa is not even far at all. And when I saw his properties, it is all white. That is the same place. Okay, maybe I shouldn't call the rest of them out. But I think it is, it looks like you getting a country home and you called me, oh, Savior, please. Around my vicinity, we have good properties and all of that. And I also come. Then we also call like Jerry, we call, all of our colleagues. Do you understand? So this is yours from here to here. This is mine from here to here. And we keep buying. And my question, what are you doing with this mini estate?
Oh, well.
You don't even come home. You don't even stay there. So if you want to do anything, do it. And if the federal government knows that they are still begging on his behalf, just let the man go, go free. But now, let me come to that of the innocent, Nigerians that have also gone through all of this. So I think it's now a new normal that you have any issue, you are being remanded, and sometimes you don't even get opportunity of hearing yet, and you stay there. Hence, this other almighty fuel seller to the terrorists.
Oh, yeah.
Don't want to mention his name. If the court is actually, set him free, who am I to say no? Do you understand? Now, he has stayed beyond, a decade, beyond 10 years. And now the court actually, sentenced him for 10 years imprisonment. But he's actually stayed there more than that. Hence, the court said, let him go.
Right.
Do you understand?
Right.
So we also have, innocent people who have not been tried, who have not,
But just wallowing in jail.
They're just there in jail, waiting for any date,
trial.
That they will get a date for the trial and all of that. So I think our judiciary, needs to do better. But not only that, I think it's high time that we know why we call them judiciary. And I think it's high time they also know why they actually are judiciary, because I see no reason why judiciary will be fraternizing with the executive arm, of a government, receiving homes,
With
receiving
politicians.
duplex, receiving mansions, a bulk of flats, and none of them can actually sue us because we have we have the track records from Rivers State now to Abuja. So, but the cases, I think it's high time that we really take, cognizance of all of these things. I'm talking to the judiciary now. And I saw a laudable faith, when it comes to the judiciary system. We're told that they've actually moved from manual to digital, and they've started. But I don't know how broad this particular implementation has actually, taken place. Maybe it is in 30 states already or in some states and in some cities and all of that. But we just want a situation where, judges can be assigned to different cases, simultaneously. They can handle more than 10 cases and people can get their hearing dates and all of that so that this whole situation, can be rested, basically. That's all I would say. But I think Emefiele is actually enjoying himself because anytime he comes out for any court appearance, he always come with Bible. So I think it's fine. I must say this.
Someone at the confinement of a particular place is the one you said is enjoying himself.
He's reading Bible and it comes out fresh.
Okay.
No. If you want me to say more than that,
Let's move.
Don't forget a socialite Bobrisky also said, and I quote, should I say allegedly? Okay, yes, allegedly. He said that he was not, in jail for that period of, was it 6 months or 1 year of his sentence? They extradited him. No, they took him off from there and they took him to a wonderful hotel, a 5-star hotel in Abuja, where he relaxed. So he didn't actually stay in Kuje prison. So anything is possible in Nigeria. As far as you have money, you can be smuggled out of that particular place. I am not saying this is the modus operandi, and I am not also saying that this is what is being done. But all I'm just saying is that we want clarity. If the government wants to convict anybody, if the government wants to actually prosecute anybody, do what you have to do at the right time. And of course, for all of our prison warders, you have to do better. We've heard a lot, but we can't actually talk about it now. Let's move on, since it's still about the federal government. The federal government has actually drawn a line, on the growing trend of people parading themselves as ambassadors, or let's say envoys, with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, warning that only President Bola Tinubu has the legal authority to appoint and accredit ambassadors, and anything outside that process now amounts to impersonation. The ministry said it's cracking down on individuals and groups who illegally confer or adopt diplomatic ties along with fake passports, IDs, and even branded ambassador labels used for status or business, stressing that such acts are criminal and will be prosecuted. Officials are now working with security and enforcement agencies to track offenders as government moves to clean up what it described as a growing abuse of diplomatic identity. The warning also hits brand influencers and organizations using brand ambassadors title loosely, making it clear that recognition does not equal diplomatic status, signaling a tougher, more aggressive enforcement phase ahead. All right, I love this particular one from the federal government. And now I might be, I might be sounding a bit off, but I think it is needed. Now, when you say that a brand ambassador should not use the word ambassador, I don't know what you actually mean by that. Now, for example, David is signed, by any multinational company.
Mm-hmm.
David, I can actually call you brand ambassador. And not only that, in our organization, if I were to be working there, I can actually say Ambassador David. We paid you. Do you understand? We paid you millions, so I think it's safe to actually, use that word. But I understand, that was on the light and I understand why the federal government is saying this. The reason why I said that I might be coming a bit off is that I would like to talk about this particular ambassadorial appointment and, of course, the envoy, the so-called envoy that has been appointed. If we're talking about ambassadorial appointments today, almost all of them were rejected. So, which one are we praising exactly? Is it the few that were allowed in? They were told that any government that's less than
a year
in
office
would not be recognized. So, should we actually say we have 95% of ambassadors in the country representing us elsewhere? No, I can't say so.
Oh well.
But
are you implying that that is the reason why we have fake ambassadors?
No, I'll come to that, but I'm trying to talk to my government. I just hope they will not shoot me from the TV.
Jesus Christ.
So, but basically, is it about the ambassador that we've actually heard over time that, they've rejected them back to back? Well, let's hope that some of them that were accepted will do us right and will do better to represent us in those countries. But now, when we talk about ambassadorial, positions or envoys, to another country, I don't think it should be a thing that should be trivialized. And if you're watching me right now and you actually use that particular, title before your name, Ambassador A, Ambassador this, Ambassador that, and you were not conferred or you were not appointed by the presidency, you should, actually desist from that particular, title. It is totally wrong, and you can't use this, first, it is actually criminal as an offense, but you can't actually use this, to represent the nation when you're not formally, appointed, because we would actually think of you, as a fraudulent person. So you should actually, look for a way to reach out to, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs to see how you can be conferred or appointed. And of course, I am hoping it is based on merit. But if it is politically laced, whatsoever way you can actually get it, but please go through the right channels. That's all I would say. This is totally wrong, and we're not in support of it, David.
All right, then. Because of time, really, maybe I'll just say one or two things.
You have to say more than two.
The first one is the fact that you emphasize on the impact at which fake ambassadors give to the economy. And that is where I want to stand this morning, because the economic implication of this is that fake ambassadors often exploit their status to secure contracts, and of course,
they are not representing us,
evade taxes.
They are not representing Nigeria,
money,
please,
so to say. But on the international space, that clearly is a dent on the Nigerian status. We would only tell those who are involved in this. And I hear that some of these guys have some political figures backing them up, which is again another situation that we need to consistently investigate thoroughly.
Now you know why I said Nigeria's conversation cannot be talked, in one day.
Yeah, very true, very true. And to think that it's not about the first time it happened. I mean, during the Jonathan era as well, it of course, the fake ambassadors that were caught as well. Even during the 1999 to 2007 Obasanjo era, you find the same thing happening. So it means that this has been a very unsafe trend that has been on for a while. But the most important part of this conversation is that disease from it, you who is doing it, because trust me, the arms of the law is going to get you pretty soon. And I can tell you for the fact that the moment they got you, you are going in for it. That is my position. Because of our time, we'll take a very short break now. When we return, we'll be looking at what the front pages of the national dailies are saying on a beautiful Saturday morning like today. We urge you to stay with us. Don't go nowhere. We'll be right back.
Are you looking for where to buy quality and original studio and musical equipment in Nigeria? Welcome to Iruka Online, Nigeria's biggest musical and sound equipment warehouse. Your trusted home for top global brands, reliable low-price alternatives, and 100% original musical accessories. With over 16 locations nationwide and open 7 days a week, we deliver unbeatable service and customer support you can count on. Shop online at iruka.com in partnership with world-renowned brands like Wolfdale Pro, Prisoners, Twile Keyboards, Fender and Jackson Guitars, Marshall Amplification, Mapex Acoustic Drum Set, Tech Electronic Drums and Accessories, Evans Drumheads, Ashdown Engineering, and many more. Iruka Online, powering your sound with quality you can trust.
Welcome to the locker room, the home of football talk that matters. I am Jerry Arpelhon. Join us every weekday, Monday to Friday at 5 p.m. Nigerian time, as we share the hot takes and hot debates in the exciting world of football. And joining me are the usual suspects, Ikechukwu and Mayowa, as we break down all the hot takes and everything that's happening in the football. Don't just watch football, live it with us. Catch us on the locker room and Voice of the People Television at 5 p.m. Nigerian time. And like I always say, if not playing in the front, please the sport.
Hear some people's voice, where we amplify the voice of those that matters the most. Join the conversation. Share your thoughts with me. I am Xavier Udo. Weekdays, Monday through Friday, from 4 p.m. to 5. Don't forget, our voice matters the most. Let us come together and share our concerns.
Welcome to Romeo Pizza. Sink your teeth into our freshly baked pizzas. Loaded with rich sauce, melted cheese, and irresistible toppings. Where every bite is a love story. Treat yourself to our creamy, dreamy ice cream. Smooth, sweet, and made to brighten your day. Or maybe you want it hot and satisfying. Our juicy shawarma is wrapped to perfection, packed with flavor in every mouthful. Pizza, ice cream, shawarma. Why choose one when you can have it all? Romeo Pizza has exactly what your taste buds desire.
Are you ready for the extraordinary? Something big is happening on your screen.
Well, thank you so very much for staying with us. We jump straight into looking at what the front pages of the national dailies are saying this beautiful morning. And I will be starting off with the Saturday Sun. But let me also let you know that we have our guest in the studio who is going to help us make sense of the stories that made it to our table this morning. And of course, our guest virtually is also joined us as well. And I'm talking about Dr. Peter Anosike. He is an author, a philosopher, development economist, best-selling author. He's also an erudite commentator on economy, finance, politics, and power. Let's introduce him first. Doctor, a very good morning to you, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
Also, we have with us, joined us virtually, Barrister Ezeliche. He is an attorney at law and also a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. I understand he's already in virtually. Let's establish communication with him. Barrister, a very good morning to you, sir, and thank you for joining the conversation this morning.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for having me on.
All right, then. From our Benin studio, we also have joined us virtually William Sediaye. He is a public and political affairs analyst and commentator. He's executive member of the advisory board of Obedient Movement in Benin City. A very good morning to you, Mr. William Sediaye, and thank you for joining the conversation this morning.
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for having me.
All right, then let's jump right into the front pages before we get to the main story. Like I said earlier, I'm starting off with the Saturday Sun. The banner headline here reads, States Police IGP under fire over 60 months takeoff proposal. Ethnic nationalities, that's the subwriter, ethnic nationalities, Northern Coalition, Afenifere, Igbo groups, MBE, others reject plan. Coalition urges Tinubu to fast-track process with executive order. Now, these are the subwriter of that particular headline. IGP under fire over 60 months takeoff proposal. I'm talking about the state police. Above the nameplates there, other headlines read, how APC, ADC, PDP convention will shape party's fate. The subwriter, PDP asks INEC to withdraw ION's recognition as national scribe after court ruling. You can read that up inside page 22 and 29 of the Saturday Sun. Other headlines, Benue abduction. The dark clothes helped me escape from kidnappers. This is a survivor reeling his ordeal. Trip unauthorized driver in police. Trip unauthorized driver in police custody. Of course, that's another subwriter of that headline. All your schools struggle despite 459 billion naira education budget in 10 years. The subwriter, why huge spending hasn't improved learning outcomes, education developments. That's inside page 4 and 5 of the Saturday Sun. Brazilian firm Petrobras teams up with Arthur Eze's Oranto Petroleum in offshore oil block operations in Central Africa. I take it again for emphasis. Brazilian firm Petrobras teams up with Arthur Eze's Oranto Petroleum in offshore oil block operations in Central Africa. And then other headlines there. At 102, I still do my morning exercise. This is coming from Madam Iyabode Ladipo, the subwriter there. It's God's grace that I don't use eyeglasses, walking stick. Beautiful story there. And of course, you can read that inside page 11 of the Saturday Sun. What it takes to succeed in Nollywood, Mary John is saying this inside page 15. And that is it on the front page of the Saturday Sun.
And of course, I'll be moving quickly to Saturday Punch. The banner headline says a family beg as kidnappers go silent. Subwriter to that particular conversation. We just want to hear their voices. Right, says the relative. Kwara, Borno, Niger, Kaduna, Zamfara was it. Terrorists boast of converting victims to Islam. It's quite a very, a serious one there. And of course, we have uncovered Lagos factory selling newborns for 1 million naira.
Wow.
This is Nigeria.
Wow.
Why military commanders are falling on front lines. 10 senior officers killed in 7 months. This is actually on page 4, so you can actually go through a particular one. Surviving domestic violence inspired my podcast. This is coming from Ayo Adesoya, the Nollywood actress there. Of course, we also have, I was abated with acid meant for my brother, Anambra graduates. Right, Lagos frees policemen who killed 6 traders over land. DCP Falana fumes. Right, mixed reaction after Tinubu signed 68.32 trillion naira 2026 budget. And of course, we have petrol prices to crash as Strait of Hormuz reopens. We're actually hoping that particular one would actually come to existence. Yeah.
All right, and from there on, let's move straight to the Weekend Trust. I dare say that the pictorial at the front page of the Weekend Trust is the reason why I am taking this particular newspaper. But the banner headline there, and of course, which embodies the pictorial of the Weekend Trust, reads APC governorship tickets, imposition or consensus. Yeah, there you have it. That's the pictorial I'm talking about. And of course, Above that headline, school resumption. Fuel price hike pushes parents to tough choices. Oh dear. Tinubu extends 2025 budget to June the 30th, assents to 2026 budget. Nigerians battle with counterfeit medicines. Benue attack, how doctors captured us. And then birth attendants, the struggle between affordability and survival. Well, these are the headlines right there at the front page of the Weekend Trust. And of course, that also will bring us to the point where we would let our analysts that I've introduced to us before now have a say on one of the headlines that we, read earlier. And I would like to start off from the studio here. Doctor, which of these headlines would you want to react to? And please help us do it within a space of 30 seconds because we're really pressed for time to jump into the main conversation.
I want to react to the front page of Punch.
Okay.
Which says we want to hear their voice, understand me? So the truth is that we are looking at this insecurity the wrong way. We think that the system is broken. It is not. It is not. Understand?
When you say the system, you referring to the security apparatus?
The security apparatus.
Okay.
So we are looking at the problem. Some people are benefiting from this. Understand me? And that's, so the system is not broken. It is working as designed. And as long as some people are benefiting, it will not come to an end. Understand me? As long as some people are benefiting from this thing going on in the country, it will not come to an end.
At the expense of the lives of Nigerians.
They don't care. It's not their business.
And Doctor,
what gets to their bank, understand, is their main concern. They don't care how many people that dies.
Okay, so the president of the Senate also said, a few days ago that this is political, that 2 weeks after election, that all of this particular insecurity would die down. What do you think about that, sir?
Well, they used the same tactics in 2014, 2015.
They.
Okay. So they don't care how many people die as long as they get their ambition realized.
All right, then.
So the system is not broken. It is working as they designed it.
Okay.
Let's take this conversation to Barrister Eze Luche. Barrister, thank you so very much for still staying with us. What part of the headlines would you want to react to as well from the front pages that we've reeled out a couple of minutes ago?
I think what struck me most was the front page of the Sun newspaper that talked about a 60-year program to have state police. I think it's rather sad that the Sun newspaper that talked about 60 months program.
Yes.
Yes. It shows just shifting the goalposts. The problem is at hand, and rather than address it directly, you're still shifting it by 5 more years. For what? So of course, I'm going to find that the issue we don't need now is not even state police. Okay. We need local government police. We need village police. We need police for every facet of human cohabitation, because policing is local, it's grassroots. It's not policing is not a up-down approach. It's rather it's a bottom-up approach. So, I mean, the 60-month extension of program is as much as not even agreeing to have to decentralize the police. Nigeria is about the only country in the world I know about that has a centralized police. Why do we always rank unique in all the negatives? We will not be the only country that progresses on the people that are really becoming being pulled out of poverty. Rather, it's always in negative. So I think people are investing seriously in the underdevelopment and the insecurity of Nigeria. Thank you.
All right, thank you so very much, Barrister. Let's take this conversation to Edo State, where William Idea is also standing by. Williams, your position on any of the headlines, maybe in 30 seconds because of our time, really.
Yeah, the same issue of state police, because that has been one of the major challenges we are in security. So if you approve state police, we are definitely going to also see local government police. The issue of gathering information, helping NSA, Nigeria's intelligence, helping them to gather information, is when you have these people, this issue decentralized. If you say that the police, definitely are going to have local government police. Local government police immediately are the one who are going to seal the forest. So farmers will have security. So gather information, because any issue that is happening, kidnapping, armed robbery, whatsoever it is, they go to the forest to hide. So local government police will also see to that, because get state police definitely are getting local government police. Local government has police in sending information to tackle crimes and then see how to fish out these people in our forests. Thank you.
All right, and thank you so very much for your submission there. Because of our time, this is where we have to draw anchor on the front pages of the national dailies this beautiful morning. We'll jump straight into the conversation, but that will be after this very short break. President Bola Tinubu signs record 68.32 trillion naira 2026 budget as Nigeria extend 2025 spending budget plan to fast-track projects. These and more after this break. Please stay. All right, I'm glad to have you back. It is still the morning buzz right here on Voice of the People Television. Let's jump into the conversation proper. President Bola Tinubu has signed Nigeria's 2026 appropriation bill, approving a record 68.32 trillion naira budget, which, and of course, while also extending the implementation of the 2025 budget to June the 30th, 2026, to allow completion of ongoing projects. The new spending plan allocates 4.799 trillion naira to statutory transfers, 15.8 trillion naira to debt service, and I beg your pardon, 15.4 trillion naira to recurrent expenditure, and a striking 32.2 trillion naira to capital projects, almost half of the entire budget. Well, the presidency says a strong capital allocation signals a push for infrastructure, security, economic stability, and inclusive growth under the renewed hope agenda. The numbers, however, set the stage for intense debate among analysts as debt servicing remains enormous and overlapping budget timelines highlights the pressure on public financing. While the government argues the extension will improve project completion, value for money, and revenue reforms, the scale of spending reflects both ambitious economic goals and the growing fiscal strain shaping Nigeria's economic direction. Oh well. We're still having in the studio Dr. Peter Anosike, who again, like I said earlier, is a philosopher, development economist, and of course, best-selling author. He's here also in the capacity of the public and political affairs analyst and commentator. He's going to help us make sense of these stories and more. And also joined us virtually, Barrister Eze Luche. Barrister Eze Luche is an attorney at law and also a public and political affairs analyst. From our Benin studio as well, we have Williams Idiaye, public and political affairs analyst and commentator, and also executive member of the advisory board of the Obedient Movement. Now, let me start off from Benin City for some very interesting reason. Williams, again, this conversation about the budget is one that seems to be making the front burner, and of course, Nigerians are asking questions about the budget. Is truly the budget, I'm talking about the 68.32 trillion naira budget, a genuine economic plan? Because this is a question that opposition figures have been, asking questions about. I know I'm going to still come to Dr. Peter Anosike on the financing part, but let me ask you from your perspective, looking at this budget, the government has actually ruled out how these fundings will be allocated, and to think that for capital expenditure, over half of the budget is going into it. 32.2 trillion is going into a capital project. How does this make you feel first?
Yes, it's that okay. There is a deliberate approach projects, but over the years, look, we are using this administration as yardstick now. We've not seen a tangible evidence to justify amount of money budgeted. You know, the only star project of this administration is the coastal highway, and up to now we've not seen improvements. We only see people traveling down there, giving us social media along video, trying to justify the abysmal project, the abysmal work that is investing that too. With this 32.something trillion, we see that project, and then improvements in our power sector. You understand? Because this is that drives the economy of any nation, the improvement of power sector, and then security. You understand? When you invest this on that, you know, improving technology, because we've seen over time that the Nigerian force will be having issue about terrorism. So improve technological funding for them. All this will go a long way in developing. Really said so the economy can blossom, so they can have a strong balance in our economy. And then if there must be strong balance in the economy, then these are the things that must happen. You must have tangible evidence, tangible infrastructural approach, so that can fast track our economic improvements. You understand?
All right. Well, I'm still going to stay with you. You just said that we must have tangible economic improvement. Now, I started with you because just yesterday I saw a report of the governor of your state that clearly was, of course, showing around an artist. I'm talking about Idris Abdul Karim, where your governor was showing him around. And showing him around on 3 days ago, yes, 3 days ago, where he was showing him around on projects. And he did say something quite germane. And he said, and I quote, that he should go and tell the people that this is what the president is doing as a result of giving them allocation. Now, that caught me aback.
David, no, David, the reason why I need to come in here is because Idris Abdul Karim actually mentioned what is not working both in the state and in the federal government at a particular event.
Yeah.
And that event center was sealed after a particular performance the next day. Hence that particular peripheral, that, you know, whatever that the governor had to invite.
That's the reason for the invite.
That's it. So please, let's clear it. Please go ahead.
That's about it. So laying the emphasis now, looking at that particular conversation, would you say that, again, not forgetting as well that the church led to June this year?
June 30.
June 30. Now, is that a clear proof that Nigeria's fiscal discipline has collapsed?
It has not only collapsed, it's collapsing more. Because whatever you see, just like my Johnson Meyer friend was saying there, that is just like justify whatsoever was done, sealing of the investment center, because you cannot continue to deprive people freedom of expression. The young man was saying the obvious, and he was saying it. Up to now, I don't know what if that event center has been open. Probably they just don't give a come and say, okay, the president is doing in our state. See, for crying out loud, it is the responsibility of the government that the citizen will benefit. It's not as if it's an important thing that once it's been done, we don't even have rights to ask for more or to make sure that we criticize that what it's. That is that right where they took the Idris Abdul Karim to, it was Benin Saple Road. Up still battling to complete that project. It started all the way from they approved it all the way from a Obaseki station. Probably they didn't want to do it because the issue of between federal FACA and all that. You know, the bridges and all that. And then immediately they started doing it. You understand? So I can tell you where they are and what they've done. They should have taken down people down to the bypass. It was taken down to the bypass. Let's see what's going on there. Nothing is happening there. What they are just saying, just between limits and country home, down to the Rock of Ages and those areas. That's what that's the tangible thing that they've done. And then the debris that the flyover that is about to be unnecessary flyover that is about to be constructed there. The money that you use it to construct the flyover, you have used it to even do roads that will ease traffic. So they should start painting issues which is not a reflection of what the budget is talking about.
All right, then. Let's bring this conversation back to the studio before I okay. I know how much Xavier is actually itching to ask that question to Barrister.
No, because I'm boiling, but it's fine.
Well, let's bring it back to the studio. Doctor, debt servicing, 15.8 trillion naira. How much of sustainability concern is this figure on the economy? Now, I come to you as an economist right now because when we're servicing debt to that level, there must be some level of concern. Plus, the fact that overlapping budgets risk fiscal discipline, indiscipline, as it were. How much of a concern is this, really?
The issue, what we are seeing is corruption and lack of capacity on the part of this government. Do you know that since 2024, we've been running a single budget? Single budget. And you can never achieve what you cannot measure.
Now, Doctor,
you can never achieve what you cannot measure.
I'm so sorry to wanting to streamline your thoughts here. You did mention that since 2024, we've been running just one single budget.
They call this consolidated budget.
There is this new one that they call consolidated.
Is this current one that is
no, 2025 consolidated at 2024. 2026 is consolidated 2025. Because they are confused.
Consolidation.
They are confused. They don't know what to do. These people just came with one single mindset. PDP has ruled for 16 years. We must rule for 16 years. Nothing, no other agenda. Understand me? And that's why this confusion is coming. So for 30 good years, one single budget. We don't know the performance of 2024 budget. We don't know the performance of the 2025 budget. The National Assembly are not asking any question. The National Assembly is not asking any question to what is the percentage of performance of 2024 budget of 2025. How can you achieve what you cannot measure? So for me, all they are judging is lumping figures together, deceiving those who don't know.
Now, the part of accounting for the last budget is actually a statutory law which was supposed to be carried out. Please confirm if I'm wrong.
No, it is before you pass 2026 budget, yes, you should have an idea of the performance of the 2025. Of the previous budget,
yes.
But no questions were asked.
Why do you think that is happening?
Because the National Assembly has become a department of the executive. Understand? So all they are doing is just like native base. Whatever the executive bring, they will open their mouth, it will enter. Understand? They don't have any right that to make a decision that's of their own.
Doctor, before we go to Barrister, there are concerns about inflationary pressure worsening should spending not match revenue reforms. How much of this sentiment do you share as well on the budget, on this present past bill?
What Tinubu is doing, one, I've never seen any financial intelligence on the part of the president and the presidency. Understand? There's no financial intelligence at all. All he's doing is just borrowing to show that is and wasting it. What projects is going on in the country now, apart from their fraudulent Calabar Coastal Way and
Badagry
Sokoto. Any other thing?
I'm waiting for another one.
Any other thing? Nothing is going on in the country. All they are doing is just appropriating money to buy votes. next year. So nothing really is going on in the country. Nigerians must not be deceived by this government.
All right, thank you so much, Dr. Peter Anosike. David, thank you for releasing me finally.
I wasn't holding you, man.
All right, let me bring this to Barrister Izeluche. Barrister, good morning. Barrister, are you there? Good morning to you, please.
I'm very much here. I hope you're hearing me.
All right, then.
Loud and clear. I'm happy that you are back
Okay.
in Nigeria so we can actually talk about our country here. Now, Barrister, just like what Dr. Peter Anosike, mentioned, we've had several issues, with this particular administration. I'm not talking, as someone who is trying to, criticize them, but I'm only talking about, clarity here. If we had to talk about the national project we have presently, Calabar Coastal Highway and of course Badagry Sokoto, that's all that we can actually talk about. We keep hearing that they are doing more, which we've not seen. That's one. Now, Barrister, it was very fast for the National Assembly, which in person, Senator Solomon Adiola, right, who we call, popularly known as Yai, who they just gave a consensus candidacy of Ogun State, who is the person in charge of appropriation bill. I followed him closely before this particular, signing, and he said he signed about 1,000 and whatever copies on his desk that day, hoping that the presidency would actually attend to it, which the president also thanked, the National Assembly for signing, for approving this particular one, and of course, the president signed it immediately. Now, when we talk about our budget, our debt level, we keep borrowing. And I've asked several questions. Why are we borrowing and we're not seeing the reason why we're borrowing? The president mentioned recently, through the presidency, he said that Nigerians were not paying tax, or the tax that Nigerians were paying was not really okay, or it was not yielding results. But now Nigerians will actually pay tax that will actually, reflect in their life. That was what that particular memo was actually saying when I actually went through it. And, Barrister, 15.8 trillion to debt servicing alone. We're servicing, we have not paid. We didn't say we have paid. 15.4 trillion recurrent expenditure. Barrister, in this same country that we're in, the last budget of last year has been given a grace to end in the first quarter of a new year, June 30, meaning that 2026 budget has not started at all, or will not start, or cannot even start, because we have to see the end of that particular one. So what will happen from January 2026 till June, off record, is just a question. I'm not saying it. So in July 2026 to December, what would happen? Barrister, you have to give me clarity on this. And please talk from the legal perspective of this particular conversation, because we need clarity in this country. It shouldn't look like some of us don't actually know, why we are Nigerians.
Well, thank you very much. I think when they hear that Nigeria is a crime scene, one of the things that addresses that reality is our relationship with the budget. Section 80 and 81 of the Nigerian Constitution provides that no kobo should be spent from the federal revenue without appropriation, without a budget. And it also, Section 80 forbids anticipatory approvals. That's when you spend believing that it must be approved. But you see this government doing this repeatedly. They keep on committing crimes. They keep on committing unconstitutional acts in the name of a budget and appropriations. Let me give you a core example. When Mr. President traveled to the United Kingdom, he signed loans, 746 million pound loans for a project for the port revalidation, only to come back to Nigeria and apply to the National Assembly to approve the funds for what he has already signed for. That is anticipatory approval. That is a crime. That is an unconstitutional act. So when somebody like Lateef Fagbemi is the Minister of Justice. That constitution is being flouted on a daily basis. You shiver, you ask yourself, what has become of the so-called title of senior docket of Nigeria? Because the budget is Mr. President is not signing, and the lack of even implementation continues to make Nigeria a crime scene, the government itself a crime scene, because it rules as if national funds is in the back pocket of Mr. President. Whatever he wants, he puts his hand in his back pocket and pays for it. That was how the so-called Lagos Calabar Coastal Project was signed. Less than barely coming into government, he announced it, and that the money was already paid. Who appropriated? Who budgeted for it? I mean, and coming back to what you asked about the way this 60-something trillion is being shared, about 25%, which is 15 trillion, for debt servicing, not even debt repayment. Because there is no cover for debt repayment.
We're not paying the debt. It's just servicing.
We're just servicing the debt. And then you have 15 trillion again, and 25% for recurring. What is this recurring? Let us not blow big grammar. This is what is used to pay for about almost 30 DAs or SAs Mr. President has on media only. 30 DAs on media. And they went over almost 200-300 DAs. In any sensible administration, when you say there is economic downturn, what you do is you cut down on overhead. You cut down on wastages. From those who speak for Mr. President, you hear Renomobri saying something, and Anita is talking, all of them FA on media. And that is how we come to this 15 trillion wastage. And they talk of the remaining of about 50% on capital expenditures. It's a lie. Why do I say it's a lie? In the immediate last budget, when we were going for the last budget presentations, you hear people like the Minister of Health telling us point blank that we got less than 6 million, despite over several billions allocated to this ministry. You even have some ministries come and tell Nigerians that they did not get a dime. They did not get a dime from what was allocated in the budget. Now you ask yourself this question. The budget is not a joke. When it is signed into law, it becomes a law. It means that you must back it up. You must pay for it. You must allocate funds based on what is in that document. So the document funds meant for the Ministry of Health, for the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, that don't get to them. Where did these funds go? And let me answer that question in bit for some of those who don't know. It is these funds that are misappropriated or to fund for the $9 million Nuhu Ribalu's office paid for PR to a lobbying group in Washington, D.C. So you see that this is a cacophony of criminality. And when they want to sign this budget, you see Mr. President come there, and you see the minister, CBN government, as if they are doing anything meaningful. They are actually committing crimes, even the day he signs that budget. So we only hope that a government will come and hold these characters accountable for the various crimes they are committing.
All right, Barrister.
So the so-called budget investigated and prosecuted.
Yes. All right, Barrister, thank you so much. Now, let me just stay with you for a few more minutes. You talked about, how budget is being signed into law, and of course it becomes, a law. Now, well, you talked about the health sector, which I think we should not even go into. Almost all of us, on this, table or in this room, and of course you joining us virtually, we all have, hospital cards from private hospitals, not because we do not like state-owned hospitals or federal hospitals, but because they've been neglected and, the necessary equipment, things that we expect them to have, are not there. And of course, some of them have actually decided to rather leave the country than to stay here. But let's leave the health sector. Of course, you would see that our Nigerian doctors are going on and off, strike because of this. They now look like Nigerian NEPA lights, off and on. National grid collapse today and up today tomorrow. But let me stay on the security part. When several budgets is signed in this country, usually we hear a certain amount of money go to the security, for security, and we usually hope that the country will be safe enough. A country that is not safe cannot thrive, cannot prosper. We don't even know how to explain ourselves when it comes to 2025 budget, which has not been totally concluded. And we've actually seen what has happened, a spillover of insecurity, insurgents in this country. Now we have 2026 budget that even more, was actually given to the security architecture of this country. But, Barrister, how do we account or how do we hold the government accountable for all of these things? Because tomorrow you would hear that, we have different equipment, different technologies, air this, air that, blah, blah, blah. And they are still misfiring. Innocents are still going, innocent people are still dying. Tomorrow you would hear that our personnel are not overwhelmed. But it's not looking like that. How many generals have we lost? So how do we actually hold these people accountable? What should be done? How should we actually look at this particular budget? If you say this is actually going for security, I would confirm that yes, we've actually used it for security. We just need clarity.
No, the reality is this. When you have somebody who has a track record of criminality as your president, you can only expect crime to thrive. Whatever funds that are related to the defense sector will disappear with the wings. Just like that of the health, transport, they will disappear in the wings. You hear generals. In fact, there was a video of a general who was complaining on video, asking for weapons and ammunition that his soldiers were. What did the Ministry of Defense do? They removed him and they punished him for daring to speak out. He shouldn't have spoken out quite well. But then he was desperate. He was in the field of battle and he knew he was facing imminent death. So the only thing he could do was complain. And I thank God he complained. Because the one that died not long ago in Borno perhaps did not complain well enough. And it cost him his life. So the reality is this: the money will continue to disappear. They will tell you that because of the insecurity, they are giving the highest segment of the budget to defense.
Sorry to defense. You continue for emphasis. The Punch newspaper has it this morning that 10 senior officers have been killed in 7 months.
7 months, Barry.
10 senior officers of the military. So you can continue, just for emphasis, so we understand.
Yes, I'm sure they were referring to brigadiers and generals, but also you have colonels, lieutenant colonels, majors, captains. These are all human beings. They are fathers, they are brothers, they are relatives. So the cost on the Nigerian defense area is huge. Some of us have posited that those who misappropriate the should be charged for murder.
Okay.
Not just financial issues. Now, why do I say this? Because directly, when you deprive our soldiers of the means to protect themselves, and they get it, you have directly led to their death, because they now confront people who will kill them, and by their training, they are not supposed to just withdraw. So those who misappropriate the funds for the health, for the defense sector, should be charged for either manslaughter or murder. Okay. And it also applies to various sectors, including the health.
All right, Barrister.
Yes.
All right, Barrister. Thank you so much for that particular wonderful submission of yours. Let me take it to our Benin studios. Williams, are you there?
I'm with you. I'm here.
All right. Williams, the presidency says the strong capital allocation signals a push for infrastructure, security, economic stability, and inclusive growth under the renewed hope agenda. We've touched, security, and of course, Dr. Anosike, touched infrastructure, which we only talked about the Calabar-Lagos Coastal Highway, and of course, Badagry-Sokoto, highway. Let's talk about economic stability and the inclusive growth. The inclusive growth, I would like to actually ask, because some of us don't actually know what that inclusive growth means, because about sometime early, this year, we heard that they disbursed a certain amount of money to about how many Nigerians. I've been asking on my shows, if you know you have seen that money, let us know. Come out and say that you received it. Till date, we have not seen anybody, but, I'll raise that particular one. So I'd like you to pick on that particular economic stability. This is what the presidency have actually said. What do you think about that?
Yes, I'm glad you raised that part of it. I'm still waiting to see people who have benefited from that. Probably
are you telling me that you have not seen them in Benin? Are you saying you have not seen them in Benin?
I'm still waiting. Probably I'm only seeing the city boys moving around with brand new buses. Probably those are the people who are benefiting. You understand? Because now when you talk about economic stability and economic improvement, it means you are deliberately going to invest, pumping money into trade banks, pumping money into investing in the youth, population of the youth. Now, there's one young man I met one of the TV station in those states where he went for a program, and he is a shoemaker, and he said up to today they are still battling of deep leather in water soaked for 7 days or more just to produce leather. And then he will tell that there are already advanced method of making sure you put this leather into process. They applied, they've talked about these issues, and then there's no government response. Now you are talking about economic improvement. How do you improve the economy when you don't invest? That you know that the Nigerian youth, the people are even struggling to battle, just to put food on the table, and also to create employment. You don't just put words on it, and then you don't match it with action. The money you're supposed to use for this, you put them, they are not okay. Anybody who have received from those disbursements, I tell you and categorically tell you that people who are loyal to them, they are extended. People who have sweat, who the blood really gushing out, probably that was mistaken. So now we're talking about that. You still have to pump in money into investment banks. What is the interest rates for loans? If the loans are then be accessible, is it even accessible to the common man?
Interesting.
Okay, what have you done? What market have you created? What's really okay now? Bless you, my brother. He was strange up to article talking about the Jakarta Steel company and all that. And then one of the place I saw that video, I dropped a little comment. What have you done about it? What has this government done about it? There's one thing to privatize. There's another thing to also support. Now, if you say you are budgeting money for that, because up to this moment, up to this budget, for a Jakarta Steel company, for workers, people who are not the workers. What is going on there? So if you know that, yes. If you know that it's a ghost issue, somebody that is abandoned and a reckless project, why you that is talking now change up to somebody? Why are you still investing and pumping money in that place? So where is the money going to?
All right, then.
So having is that ghost workers or probably that nobody, but they're just projecting money and then the money is being fund.
Well, thank you so very much.
So why not put the Jakarta let it be working and then let's have workers there.
We're really pressed for time. Thank you so very much, Williams, for your submission there. Let's round up this conversation and, of course, jump to the next one with Doctor in the studio here. Doctor, again, I'm going to come to you on the part of the economy. As it stands from these particular budgets, we understand that 15.8 trillion naira of this present budget that have been signed into law is what we're going for debt servicing. What is going to be the impact when debt servicing is rivaling with capital expenditure?
Well, I want to start with the security.
Yes, you can.
Doctor, I was waiting because I know you are going to respond to that particular
budget. Now, the question is, you are talking of insecurity in the country. What is the budget performance of security in 2024 budget? Do you know? Because a budget has 3 stages. One, being signed into law, then approval and the disbursement.
Yes.
Did anybody defend the budget, security budget performance in the Senate? Nobody. None. Understand me? So how do we know if the money that was budgeted was really approved and disbursed? So assuming somebody comes to maybe the Minister of State, the Minister of Defense comes and tells us the budget performance on security is 60%, 70%. We know actually that something was done. But right now, we are in the dark. We don't know whether it was really approved and disbursed. Understand? So that's where the madness starts from this budgeting thing. That's where it starts. Then on the economy.
Yes.
On the area of economy, you cannot have a robust economy where there's insecurity. Anywhere there's insecurity, there can never be development. So right now we have insecurity, we have epidemic power supply. That's why they can only mention Dangote a refinery and nothing more. And mind you,
that's a private business.
It was Buhari that commissioned it, not even the government. But if you ask them, what have you done in the area of job creation, they will say Dangote a refinery, which is a private...
is it our own?
A private business.
That's the thing. So it's not for Nigeria. Our own refinery is in coma.
On the area of security and the economy, this government is zero.
Okay.
Understand me? Then for you to be using 25% of your budget on debt servicing.
That's my concern.
Not even payment. Not even payment.
That's what I want you to talk about.
The one that you did not pay, interest is accruing on it.
Yes.
And that's why as of yesterday, every Nigerian is owing 740,000 naira.
I'll find a way to pay more.
Okay, so Doctor, I think at this point, David, you would allow me. I think at this point, Doctor, I don't know if you have any spare 50 million. So when I borrow it from you, what I have to do is, David, we have to look for a way to be servicing Doctor. You understand? We're not even paying him back immediately. We're learning from the best. So what are we saying?
Unfortunately, we're trying to make a joke of it, but it is
really, really painful. Why should we be servicing all of this?
That's why I'm highly disappointed in Tinubu. I thought that he would have done better in the area of economy than Buhari, because Buhari came from the barracks, but Tinubu came from the private sector. So my thinking was that he would do better than Buhari, but he disappointed big time.
Okay, the same disappointment you actually talked about is what the ADC chieftain, former Vice President Atiku Abubakar also said. He said he also expected so much from the president, but is disappointed.
He disappointed big time.
Talking about the ADC crisis, Jakarta role and fresh legal battles intensify Nigerians' march towards the 2027 elections. Of course, this particular conversation is what we need to actually look into. Fresh political tensions brewing inside the African Democratic Congress as factional chairman Nafi Bala declared the April 14 convention led by David Mark null and void, citing court orders allege that forgery and absence of INEC, of course, at the event. The dispute signals deepening internal fractures, just as the United Kingdom confirms it will deploy observers for Nigerians' 2027 elections and begin engagement with electoral authorities, placing the country's democratic credibility under growing international scrutiny ahead of primaries and campaign season. At the same time, Bola Tinubu has reignited political fire by criticizing Atiku Abubakar over the privatization of Jakarta Steel Company, despite continued budget allocation to the idle plant. While new legal battles over election tribunals in Abuja raise concerns about compliance with the Electoral Act 2006, together, these clashes spotlight party instability, international oversight, and long-standing as Nigeria move deeper into the 2027 election circle. Let me take it to my brother in Benin Studios. Hello, Williams, are you there?
Yeah, I'm with you.
The reason why I need to bring it to you, I think it's safe to say that I need to add prophets to your name. While you were actually talking about the budget situation, you know, when I actually asked you. You touched a bit of the Ajakuta, but of course now it is actually coming back to you. So that's why I'm saying that you're a prophet. Now, Williams, we've actually seen, you know, back and forth with the ADC, and of course, ADC has decided to, you know, go through with that particular convention, even if they were actually deprived of, you know, several venues until they scaled through with a particular one, which I was happy that when they got that particular venue, I think there was no proper, you know, AC installation there, so they were all hot. Yes, I also want them to feel the heat that Nigerians are feeling, regardless of opposition, to know that Nigerians, the core Nigerians, no, because you and I can have AC in our house, but what about, you know, any ordinary Nigerian? Do you understand what I'm saying? So I love the fact that they were actually fanning themselves and they were also sweating, so I love that fact. So that when, if at all they would actually, you know, get, you know, into power, by God's grace, that's what they are saying, they would actually know how to take care of Nigerians. But now, ADC looks like they're really going through a lot right now, you know, with Nafi Balano backing down. You know, the other time we heard that Atiku was suspended from Adamawa State, you know, in their party. And of course, we've heard, you know, several, will I call it, web of crisis in ADC. Now, the one I want you to really talk about when it comes to this ADC's conversation is about the question that was asked. Mr. Peter Obi was asked that question. Would you leave the ADC if you don't win the primaries? He said, I want the primaries to be free and fair. He didn't answer the question. And they asked him again, if Atiku clinches on that particular ticket, would you support Atiku Abubakar? He said again, if the primaries is free and fair, because I don't have a dime to give to anybody, and I don't want the primaries to be transactional. That's one. Now, secondly, when Atiku Abubakar granted a media parley recently, about 4 days ago on Wednesday, it was also asked, would you support any other candidate if they pick that particular candidate over you? And he said, and I quote, that the first that the ADC would do is to think of a consensus candidacy. If that negotiation fails, then we would go into direct primaries. If that negotiation fails, he didn't talk about Obi. He didn't say he will or he will not. If that negotiation fails, meaning that if they decide to pick anybody today and he's not in, he might decide to say no. And Amechi has made it clear that he's not in support of any consensus candidacy, that he wants direct primaries. Now, this is what we have on the table. Gladiators in one formidable opposition party. The party is going through, you know, different crises, but we don't also know how they will fix their internal issues in the coming weeks, because it's just less than how many weeks? Some would call it a month or whatever, but in just how many weeks, everybody will be thinking of direct primaries. What do you make of this ADC's deeper situation, if I'm safe to actually, or, you know, allowed to use that word?
Yes, it's a deeper situation, and they will continue to see some deep issues as far as the ruling party is concerned, just to continue to throw them off balance. Then, starting from the convention does have to hold, because they discover that they have to put INEC, they put the judiciary under pressure. So they are pushing them to act. You know, they just need to do something that the Congress took place. Remember, there's 3 court issues. That's of the main one, the Bala challenging the and then Mark only his court trying to say, okay, establish his own authority over the party and then stay of execution. And then 2, the 7 chairmen who are saying, okay, don't recognize Mark. And then remember on the 14th, the Mark-led solicitors, they actually withdrew part of that one in the Supreme Court, left the stay of execution, probably for a reason. And then the convention just have to vote. Then talking about this, the pairing now, which is one of the major issues they have to do. The issue. We know there is Obi Kwankwaso, and we've not seen Atiku or who. We've not seen Amici or who. But the Obi Kwankwaso is becoming to gather momentum. And then after the convention, remember the president had to respond, and the response is part of what we have been deliberating. And then they said they are trying to scare me. Scared. If then the convention is not about his own body, then why is the president responding? You are just leaving these people let them be doing their thing. And they're going into deeply. Then Obi in his own is kind of very, very free person. You have to make everything fair and fair. But from his statement as at 2023 was not that political. And that was one of the things I was very angry about in Nigeria. You must play Nigeria politics. And then coming to Atiku, Atiku is the big he has the money to spend. When you put him in politics, put him in the primaries, he's definitely going to beat you. If you are not smart, he's definitely going to beat you because he's a negotiator. He's just like Tinubu too. He's a negotiator. He knows how to get big wins. And then, frankly speaking, if you go in depth with this current form of bourgeois, heavyweight politicians, if you even want to dance to the tune of Atiku, because they are all part of his own caucus. Because he is actually the brain box of this issue. Just that they just needed Obi to come so to gather legitimacy and then see some attraction from the youth. And then, okay, fine. Obedience and all that. He must give us Obi, and then they say they have a conquest. So, see, I'm telling you, if ADC must survive, the Amechi issue is just there. He is just like a little fish in the sea. ADC must survive. They must come to realize that no matter it is, you have to feed in something that will trouble the ruling party. Okay. And whatever is troubling the ruling party now is already the big conquest stuff that is trying to pass.
Okay.
So it was that.
All right. Thank you so much, Williams, for that particular, wonderful submission of yours. Let me bring it back to the studio, Doctor. I know that you really, love the ADC, and of course, you wish them well. When I use the word love, I'm not saying that you're partisan, but of course, you wish them well. Doctor, we're having a very, serious issue here. And let me bring it to the table. One article was, asked at the media party granted. Article said that Jonathan was inexperienced, which Ruben Abati, replied him by telling he was rude to have used such word, on his previous boss, But he said Jonathan was inexperienced. He said he expected, in your words, that's why I'm coming to you, that he expected more from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu on economy, just like you said. But he's disappointed. And he used the word, this is the reason why I am saying that when people from the state come to the federal level, they don't have experience to actually handle it. He said he has been, in the federal corridors. He has been, in the corridors of power. And not only that, as at the time that he was called upon, of course, he came from Adamawa, where he was newly, elected, and he won his gubernatorial election. But of course, he was called upon to come and become the vice president. And he said the president, just came out from, the prison as a den, And he said he did almost all the politicking. He was the one, through the approval of the president, went to diaspora to pick some of the people who actually worked in the administration. Now, he said several things when it comes to just one person coming from, or a candidate who comes from a state level, being a governor, wants to be president. And if he had said all of that, after he had answered indirectly the question of either he would support Obi or not, of course, Obi is also in that particular fray. Doctor, do you think Atiku is the only one that is qualified? Because Amechi also said in this word that Atiku, based on his fundamental human rights, he can actually contest. But let us consider age. that it would be 80, Tinubu 79. So Amechi said, you know, that presidency needs someone who is young and, you know, that has stamina. And he made recourse of the Benin Republic having a 49-year-old president. Doctor, I would like you to talk about experience and inexperience from the people in ADC, because this is actually an internal situation now.
Well, for me, what Amechi, P2B, and Atiku Abubakar is saying is the same thing. Understand? What they are saying is something. Atiku say, if there's no consensus, candidate will go for the primary. P2B say he wants a free and fair primary. Understand?
Okay.
Rotimi Amechi said he needs
direct primary. He is not even in support of consensus
so
candidates.
all of them are saying the same thing.
Now let's talk about
all of them are saying the same thing. And in America, George Bush, Bill Clinton, and all of them were governors before they became president.
Right.
Understand? So if not that Obasanjo picked Atiku to deputize him, Atiku would have also become a governor, because that was what he ran for.
Yeah.
He never ran straight for the presidency. So that argument does not hold water. Understand? So the issue is this. One, Nigeria is in a dire state. Understand? Nigeria, as we speak, is almost a failed state. So we need a change. We need a change, and change doesn't come easy. Nowhere in the world does change come easy. And change doesn't come from the up. It comes from the below. It is the people that will get that change. And change can only come if the opposition picked a popular and acceptable candidate.
Okay. All right, Doctor. You just used the word change. I think the ruling party are so happy that you're using the word change because it's part of their slogan. But
no, we need to change Tinubu.
Okay. I like the fact that Doctor had to do a disclaimer, you know. Now, Doctor, let me come to another disturbing conversation so you can actually round up your thoughts on this. Now, you've actually, touched that of what Atiku, are saying. Doctor, INEC was not present at the 14th of April convention of the ADC. Now, are we about to see the same situation that happened with the PDP, the Shea Makinde, Turaki-led faction? If INEC is not present at your convention, we actually know what that particular situation means.
That is subject to different interpretations.
Please go ahead.
But it's there. Okay. That is subject to different interpretations.
Okay.
Understand? If convention is properly done, understand? So it's subject to different. But the importance of that convention is Amopito, who is working for the APC as we speak, wants.
So you said, Doctor.
As Peter Nosike said.
Okay.
Understand me?
I need that clarity.
Yes. Want Tinubu to be the sole candidate in 2027. Because he knows that Tinubu has failed woefully in delivering his campaign promises. So APC is jittery as we speak. APC is jittery because of the coalition. So if they had waited for the court to come up with their judgment, time must have gone for the convention. So they have to go for the convention while waiting for the resolution of the court. So I support the convention.
Okay.
I support the convention, and I beg INEC, I beg the judiciary not to put this country on fire.
Oh, Doctor, I'm surprised that you are begging someone that you have already said that is working for.
I'm begging them because
wow, Doctor,
there's no way in 2027 Tinubu will be or the sole candidate.
Doesn't mean you have actually been
you cannot even bring that ballot box to my area.
Wow. So that means you have
cannot bring that polling unit to my area.
Okay.
So they should be professional in the discharge of their duties.
Okay. Okay.
Officially, David, I'm sorry, officially, Doctor has actually been under pressure. Doctor actually said that INEC chairman is working for the ruling party, but now he's begging them. So I think...
For the interest of peace, for Nigeria to continue, and not that I like them, and never that I like them.